Chapter 93. I'm gifted. At home, Aunt Chen finished cooking breakfast. Wang Ting and his family sat down and had breakfast together. What? Our son is a martial warrior? Wang Xinghua almost spat out the food in his mouth, as though he had heard some shocking news. He stared at Li Xiaomei in astonishment. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son yourself, said Li Xiaomei. Son, your mom is lying to me, right? Wang Xinghua stared at Wang Ting without blinking. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He just stuck out his finger, and a strand of fire force appeared at the tip. The flames silently burned in the air, a spectacle for the three. Wang Xinghua was shocked. Force. You really are a martial warrior. But how did you become a martial warrior? It's been only days since you started practicing martial arts. He was still in disbelief. The main thing was Wang Ting's short training time. Everyone knew that martial arts was an arduous path. It was still manageable at the martial disciple stages, but many people were unable to step over the threshold to become martial warriors. Now, Wang Ting had already taken that step. This jump was a little too fast, though. Are you telling us that the obstacles are fake? Wang Xinghua suddenly remembered the dead silent Iron Fist clan. Did this child? Never mind, he has already become a martial warrior, so I can't judge his actions like that of a normal person. Also, those people were bad too. Will you believe me if I tell you that I met an old man who reluctantly took me in as his disciple because he noticed that I'm extremely talented in martial arts? He imparted a formidable skill to me. That's how I improved so quickly. Wang Ting ate and smoked at the same time. This child is spouting nonsense again. Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him. Wang Xinghua was speechless too. He obviously didn't believe his son. There's only one explanation then. I'm extremely gifted, said Wang Ting helplessly. Indeed, my son is a genius. As expected of my son, Wang Xinghua nodded with a proud expression. What do you mean by your son? Didn't he come out of my womb? Li Xiaomei refused to admit defeat. She glared at her husband and continued, without my outstanding bloodline, how can the Wang family have such a gifted child? Wang Ting looked at the couple as they boasted about their outstanding bloodlines. They even pulled out their ancestors as examples. One said that their Li family had groomed a powerful official in the past, while the other reasoned that their Wang family had an amazing general ancestor. No one knew if they were speaking the truth, but Wang Ting felt that the system would definitely be unhappy. You take all the credit. What am I? The breakfast was lively. Li Xiaomei took the chance to tell Wang Xinghua what happened in the company in the past few days. Bao Ziqing, that coward. He doesn't even dare to make a sound in front of me. Yet, the moment something happened to me, he sprung out like a toad and caused trouble. It looks like I have to settle the accounts with him once and for all. Wang Xinghua wasn't easy to bully. This time, he was really angered by those people, so some upheaval in the company was to be expected. Jia Guiran too. I treated him so well. I promoted him and gave him shares, but he was helping others under the table to destroy our company. That ungrateful fellow. When he talked about Jia Guiran, Wang Xinghua felt even more furious. The feeling of getting betrayed was stifling and uncomfortable. It was as if something was pressing down on his heart. Forget it. Don't get too angry. At least our son managed to salvage the situation. You don't know how frightened everyone was at that time. They didn't even dare to let out a peep. Also, this time, there are gains for us too. We were able to see their true natures and know who's trustworthy and who's not, Li Xiaomei said. You're right. This is a good chance to clean up the people in the company. They have pulled many of their relatives over throughout the years, so the employees are diverse and jumbled. We can kick out useless people and get some fresh blood in. Wang Xinghua nodded in agreement. They chatted casually for some time before going back to rest. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei hadn't slept properly for many days, so they were spent. If they didn't rest soon, their bodies would collapse. In the noon, Wang Ting woke up. He laid on his bed and felt a little absent-minded. Sigh. He couldn't help but heave a long sigh. So many things had happened recently, one after another. He couldn't even have the time to rest and experience the joy of carefreely picking up a tribute. He climbed down from his bed and pulled the curtains open. Sunlight shone into the room. It was a little glaring. He squinted his eyes unconsciously. Speaking of attributes, when he killed the members of the Iron Fist clan, he had picked up quite a lot of attribute. Spirit *3 Enlightenment *1. 5 now, his enlightenment had reached 98. 5, and his spirit was at 95. They were both close to 100. Wang Ting suddenly felt excited. What changes would occur when these two attributes hit 100? As for the rest, they were mostly strength and speed attribute. After all, those people were just martial disciples. Most of them used blade skills, sword skills, fist skills, and other basic battle technique. Wang Ting had already reached the peak for these skills, so no related attributes would drop anymore. But there was one thing that surprised Wang Ting. Killing people would give blank attributes too. Blank attribute *8. These were the blank attributes the members of the Iron Fist clan had contributed with their death. It was little, but Wang Ting still appreciated it. They are all good people. He had 35 blank attributes now. He contemplated for a moment and decided to save them. Ever since I was young, my teachers taught us the good habit of saving. As for his spirit and enlightenment, he could go to the mental hospital and the martial arts academy to gather them. He only needed a few points to reach 100. It wasn't that difficult. He scanned the attributes panel again before going downstairs. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua had already woken up. "Dad, Mom, why are you awake? Why don't you sleep more?" asked Wang Ting. "We're getting old, so we can't sleep too long," Wang Xinghua replied. "Old people." Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and teased them. "Get off." "That's right, your mom is still young," Li Xiaomei said as she walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. "I'm talking about Dad. Mom, you're forever 18, Wang Ting flattered her. "You use the word old so smoothly. I don't believe you." Li Xiaomei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Wang Ting was speechless. He was used to calling them this way, but his mother still found faults in his words. As expected, women were all narrow-minded. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Wang Xinghua laughed secretly. "Oh right, your martial arts exam results should be out, right?" He suddenly remembered this and asked Wang Ting. At first, he didn't have any hope, but Wang Ting had suddenly become a martial warrior. In that case, the martial arts exam was a piece of cake for him. If he didn't top the assessment, he couldn't explain his martial warrior's ability. The top student, no matter how successful he was as a businessman, achieving the first position of the cohort was still something that would bring glory to their family and ancestors. It should be out today. Wang Ting almost forgot about it. "What do you mean by should? If you aren't certain, hurry up and call your head teacher." Wang Xinghua was speechless. "All right. I'll call and ask my classmate." He called Lin Chuhan and asked her for the time. He confirmed that the results would be out at noon. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 11:48 am. There were still 12 minutes left. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei could only wait anxiously. Chapter 94. Caught and cut into pieces for research in the living room. "Son, the time is here. Hurry up and enter your examination identity number." Wang Xinghua kept staring at the clock for a long time. The instant the second hand jumped to 12 o'clock, he urged Wang Ting. "Dad, is there a need to be so anxious?" Wang Ting didn't know what to say. There was a laptop placed in front of him, and the login page was already opened on the screen. All that was left was to enter the examination identity number. "Hey, move to the side. I'll do it." Li Xiaomei was even more impatient than Wang Xinghua. She pushed Wang Ting away and took his identity card to enter the number. After verifying the information, she clicked the Submit button. Language: 136 Math, 141 English, 143 Level Inspection, Extreme Martial Disciple, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, Actual, Martial Arts Written, 145, out of 150, Actual Combat Assessment, 100 plus 20, out of 100. When they saw the information on the screen, Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei weren't able to speak for a long time. Then, Li Xiumei logged out and logged in again. This time, she rechecked Wang Ting's identity number and made sure that it was the same before she clicked the Submit button. The results didn't change. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Wang Xinghua said, "Log in again. I'll do it this time." Li Xiumei passed the identity card to him and moved away from the seat. She allowed Wang Xinghua to operate the laptop. Wang Ting. The two of them logged in 3 times, but Wang Ting's result didn't change at all. The numbers were still the same as before. "This is enough. Am I even your biological son? I just scored a little better, but you don't believe me at all." Wang Ting rolled his eyes when he saw that they were still at it. He looked at them with an extremely hurt expression. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei smiled awkwardly. They suddenly felt that they had indeed gone a little overboard there. "Son, you can't blame us. Your results are hard to decipher," Wang Xinghua exclaimed. "Also, how did you manage to score so well? I never saw you studying. Tell me, did you see the exam questions beforehand?" Li Xiumei leaned forward and asked him mysteriously. "Seriously? Will I be able to know the questions for the university entrance exam so easily?" Wang Ting felt helpless. He had predicted this, though, so he could only explain patiently. "After I started practicing martial arts, especially after I became a martial warrior, I felt that my brain started to work better and better, and my memory increased. I'm able to memorize any information after reading it a few times. My brain spins furiously now. This is one of my secrets. Don't tell anyone about it. If I get caught and get cut into pieces for research, you will lose a genius son." He purposely sounded more serious because he hoped that his parents would cooperate with him and help him lie to outsiders. "Pfft, what do you mean by getting cut for research? You love to talk nonsense," Li Xiumei said angrily. "I think I've heard of a situation like yours before. Your brain started getting clearer, probably due to the increase in spiritual power. Oh right, someone's daughter participated in the martial arts exam 2 years ago and astounded the crowd with her unexpected result." Wang Xinghua thought for a moment before touching his chin and opening his mouth. "Spiritual power?" Wang Ting repeated the words. He wondered if spiritual power had anything to do with spirit. This thing sounds a little unreliable and magical. I'm not clear on the details, but I heard that there are very few people who are born with spiritual power. They are all special talents, Wang Xinghua said confidently. It seemed that he had only heard of rumors regarding this thing. That means that our son's condition isn't a huge secret. He might even be the special talent you mentioned. Li Xiumei heaved a sigh of relief. "That's right. However, before we ascertain the facts, let's not announce it to everyone. Let Little Ting take care of his matter himself," Wang Xinghua said. Li Xiumei nodded. She looked at the results on the screen and smiled uncontrollably. "Our son's ability will probably scare a lot of people. Haha, they should be scared. I will show everyone that my son isn't worse than anyone. He is even more outstanding than the self-proclaimed geniuses out there." Wang Xinghua felt relieved and exceptionally proud. However, he didn't lose his cool. He continued, "But we must tell other people that our little Ting is very hard-working at home. That way, it won't sound so astonishing." "That's right. If he's too outstanding, he might be caught and cut into pieces for research. His brain has finally started spinning faster. It'd be a waste if it was cut." Li Xiumei nodded in agreement as she rubbed Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting. This feeling wasn't good. However, His parents ignored him and continued complimenting the results on the laptop screen. They couldn't get enough of it. "Son, what's wrong with the result of your level inspection and your actual combat assessment?" Wang Xinghua asked curiously. "During the level inspection, I only displayed the power of an extreme martial disciple, but during the actual combat assessment, I released my true ability as a martial warrior. Governor Jiang saw it, so that might be why they added a bracket behind the result," Wang Ting explained. "You even met Governor Jiang?" Wang Xinghua was flabbergasted. "That's right. Oh my God, your face is even bigger than your dad's. I have never seen Governor Jiang before," Wang Xinghua lamented in envy. "Old Wang, yours is too low. Let me bring you out to see the world when I'm free." Wang Ting patted Wang Shengguo's shoulder like an elder. "Get off me, you little brat. Why are you laughing at your dad?" Wang Shenghua slapped his hand away angrily. Then, he continued asking, "Why about your actual combat assessment result? The total score is 100, but you got an additional 20 points." Wang Ting touched his chin. He guessed, maybe they added additional points because I killed a star beast. Actually, he wasn't sure either. Star beast! Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei exclaimed. "Why is there a star beast during the actual combat assessment?" "An accident." Wang Ting smiled awkwardly and told the whole story. "Oh my God, it looks like many examinees were killed. I didn't expect the actual combat assessment to be so dangerous. Are you hurt?" Li Xiaomei was filled with worry when she finished listening to Wang Ting. "I'm fine. Look at me. That was just an accident. In the past few years, the examinees only got injured. No one died." Wang Ting hurriedly consoled his mother. "That's good," Wang Xinghua chimed in from the side. At this moment, Wang Ting's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Chuhan. He picked up the call. "Hello, class monitor. How is your result?" "Wang Ting, I passed. I actually got 80 for my actual combat assessment. 80 points, do you know that I scored 80? Lin Chuhan's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. This was the first time Wang Ting saw her losing her composure. Wang Ting was stunned too. Lin Chuhan had only managed to kill 5 mutated beasts, and 4 of them were even low level. Only one was a middle-level mutated beast. Also, she didn't rely on her ability to kill them. Her method could be considered a little scheming. But she managed to achieve good result. It seemed that this result wasn't just based on the number of mutated beasts one killed. There were also other elements involved. Chapter 95. Pfft, shameless. Wang Ting felt happy for Lin Chuhan too. Getting into the martial arts course was her goal. With her points, she would surely enter a good university. "What about your other subjects?" asked Wang Ting. Language 138, Math 143, English 146, Martial Arts Written 148. "Oh my God, you must be cheating." Wang Ting was sincerely astounded. Lin Chuhan's results were even higher than his. He didn't put in his entire effort, but he did cheat. However, Lin Chuhan could be on par with a cheater like him. If she wasn't a bug, what was she? On the other side, Lin Chuhan instantly felt speechless. But she could tell that Wang Ting was amazed by her result. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Although you are powerful, the results of my general papers are much higher than yours," she asked. "How about you? How much did you score?" Language 136, Math 141, English 143, Martial Arts Written 145. Lin Chuhan's jaws dropped as Wang Ting told her the results of his exam one by one. After some time, she finally said, "You are the cheater." At first, she thought she would be able to beat him with her general paper results since the gap between their abilities was too huge. That way, she could gain back some standing ground. In the end, she was the one who thought too much. This result didn't make any sense. Wang Ting could imagine Lin Chuhan's flabbergasted expression. He laughed uncontrollably. "How did you do your papers?" No, I'm not suspecting you. I just feel that you never study normally, so how can you score so well during the exam? Lin Chuhan asked. That's simple. I'm a genius. Wang Ting replied shamelessly. Genius is not enough to describe you. You are a monster. Lin Chuhan complained. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh right, what's the score for your actual combat assessment? It must be very high, right? Lin Chuhan asked again curiously. Full marks, indeed you are a monster. You are able to score full marks in the actual combat assessment. Wang Ting, you amaze me, Lin Chuhan exclaimed. With an additional 20 points, Wang Ting continued. Lin Chuhan didn't know what to say anymore. Her words were stuck in her throat for a long time before they came out of her mouth. She asked, What the hell are additional points? And you got 20. Sigh, it can't be helped. I can't hide how outstanding I am. The examiner just had to give me 20 additional points, Wang Ting said in a helpless tone. Lin Chuhan was full of respect for Wang Ting's shamelessness. Normal people's skin couldn't be so thick. Pfft, you're so thick-skinned. Lin Chuhan hung up the call in frustration. When she saw her results, she wanted to share her joy with Wang Ting for some reason. However, after sharing her joy, all she got back was a basket of frustration and stimulation. This fellow was infuriating. The moment Wang Ting put down his phone, it rang again. This time, it was Yang Jian. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, guess how much I scored for my actual combat assessment? The moment he picked up the call, Yang Jian's duck-like laughter came from the other side of the phone. 65. Wang Ting picked a number casually. How did you know? Yang Jian's laughter stopped abruptly. He sounded as though he had seen a ghost. Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't expect to hit the jackpot, either. He was just making a casual guess. What's so good about scoring 65 points? Why do you have to laugh so happily? Wang Ting pretended to look down on him. F***K Wang Ting, the wearer knows best where the shoe pinches. I'm delighted with my marks. At least I'm able to get into the martial arts course. Yang Jian was pretty satisfied with his score. He continued, How's your assessment? When Wang Ting listed out his score, the other party turned silent. Boss, you are impressive. I should get going beep beep beep. He directly hung up the call. Yang Jian was very satisfied with his results, but comparisons were always scary. Whenever there was a comparison, someone would be hurt. The harm that Wang Ting's result had on him could be calculated by the tons. Was the first caller a female student? The moment Wang Ting hung up, Li Xiumei, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned over and asked ambiguously. Wang Ting got a fright. He patted his chest and said guiltily, It's my table buddy. Is it the one that your dad asked Mr. Fan to arrange for you? What's her name? Lin. Lin something. She's very pretty and outstanding. Li Ziyumia's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Xinghua looked over too. The expression on his face was the same as Li Ziyumia's. Wang Ting knew that something bad was about to happen. He forgot that his parents knew about Lin Chuhan being his table buddy. In the end, he could only summon up his courage and reply, Her name is Lin Chuhan. Oh right, Lin Chuhan. Her name sounds pretty too. Li Xiumei complimented. Then, she chuckled and said, Son, it looks like your relationship with her is not bad. Mom, what are you thinking? We have been table buddies for so long. It's normal for us to have a good relationship, Wang Ting explained. I understand. It's good that your relationship with her is good. Ask her to come to our house to play someday. Mom will make good food for y'all. Li Xiumei didn't continue probing. However, the expression on her face made Wang Ting feel numb. He felt that his mother was hatching a plot. Wang Ting immediately turned on his vigilance. At this moment, his phone rang again. After that, Bai Wei, Su Jie, and his other friends called him to ask about his results one after another. When they knew that he was able to get into a top martial arts university, they congratulated him. They decided to find a time to come out and celebrate. Wang Ting agreed readily. After a few calls, Wang Ting let out a huge sigh. Your exam has ended, so you should go out and meet your friends adequately. But, the most important thing you have to do is to consider which university you want to apply to. With your results, you will be able to get into the first university if you apply for it, said Wang Xinghua. I haven't thought of the university I want to go to. Actually, our Donghai University is the number 3 university in the country. It's a good choice too, and it's closer to home, Wang Ting said. Have you considered military academies? Wang Xinghua nodded and continued asking. There are many restrictions in the military academies. I don't know if it's suitable for me. Wang Ting was a little hesitant. As the two of them were speaking, the doorbell rang. "I'll open the door." Li Xiaomei stood up and walked to the main door. When she opened the door, she was surprised by the visitors. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, why are you here?" "Ha ha ha, the top scholar of the martial arts exam is from our school, so I'm here to congratulate you," Principal Yu smiled and said. "Top scholar for the martial arts exam? Our little Ting is the top scholar for the martial arts exam?" Li Xiaomei was astounded and elated when she heard this news. Wang Xinghua hurriedly got up and welcomed them. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, come in. Please come in." "Ha, we came without informing you. Sorry to disturb you." Principal Yu and Mr. Fan walked in. There was a whole bunch of school leaders behind them. The scale was so large that people might think they were here to cause a ruckus. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan," Wang Ting got up and greeted them. "Little Ting, go and take out my tea leaves from the third layer of the cabinet in the kitchen," Wang Xinghua said to Wang Ting as he called the leaders to take a seat. "Mr. Wang, you have a good son." Principal Yu praised Wang Ting, who was going to the kitchen to take the tea leaves, with a huge smile on his face. Chapter 96. Dark Ice Stone. The tea was soon served. Wang Xinghua and the school leaders chatted casually with one another while Wang Ting sat at the side with a bored expression. The atmosphere was very lively. Principal Yu and the other leaders didn't put on their stern and fierce expressions this time. Instead, they were all smiling amiably and throwing all kinds of praises on Wang Ting as though they were free, which they were. Incomparably talented, dignified-looking, promising future. They were commending him in all kinds of ways. It was amazing how they could come up with so many phrases. They were indeed well educated. After chatting about unrelated things for some time, Principal Yu turned and said to Wang Ting, "Wang Ting, have you decided which university you want to apply to?" "We were just discussing this a moment ago," Wang Xinghua smiled and said. "I haven't made my decision yet." Wang Ting shook his head. "You can slowly think about it. With your results, you can choose any school in the country anyway. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the teachers in school. They have been in the education industry for many years, so they are experienced in applying for universities," Principal Yu said kindly. "Okay, I will." "Thank you, Principal," Wang Ting replied. "Oh right, do you still remember the rewards I mentioned the other time?" Principal Yu smiled and asked. Wang Ting immediately got excited. He sniggered and replied, "Of course. You little brat." Principal Yu pointed at him and laughed. Then, he took out a few items and placed them on the table. "Take a look at it. These are all for you." The items were laid out in a single row on the table. There was a small black string pouch, a small jade bottle, and finally, a box that was slightly smaller than a palm. Wang Ting studied all 3 of them. Principal Yu smiled and said, "Open them and take a look." Wang Ting didn't act polite anymore. He opened the black pouch first. There were 10 small crystals the size of a thumb inside, all glittering brightly. These crystals were ice blue, and they looked as if they were made by congregating natural ice crystals. They shone brightly under the lamp. "These are energy stones," Principal Yu said. "I heard that you are an ice element martial warrior. I especially asked someone to find 10 Ice Element Yellow Rank low-class energy stones for you. You can use them for your personal cultivation and other things. Ice Element Martial Warrior. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei exchanged glances when they heard this. They were puzzled. Wasn't Wang Ting a Fire Element Martial Warrior? But this wasn't the time to probe further. They could only suppress their curiosity in their hearts. "Principal, you're so thoughtful," Wang Ting exclaimed uncontrollably. Then, he opened the small jade bottle. 3 dark blue pills rolled out from the bottle. When these small pills landed on his palm, a cool and refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose and made him feel invigorated. This is Ice Spiritual Dan. It's an Ice Element Spiritual Dan, and it's first-class low rank. It can help with your cultivation. Principal Yu introduced the Spiritual Dan to him. Another Ice Element. Wang Ting felt that Principal Yu was an interesting guy. Once he knew that he was an Ice Element Martial Warrior, he immediately prepared all these Ice Element items useful for Ice Element Martial Warriors. Although they were rewards, he more or less owed him a favor. Principal Yu opened his mouth again. "If you're not in a hurry to use them, you can keep them in the jade bottle to prevent their effects from dissipating." Wang Ting nodded. He placed the 3 pills back into the small jade bottle. The last one was the black box. This must be the mysterious gift Principal Yu was talking about. He wondered what was inside. He was already satisfied with the first 2 rewards, so he couldn't help but look forward to the 3rd reward. This box was around the size of his palm. Wang Ting opened the box and noticed a pitch-black stone sitting in the middle. A bone-piercing chill was exuding from the stone. "What is this?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "Dark Ice Stone." Principal Yu slowly said these 3 words, as if the dark ice stone was some precious treasure. A faint boastful aura could be felt from his expression. Unfortunately, no one present had heard of this before. Wang Ting was also looking at him in a daze. He was boasting to a bunch of people who didn't understand him at all. Principal Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "This dark ice stone is an Ice Element heavenly treasure. I accidentally got hold of it. It can be used to forge weapons. Speaking about it, it's a real coincidence. You're an Ice Element Martial Warrior, so this is just right for you." "It's too small." Wang Ting didn't know how precious the dark ice stone was, so he complained softly when he saw its small size. Cough, cough. Principal Yu coughed awkwardly. "I only have this small dark ice stone. It's indeed a little small, but you can supplement it with other materials. I'm sure that the quality of the weapon forged will increase exponentially. If this dark ice stone wasn't so small that it couldn't forge a complete weapon, it would be impossible to evaluate its value. Principal, you wouldn't have given it to other people either." Wang Ting furrowed his brows. He felt that this item was quite useless. Based on Principal Yes' statement, this stone was very precious. But, since it was small, its value was heavily discounted. It couldn't be used to forge a complete weapon, and it might not be suitable to act as a supplement material. After all, forging weapons wasn't just combining a bunch of different materials casually. You needed to melt the materials that complemented one another. There might be conflicts between some materials, or their compatibility might not be high. Especially for a rare material like the dark ice stone, finding highly compatible material with it was going to be a hassle. When Principal Yu noticed Wang Ting's lack of reaction for a long time, he knew that he might not have liked the reward. Hence, he said, "If you don't want this dark ice stone, I can change it for you." Wang Ting smiled calmly. "I like it. I'll take this. There's no need to change." As he spoke, he kept the dark ice stone. Looking at the two rewards, he could tell that Principal Yu had put much effort into this. For a top scholar of the martial arts exam, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School had personally put in the effort to prepare these rewards that were suitable for him. Wang Ting was very grateful. Principal Yu immediately smiled happily when he saw Wang Ting accepting the gift. The rewards weren't just encouragement for the outstanding student. It was an investment too. An investment in their future. Thus, if they achieved good results when they grew up, they would naturally repay their old school. He had high hopes for Wang Ting. If Wang Ting didn't like the dark ice stone, the effects of these rewards would be heavily discounted. You couldn't say that he was flattering a student even though he was the principal of Donghai No. 1. He just knew that if he missed such an outstanding student, he would regret it. Wang Ting was already a martial warrior. His achievements in the future were unimaginable. When the time came, if he was willing to give back to his old school, the repayment would exceed his rewards greatly. It's good that you like it. I have given my rewards. I will not be disturbing you anymore. Principal Yu got up and prepared to leave. Principal Yu, fellow teachers, why don't you sit for a while longer? Wang Xinghua urged them to stay. It's all right. Many things are waiting for me to settle in school, Principal Yu said tactfully. Thus, Wang Xinghua sent Principal Yu and the other leaders of the school, who came along, to the entrance. He watched as they drove their cars and left. His expression was a little complicated as he stood at the door. Chapter 97. Was the game not fun anymore, or was the alcohol not nice? After seeing Principal Yu and the school leaders off, Wang Xinghua stood at the door, a lot of emotions brewing inside him. Why are you standing here in a daze looking as though you can die without any regrets? Li Xiaomei popped her head out from his back and looked at him curiously. The atmosphere was destroyed in an instant. Wang Xinghua took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just walked into the living room in frustration. He saw Wang Ting examining the rewards on the table. He exclaimed, "These are not ordinary items at all. It looks like your principal put in a lot of effort this time. If our son was not outstanding enough, why would they gift him these precious items?" Li Xiaomei said proudly. Wang Ting ignored his parents' boasting. As their son, he felt that he shouldn't cruelly deprive them of the only joy left in their lives. He looked at the 3 items in front of him, especially the dark ice stone in the box. Principal Yu said that it was extremely precious, but he didn't have an exact idea of its value. It looks like I have to find some time to research it or ask someone who knows about it. Wang Ting kept the black stone. The family of 3 could finally sit down and have their meal. At the same time, in Jiang City, the news that the Iron Fist clan was annihilated couldn't stay hidden anymore. The members of the Iron Fist clan who were out to do business had gotten lucky and managed to escape the ordeal. When they returned to their headquarters, they noticed that the main entrance was wide open and the entire building was dead silent. Then, they saw the scene that they would never be able to remove from their memory. Gruesome. Corpses covered the entire floor with a fearful expression on their faces. They didn't die peacefully. The fortunate survivors were scared out of their wit. Some people wanted to look at the surveillance footage to find out what happened, but all the cameras were destroyed. No evidence was left behind. All the cash and expensive items had disappeared. The Iron Fist clan was left with an empty shell. That hostage was saved by someone. Could it be someone from his side? A person suddenly said. Whether it is or not, all the advanced stage martial disciples in the headquarters have been killed. Do you think we can regain our previous standing just by ourselves? Another person trembled with fear and said. Also, the news that the Iron Fist clan has been annihilated will spread soon. Our enemies won't let us go so easily. Where are those people from capital Xia? They have a martial warrior among them. If it's really done by the hostages' men, the plight of our Iron Fist clan is all caused by them. Are you planning to find them for revenge? Someone sneered. Let's disperse. The Iron Fist clan no longer exists, someone said weakly. Everyone's gazes landed on that guy. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just making a casual suggestion. Don't look at me. Let's disperse. Right, let's disperse. Goodbye, everyone. I hope that I won't see any of you again in the future." Everyone scattered in an instant. They left without showing any signs of hesitation. Only the person who came up with the suggestion was left standing on the spot in a daze. The Iron Fist clan is gone. In a hotel's luxurious presidential suite in Jiang City, a man spoke. In front of this middle-aged man, a 20-years-old young man with short hair was sitting on a chair. He was wearing a bathrobe and swirling the wine glass in his hand. The red wine in the glass spun lightly. The young man said calmly, "Oh, I made a trip personally. Almost everyone was killed with a single blow, including the advanced stage martial disciples. The boss of the Iron Fist clan is also gone. However, there are burnt marks found at the scene," the middle-aged man continued. "Martial warrior? Fire element martial warrior?" The young man raised his eyebrows. He finished the red wine in his hand in a single gulp. "That is my guess too," the middle-aged man nodded and replied. "Pfft, let's go back to Capital Xia. Let other people take care of these miscellaneous things. I'm irritated." The young man stretched his back and scoffed. "Aren't you going to act?" the middle-aged man asked. "I said that I'm going back to Capital Xia," the young man said coldly. "Yes." Wang Ting didn't know the scenes going on in Jiang City. Regarding Wang Shengguo's predicament, he knew from the boss of the Iron Fist clan that the other party was from Capital Xia. In his previous life, the people that had wiped the Wang family were from Capital Xia too. Although the timing wasn't right, it was most likely the same people. This was the martial arts era, and there was a martial warrior on the opposite side. That made sense. Based on how powerful they would definitely have a martial warrior. In front of them, the Wang family was as weak as an ant. But he was the variable. Now, Wang Ting was the top scholar of the martial arts exam. Even Governor Jiang knew who he was. The other party wouldn't dare to touch the Wang family easily. The Wang family wouldn't have any life-threatening danger in Donghai. If not, the headlines the next day would be, "The top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai got exterminated?" This wasn't just a slap to Donghai's face. It was a challenge to the authority of China's law. No matter how powerful the other party was, they couldn't act without any fear. Hence, the Wang family was temporarily safe. However, he still needed to guard against the other party's secret act. As long as it was within the rules, these acts were allowed. The Wang family wasn't able to evade it. Wang Shengguo and Wang Ting's grandfather were all wily old foxes in the business world. Naturally, they wouldn't sit and wait for their enemies to look for them without making any preparations. Wang Ting didn't have to worry about the company. Now, what he needed to do was to increase his capabilities as fast as possible. If he was powerful enough, he could kill all his enemies with a single slash of his sword. The only thing that Wang Ting couldn't understand was how the Wang family managed to provoke those people. After all, the other party had a huge and powerful background. He asked Wang Shengguo the same question before, but his father didn't know the answer. He was kidnapped for no reason, so he was utterly confused too. At this moment, Wang Ting met Su Jie and his other friends in a quiet bar. There were beers, fruit juices, and all kinds of snacks on the table. They were all chatting and laughing. "Top scholar for the martial arts exam," suddenly, Su Jie shouted in surprise. The three of them stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. Before this, they had heard that his result was not bad, but they only knew that he was the top scholar now. For a moment, they just stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Wang Ting was already used to this kind of reaction. Everyone who heard the piece of news for the first time would be dumbstruck. He was a failure. Fortunately, the system didn't abandon him. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. He started eating snacks all alone and let the trio continue their astonishment. After they regained their senses, they would continue the conversation. A few minutes later, the three people finally snapped back to their senses. "Congratulations, brother Wang Ting. Su Jie said in a complicated tone. In the past, they were all useless and cocky-rich second generations in other people's eyes. But now, Wang Ting had soared up into the sky with one leap. Su Jie felt hurt. Wasn't it good to stay together like a loving family and fail the exam together? Was the game not fun anymore, or was the wine not nice? Why did he need to immerse himself in his studies? Why did he become the star student that he always hated? Su Jie started doubting his life. The lonely feeling of being abandoned engulfed his entire body, and a dark gray aura spread around him. Wang Ting. By way. You how? Chapter 98. Life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now. The stimulation to Su Jie wasn't light. For some time, he felt poor in spirit. He had already decided to repeat his year 3 and practice his martial arts properly. He must take the martial arts exam next year. He wasn't unhappy that Wang Ting managed to pass. He was just a little envious. Actually, he had predicted this result beforehand. After all, Wang Ting had already displayed the ability of an advanced stage martial disciple in front of him. But, this time, Wang Ting scored a little too well, so well that he started doubting his life. Their results used to be equal. Now, one had to repeat his year, while the other managed to get into a university. Even so, he still had the hope that he would catch up with him, and not lag too far behind. However, if Wang Ting got into a university like the first university, he knew that no matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to catch up. The distance caused him to feel despair. Brother Wang Ting, you're really a monster. I don't dare to compare myself to you. Su Jie sighed and took a huge swig of beer. Don't think like that. If you don't compare, how do you know that you won't be able to beat me? Wang Ting said. Su Jie thought that Wang Ting was consoling him and felt a little happy. But, unexpectedly, Wang Ting continued, you will only know that you can't win after you have compared. Su Jie. You don't have to console me, but why are you hurting me? Can we still be good friends? Only friends will tell you the truth. Trust me, life isn't just about resigning to circumstances now. There's also resignation to fate in the future, Wang Ting said. Pfft. Bai Wei spat out a mouth of fruit juice when she heard this sentence. Yu Hao choked and coughed without stopping. Brother Wang Ting, the saying goes like this. Life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now, there's also poetry and the future. Bai Wei rolled her eyes at Wang Ting. Why didn't she notice how cheeky he was in the past? Comforting Su Jie. After all, there are many stimulations in life. He needs to get used to them earlier. After a few shocks, you will get used to them, Wang Ting said. There was a ball of air stuck in Su Jie's chest. He felt extremely frustrated. His pupils moved, and he suddenly said, My sister is coming back soon. What? This time, it was Wang Ting's turn to put on an ugly expression. His face changed immediately. It was quite interesting to watch. Su Jie smiled naughtily. Sister Su Hui is back? Bai Wei was pleasantly surprised. That female devil. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. Su Hui was Su Jie's older sister. They had known each other since they were children, but the memories weren't very good. Anyone who got their pants taken off and their little bird flicked when they were a child wouldn't have any fond memory about it. No, he must stay as far away from her as possible. He mustn't let the devil see him. If not, he couldn't predict what she might do. Brother Wang Ting, my sister has always been talking about you. She even said that after she returns, she must drag you out for a meetup, Su Jie said. Bai Wei and Yu Hao sniggered at the side. They never had this kind of treatment before. Su Hui always treated Wang Ting exceptionally well. In reality, she always tormented him. Wang Ting's face turned green. I'm not free. Tell her that I'm not free. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. I can't make the decision. If she goes to your house to look for you, I can't help you. Su Jie shrugged. Oh shit. Wang Ting said in frustration. I don't have shit, but I have an older sister. Su Jie smiled evilly. He felt that he had finally gained some of his ego back. He felt comfortable for some reason. He had no pressure betraying his older sister. Bai Wei and Yu Hao burst out laughing. It was hard to make Wang Ting suffer a setback. This kind of interesting scene rarely occurred. After fooling around for some time, Bai Wei asked, I heard that Sister Su Hui has already reached the peak of an advanced stage martial disciple. Is she at her breakthrough now? She successfully advanced to martial warrior half a month ago. Su Jie was a little proud. He said enthusiastically, after she comes back this time, I plan to ask her to train me properly. I don't have much hope of becoming an advanced stage martial disciple, but I must become an intermediate stage martial disciple. Martial warrior. Wang Ting was a little surprised. His memory of Su Hui stopped at his past life. He didn't expect the female devil to be a martial warrior in this life. Damn it, she would be harder to deal with. This was what he was thinking, but he said, with a martial warrior guiding you and the resources your family is putting on you, there's a high chance that you will become an intermediate stage martial disciple within a year. I hope so. When my dad heard that I wanted to practice martial arts, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for an entire night. He even decided to take out his private savings to sponsor me. Su Jie smiled and said. Wang Ting gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Su is amazing. He's able to have a private stash under the eyes of your mom. Cough, cough. Su Jie was caught between laughter and tears. Your point of concern is a little off. Su Jie, we can practice together. After Sister Su Hui comes back, can you ask her to teach me too? Yu Hao said in anticipation. This is a small matter. You can just come to my house in the future, Su Jie said generously. Bai Wei listened to them discussing martial arts at the side. Suddenly, she felt a little depressed. Even Su Jie had a target. What about her? Wang Ting would be entering university soon as the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He would definitely soar higher in the future. Would she only be able to watch him fly? Bai Wei questioned her own heart. For a second, she was speechless. They chatted until late at night. Wang Ting only returned home past 11 p.m. He took a bath and directly hit the bed. His spirit was close to 100. Wang Ting planned to go to the mental hospital and collect another round of attribute. However, it was hard to sneak into the mental hospital in the day, so he could only secretly enter after midnight. But his university entrance exam had just ended. It was a rare relaxing moment for him, so he decided to wait for a few days first. The mental hospital wouldn't run away. A silent night. The next day, Wang Ting went to the house he had rented in the university town. The crow eggs still looked the same. There were no signs of hatching at all. He sent a WeChat message to the beautiful shop owner, Lu Jiqing, whom he met at the pet shop. Lu Jiqing, it's normal. Don't worry. The oviparous animals now have a more complicated hatching process after being influenced by force. Their developmental cycle is longer. Wang Ting pondered for a moment. Normal animals were already like this, much less the egg of a star beast. It was reasonable that its hatching process would be longer. He decided to let it take its time. Wang Ting, all right. Thank you. Wang Ting replied with a WeChat message to express his gratitude. Lu Jiqing, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't saved me in the past, I would definitely have gotten hurt. Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment before she sent the next message. Lu Jiqing, are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. Wang Ting, there's no need for that. Anyone else will do the same thing. Wang Ting felt embarrassed. If the other party knew that the giant crow came to Donghai because of him and everything that happened after that was his fault, how would she feel? Lu Jiqing, there's a need for it. If you don't let me treat you, this will always be on my mind. Lu Jiqing's tone seemed serious. Wang Ting, all right, you can tell me the address and the time. We'll meet and have a casual meal. There's no need to spend too much. Wang Ting felt helpless, but he still agreed. This beautiful sister was a little straightforward, but since she was a beauty, he could feast his eyes. It would be a waste if he didn't go for the meal. Lu Jiqing, all right, it's decided then. Lu Jiqing hurriedly sent the time and the address over. She seemed to have prepared it long ago. Yida Plaza. Wang Ting looked at the address and the time. It was good for him. He replied, "Okay, I will be on time." Chapter 99. The offer from the top 3 martial arts academies. In the afternoon, Wang Ting arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant as planned on the 4th floor of Yida Plaza. He scanned the restaurant and saw Lu Jiqing waving at him. He nodded at her and walked over. Wang Ting said, "Why are you so early?" "I'm the one treating, so I have to come early." Lu Jiqing pulled her hair back and smiled. "You're too polite. Actually, there's no need to do this. You also answered my queries on the incubation of eggs. Actually, I'll still have to trouble you in the future. Let's stop thanking each other. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. Come, let's take a look at the food first." Lu Jiqing passed the menu to Wang Ting. The two of them ordered some dishes. The service of this restaurant was fast. The dishes they ordered came continuously. Wang Ting and Lu Jiqing chatted as they ate the seafood. Suddenly, Wang Ting heard something and asked in surprise, "Do you know about mutated beasts and star beasts too?" "Yes. It's hard to do pet business now. More and more people are raising mutated beasts. They want to appear high class, so I also have to focus on high-class products related to mutated beasts and star beasts," Lu Jiqing said. "That's not easy. Mutated beasts and star beasts can be fatal. You are just a normal person. It will be hard for you to handle them." Wang Ting frowned. "I know. That's why I don't plan to sell large-sized mutated beasts. I'll target the small ones, and they can only be cubs. Actually, mutated beasts are similar to normal animals. If you start training them when they are cubs, they won't normally harm their master," Lu Jiqing replied. "Some are naturally ferocious. You need to be careful." Wang Ting didn't say much and just reminded her. "Okay, I will take note of it." Lu Jiqing nodded and smiled. Both of them enjoyed the meal. Wang Ting and Lu Jiqing's relationship got slightly closer. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now they could be considered friends. At least Wang Ting felt that he was able to look for Lu Jiqing and asked about incubation matters more comfortably now. "If you need any help in the future, you can look for me," Wang Ting said to Lu Jiqing before they parted. "All right, I won't be polite with you." Lu Jiqing smiled. She had already witnessed Wang Ting's ability, so she knew how important this connection was. After the two of them bade farewell, Wang Ting went back home. However, he didn't expect the atmosphere at home to be so strange. The 3 principals of the top 3 martial arts academies in Donghai were sitting in his living room right now, staring at each other awkwardly. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei sat at the side, looking at each other in silence. Donghai was one of the top few important cities in China. The principals of the top 3 martial arts academies were not only powerful, but they also held great influence. You could say that they were part of the upper echelon of Donghai. You could even say that they had control over the city. The status of the Wang family was nothing compared to them. It was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Hence, Wang Xinghua was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend any one of them. When they saw Wang Ting coming home, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Xinghua said, "My son is back. Why don't you all look for him?" He pushed the burden smoothly without any hesitation. Wang Ting immediately felt the gazes of the principals landing on him. They were so intense that it felt as though they wanted to peel off his skin. Cough cough. "Bosses, am not gay. Wang Ting, let's not beat around the bush. Today, the 3 of us have come for you. You can take a look at our conditions and make a decision." The principal of Leitang Martial House was an impatient guy. He couldn't accept indecisive people, so he was very straightforward. "That's right. A martial warrior should be decisive. Look at our proposals and choose your academy, Fu Tiandao agreed and said. He didn't mention that Wang Ting was already a martial disciple of Jisun martial house. After all, martial disciples and martial warriors were different. He wouldn't use this to confuse Wang Ting. Also, even if he was a martial warrior of Jisun martial house, he could still be snatched by other martial academies. Ultimately, it depended on everyone's conditions. The one who could give better conditions would be the winner. Wang Ting was the top scholar of the martial arts exam, and he had become a martial warrior at such a young age. The three principals were determined to get him. Talents were rare in the martial warriors' era. Incredible talents were even rarer. There were less than 10 people in China who were able to become martial warriors at his age. This was the sum of all the recent years combined. The most important thing was, most of these young people came from martial warrior families. They had ample resources with personal guidance from martial warriors. Wang Ting couldn't be compared with them. Also, he was able to kill a star beast not long after he became a martial warrior. Based on what they knew, only one or two of those talents were able to achieve this. Most of them just followed behind their seniors and gained experience. They didn't do much. This was why they had high hopes for Wang Ting's future. He had high potential and he was powerful. His background wasn't very complicated either. Who wouldn't like him? Thus, the three of them asked their superiors for the best conditions and benefits they could offer. Bargaining wouldn't work in this case. They immediately gave Wang Ting the best they could at the first meeting. It was a game of who was more daring. Wang Ting smiled when he saw them being so direct and giving the "we are very rich, you can ask for anything" expression. "Boss, have some tea." Wang Ting sat down in front of them and poured tea for them. Then, he asked the question he had in his mind: will there be a conflict between the martial arts academy and the school? Don't worry about this. The school is a public organization. It will not conflict with the interest of the martial arts academy. Even if you apply for a military college where the rules are stringent, we will let you prioritize your college. All these can be written in the proposal. Many powerful warriors in colleges and even the military have their names under our academy, Fu Tiandao explained. That's right. Jiang Hong and Gu Hufei nodded in agreement. Wang Ting nodded. He picked up the three proposals on the table and took a look. The names of the three martial arts academies were written on the top. He skipped the first proposal that Jisun Martial House prepared and looked at Leitang Martial House's proposal first. The principals of Leitang Martial House and Balian Martial House raised eyebrows immediately. This was unequal treatment. It was obvious that Wang Ting preferred Jisun Martial House. He read their proposals first and left the Jisun Martial House's proposal for the last. If the three proposals had similar content, Wang Ting would definitely choose Jisun Martial House. This was indeed the case. After all, Wang Ting had been training at Jisun Martial House for some time, so he was familiar with the environment there. Fu Tiandao saw Wang Ting picking up Jisun Martial House's proposal and reading it silently after he finished scrolling through the other two proposals. He raised his eyebrows at Jiang Hong and Gu Hufei. A confident and delighted smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Jiang Hong and Gu Hufei instantly had a bad feeling. Wang Ting finally finished reading all the proposals. He put down the proposals in his hand and sighed. Everyone's gaze landed on him. "How is it?" Wang Shenghua asked agitatedly. Actually, he really wanted to look at the content of the proposals. "Mr. Wang can take a look too." Fu Tiandao smiled and passed the proposals to him. After Wang Shenghua finished reading them, he knew that Wang Ting probably had already made his decision. If it was him, he would make the same decision too. "I choose Jisun Martial House." As expected, Wang Ting said his answer without any hesitation. Chapter 100. SSS Grade Proposal by Jisun Marshall House. I choose Jisun Marshall House. The moment Wang Ting finished speaking, the principals of Leitang Marshall House and Balian Marshall House turned silent. Fu Tiandao laughed loudly. Guys, thank you. Can we take a look at your proposal? Jiang Hong asked unwillingly. He needed to know why he lost. Gu Hafei looked at Fu Tiandao with the same expression. The three martial arts academies were competitors. Any lost talents were their loss. Please, Fu Tiandao said nonchalantly. The two principals instantly took Jisun Marshall House's proposal and leaned together. They read the proposal quickly. Fu Tiandao, you're insane. Jiang Hong's eyes turned wide with astonishment when he saw the proposal. Do you know what this proposal means? Gu Hafei couldn't help but ask. I gave this proposal to the headquarters, and our president approved it personally. That's how it got decided. What do you think? Do you accept defeat? Fu Tiandao asked. Your president approved it personally. You win. Impressive. The two of them exchanged glances. They could only show their respect. What was the difference? When they reported their proposal to the headquarters, they wasted much saliva before they finally managed to get this S-grade proposal. What about Jisun Marshall House? They immediately gave the highest level SSS grade proposal. The difference only seemed to be 2 levels, but it was a chasm. In their memories, the top 3 martial arts academies had only approved 23 SS grade proposals in the past few years. Now, these people were all powerful characters. All of them had the potential to reach the general stage. Actually, the principals also wanted to apply for the SS grade proposal for Wang Ting. They felt that Wang Ting had this potential. But the people above had their doubts. They felt that the future was full of accidents and probabilities. They should invest in talent, but they mustn't invest too much at once. Hence, they suggested giving him the S-grade proposal first. After he entered their martial arts academy, they would observe him for some time. If his performance was outstanding, they would consider changing his proposal to SS grade. Most of the talents that signed an SS grade proposal went through this route. Very few of them were offered SS grade proposals right away. As for SSS grade proposals, there were less than 5 of them. Those 5 people were all general stage martial warriors now. All of them were younger than 35 years old, so they would definitely become important pillars of China in the future. This was the difference. Jisun Marshall House gave Wang Ting an SSS grade proposal, while Leitang Marshall House and Balian Marshall House could only give an S-grade proposal. They appeared a little stingy in comparison. Jiang Hong and Gu Hafei felt a little dejected. They had no mood to compare anymore. That's vicious of you. But they still glared at Fu Tiandao. The two of them were a little embarrassed. They said to Wang Ting, "We're sorry for our proposals." They had witnessed Wang Ting's actual combat assessment personally and were confident about his future. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the decision alone. It was a pity that they missed this talent. You're being too polite. I'm grateful that you think so highly of me, Wang Ting replied hurriedly. The two principals felt much better because of Wang Ting's modesty. Fu Tiandao nodded his head secretly when he saw this scene at the side. Displaying his skills when he should and keeping humble at the right time, this was the indication of a good character. He was delighted with Wang Ting's performance. Since you have already made your decision, we won't disturb you anymore. The two of them got up and left. After sending them off, Wang Ting came back to the living room. Sign this proposal in case accidents happen, Fu Tiandao said. Principal Fu, do you have so much confidence in me? Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked him back. Haha, I'm not the only one who has confidence in you. Our president has high hopes for you too. You have been training in our martial arts academy. Don't think that you can hide it from me. Fu Tiandao smiled mysteriously. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. But you don't have to worry. Everyone has their secrets, especially martial warriors. They have even more secrets. Fu Tiandao seemed to know what he was thinking, so he reassured him indifferently. Wang Ting didn't say much. He signed his name on the proposal. Fu Tiandao nodded in satisfaction. He passed a black wristwatch to Wang Ting. This is the Force wristwatch invented by the martial warriors. It is made of a special material and won't get affected by water or fire. It can even withstand the attack from a martial warrior without breaking. Once you enter your personal information, you can log in to our Martial Arts Academy's internal web, GSIN. The $1 billion worth of resources mentioned in the proposal will be transferred into your account batch by batch. You can buy the resources you want from our Martial Arts Academy's internal web. But you must consider carefully. Don't waste this huge amount of money. If you fully utilize it, you can significantly enhance your skills. Also, you have 3 chances to seek guidance from our president. This is a rare opportunity. Many talents aren't able to get this chance. You should take advantage of it. Finally, this is the right to purchase a house in Deer Garden. The people living there are all family members of martial warriors. The Deer Garden is under the name of the top 3 martial arts academies, so the security there is very high. So far, no one has dared to create trouble there. I know that your family met some trouble recently, so if you move there, you won't have to worry about their safety. Wang Ting listened with rapt attention. These were all written in the proposal, but Fu Tiandao's reminder was worth pondering over. The offers were all generous, especially the last one. It was just what he wanted. If his parents moved to Deer Garden, he would feel more at ease too. Li Xiaomei hadn't looked at the proposal just now, so when she heard Fu Tiandao's explanation, she was flabbergasted. $1 billion worth of resources. Her son's assets had surpassed her husband's many years of hard work. It was hard not to be astounded. Were martial warriors all so wealthy? Wang Xinghua felt a little depressed. By right, getting surpassed by your son should be a happy thing. But this money was so easy to earn. It was so easy that it stimulated him greatly. However, the right to purchase a house at Deer Garden caused his eyes to light up too. A man was only able to move forward without worry if his family was safe. You will need to apply for your university tomorrow. Have you decided which one you want to go to? Fu Tiandao asked. Not yet. I looked at the cutoff point of the universities this year. I think you'll be able to get into all of them, said Wang Ting. After the result came out, all the schools had released their cutoff points immediately. The martial arts exam was different from the normal university entrance exam. For the normal university entrance exam, the cutoff points for the schools would only be released after the application process. Many students couldn't apply for the right universities and weren't able to get into the universities they wanted. It was a pity. As for the martial arts exam, the schools weren't the only ones choosing the students. The students were choosing the universities too. Thus, the cutoff points were released early. With your score, you won't have a problem entering any university. The problem is choosing the one that's most suitable for you. Your exam result has already been sent to all the top universities. As long as they are not blind, I believe that they will look for you soon. They might even look for you at your school tomorrow. Fu Tiandao smiled and said. That's so troublesome. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Principal, do you have any suggestions? Fu Tiandao smiled and replied, The resources, atmosphere, and ability of the teachers of the top few universities are all around the same. Resources are earned through competition. The more outstanding a person is, the more resources the country would distribute to him. Hence, good students never lack resources. In recent years, the Donghai University and the Huanghai Military College are inching their way up. There's not much difference between them and the first university. They were even able to beat the other universities in the martial arts grand competition a few times and claimed the championship. Comparing the military college and normal universities, military colleges are stricter. They have more control over the students' freedom, but there's an advantage. Fu Tiandao paused for a moment at this point. He only continued when he saw Wang Ting looking over. The military college is a quick route to gain power. If you are outstanding enough and you earn military exploits, you might be able to take charge of an army in the future. You will have great influence, especially in the Xingwu continent. I don't mind telling you that we are currently forming large troops. We need to send fresh troops there urgently. Chapter 101. I'm really ugly. The Xingwu continent. Wang Ting's expression changed a little. Ever since he became a martial warrior, he knew that he would have to go to the Xingwu continent sooner or later. I'll consider this carefully, he replied to Fu Tiandao. Okay. I do hope that you will stay in Donghai, whether it's for business or personal reasons. Donghai needs more powerful martial warriors. Fu Tiandao continued. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't give his answer immediately. Fu Tiandao didn't continue when he saw Wang Ting's reaction. He stood up and said, "After your application, there will be more than a month before your school starts. I will help you to look for a small martial warrior team in the Martial Arts Academy. You can join them later and head to the Xingwu continent." That's fast. Wang Ting was astounded. There's no time to waste on the path of martial arts. If you're a step faster, you will be many steps ahead of everyone else. Don't you want to widen this distance? Fu Tiandao smiled and asked. It was obvious that Fu Tiandao's words spoke right to Wang Ting's heart. He had already flung many people behind him. This was the best time to widen the distance between him and the rest. Also, as a cheater, it would be highly embarrassing if he was surpassed by someone else. Is the Xingwu continent dangerous? Wang Xingwu couldn't help but ask at the side. The instant he became a martial warrior, the danger will always follow him. He will never be able to get rid of it unless he becomes invincible. At that time, there will be no dangers anymore. Fu Tiandao looked at Wang Xingwu. He didn't console him. Instead, he told him the truth rather than giving him false hope. He also asked him in a meaningful tone, "Will there be no danger if he doesn't become a martial warrior?" Wang Xingwu immediately recalled his recent experience. If Wang Ting wasn't a martial warrior, his situation would have been worse. The Wang family might be suffering a huge crisis now. Danger was always relative. They were never safe. With his experience, he naturally understood this logic. He could only sigh secretly. "All right, you don't have to send me off. Wait for my news." The few of them came to the entrance of the house. Fu Tiandao waved his hand and drove his car away. Wang Xingwu and Li Xiumei suddenly turned silent when they saw Fu Tiandao leaving. It was a good thing that their son became a martial warrior. However, they were still worried about the dangers he would face. They felt like parents sending their child overseas. They were elated that their child had managed to get into a university, but when they sent him off, they kept reminding and nagging. They even wiped their tears secretly. This was probably the innate ability of a parent. "Dad, Mom, don't look as though your son has just died. I'm still alive," Wang Ting said in a helpless tone. "Pfft, why are you talking about such unlucky things?" Li Xiumei said. Wang Xingwu let out a long sigh. He said emotionally, "You have grown up. You're not only powerful, but you're also more mature now. You are able to remain calm and confident in front of the 3 martial arts academies' principals. You can support the family in a crisis, and your assets are more than mine too. As your father, I know that there's nothing I have to worry about. I only hope that you will always place your life as the priority, no matter what you do." "I understand, Dad." Wang Ting turned quiet too. Then, he winked at Wang Xingwu and said, "Anyway, Dad, why do you sound a little envious? Are you jealous of my billion-yuan assets? Shall I give you some?" "Go away." Wang Xingwu raised his leg and kicked Wang Ting. This stupid child. What did he mean by being jealous? Your dad is already so old. I have my ego. Wang Ting laughed and dodged the kick. "I'm going out." He ran out of the door. Fu Tiando's words gave Wang Ting some pressure. He needed to improve everything he could improve before he went to the Xingwu continent. Jisun Martial House. A red banner was hung above the main entrance. "Welcome Wang Ting, the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, to our Jisun Martial House." Wang Ting got out of the car and stood at the main entrance. He stared at the glaring line of words in a daze. Suddenly, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Fu Tiandao was really fast. He went off half an hour before him, but the banner was already hanging over the main entrance. Could he have prepared it beforehand? Wang Ting hurriedly lowered his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. He crawled into his car and drove into the martial arts academy. His car was a frequent sight at the academy. Furthermore, the banner was hanging there. Even the guards knew who he was and let him in directly. When the car drove in, the guards stood behind it and discussed among themselves. "Is that the top scholar of the martial arts exam?" It's him. Yes, it's him. I heard that our principal went to look for him personally before he managed to snatch him back from the hands of Balian Martial House and Leitang Martial House." This treatment, while Wang Ting didn't know that the guards were talking about him. After he parked his car, he arrived at the 3rd floor of the Martial Disciple Training Building. He could already enter the Martial Warrior Building, but he wanted to visit the Martial Disciple Building one last time. The 3rd floor. The moment Wang Ting came up, many gazes landed on him. Then, the entire room turned quiet for some time before low voices of discussions were heard. "Wang Ting, the top scholar of the martial arts exam. I didn't expect a boss to be hiding among us." Zhang Xiaoyang and Ping Hai knew Wang Ting, so they rushed over and started talking to express their astonishment. They were all professional martial arts disciples, but they were still struggling at the advanced stage. They didn't know when they would become martial warriors. Yet, Wang Ting had already become the top scholar in the martial arts exam. He was able to choose any of the top universities in the country and would get to enjoy huge amounts of resources in the future. It would just be a matter of time before he became a martial warrior. His future was bright, but theirs were uncertain. Just thinking about this gave them complicated emotions. To be green with envy was not enough to express how they were feeling. Wang Ting chatted with the people he was familiar with for some time. Then, they went to practice on their own. At first, they thought that everyone was at the same level. After seeing Wang Ting soaring high in the sky, they didn't want to lag behind too much. Hence, they worked even harder in their training. Also, Wang Ting was still toiling hard even after becoming the top scholar. What reason did they have to relax? Pant! Wang Ting let out a loud breath and then pretended to practice. In reality, he was picking up attribute bubbles. Strength *3 speed *2 enlightenment *0. 2 time went away in a flash. Soon, it was evening. Wang Ting's enlightenment had finally hit 100. The enlightenment column changed slowly. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 0 out of 100. Wang Ting suddenly felt something strange happening in his mind. He felt that his understanding of the various scriptures and battle techniques had improved a lot. He continued looking at his attributes panel. The proficiency of his scriptures and battle techniques suddenly increased by 2 to 3 points in an instant. Scripture. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 35 of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 25 of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 29 of 100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Stick, Basic Arrow Skill, Foundation, Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 3/10, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 59 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 31 out of 100, only his Gun Kung Fu increased by 1 point. It rose from 2 to 3 points. Spiritual realm. A new realm. Wang Ting was deep in thought. He tried picking up enlightenment attribute bubbles again, but he realized that they had no effects on his spiritual realm enlightenment. Wang Ting left the martial arts academy after achieving his goal. As expected, after reaching 100, there were changes to his enlightenment. He wondered what would be the effects if he used his spiritual realm enlightenment to read or understand a new scripture or battle technique. He was a little excited. He was looking forward to his spirit attribute, which was about to touch 102. He wanted to reach it as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Wang Ting went back to the Fuhua Villa district. When he reached the entrance, he saw another conspicuous red banner hanging above the gate. Congratulations to our district's resident, Wang Ting, for becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He covered his face uncontrollably. Why was this thing present everywhere? Wang Ting didn't know that the news of him becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam had already spread to every corner of Donghai. Not everyone in the city knew it. However, the families with children in school already viewed him as the child next door and used him to educate their children. Wang Ting probably never expected that one day he would become the child next door. Just as he was prepared to leave in his car, he saw a small figure at the sentry post talking to the guards there. The figure was very strange. Their entire body was covered with clothes, and they were wearing a baseball cap. The mask covered their entire face, and all that was left to be seen was a pair of bright and black eyes. They had their hands in the pockets. Looking at the hot weather today, anyone who saw the figure would find it strange. He could faintly hear their conversation. "Are you saying that you are here to look for someone? But, looking at your sneaky appearance, we can't let you in," the guard frowned and said. "I'm looking for Wang Ting." The strange person's voice was extremely recognizable. It was soft and airy. At night, it would sound like a ghost. "Humph, the top scholar of the martial arts exam, right? Many people are looking for him now. Are we supposed to let everyone in?" The guard replied nonchalantly. "I know him," said the figure. Everyone who came to find him said the same thing. "We don't know who's speaking the truth. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our work." The guard finally started chasing the person away. Wang Ting drove the car over and lowered the car window. He tried his luck. "Chu Xia, brother-in-law," the figure said softly. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. She seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief, but it wasn't obvious. "Young Master Wang." The guard saw Wang Ting too. This strange person actually knew Wang Ting, and the person even called him brother-in-law. The guards exchanged glances with one another. One of them said hurriedly, "We didn't know." Before he could finish, Wang Ting waved his hand and replied, "It's all right. This is your responsibility." The guards felt relieved instantly. They smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming the top scholar for the martial arts exam." "Thank you." Wang Ting thanked them and then asked Lin Chuxia, "Why did you run out alone?" "Forget it. Get in the car first." Lin Chuxia sat in the car. The guards let them in immediately. Wang Ting asked as he drove his car into the villa district, "Tell me, why did you come?" Lin Chuxia furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, "I felt that the air around me was getting sticky and uncomfortable again, so I want to find you." I feel more comfortable now." Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. Just now, he had already picked up all the attribute bubbles floating around Lin Chuxia. Demon Lotus Poison Body *10 Poison Force *7 Lin Chuxia looked at Wang Ting with her bright eyes. Wang Ting didn't explain anything. Instead, he asked, "Does your sister know that you came to find me?" "She doesn't," Lin Chuxia said indifferently. Wang Ting instantly felt his head hurt. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Chuhan's number. He passed his phone to her. "Here, inform your sister. If not, your mom and sister will be worried." Lin Chuhan was doing some tutoring work to earn more money so that she could return money to Wang Ting as soon as possible. She didn't expect to receive a call from Mother Lin telling her that Lin Chuxia had disappeared. She was so worried that she didn't know what to do. This had happened a few times in the past, but that was when Lin Chuxia was young and didn't understand the situation. As time went by, she slowly accepted fate and stayed at home obediently. So many years had passed, but Lin Chuxia started playing the disappearing act again. Why? There were no signs at all. It was so unpredictable. At this moment, Lin Chuhan's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and picked up the call. However, it wasn't Wang Ting's voice she heard. Hello, Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she flared up in anger and shouted word by word, Lin Chuhan, do you know how worried Mom and I were? I know. Lin Chuhan felt stuffy in her chest. She almost vomited a mouth of blood. Pant, never mind, I will not argue with you. Hurry up and come back. Mom is so worried. Lin Chuhan said helplessly. I finally managed to come out. I don't want to go back so early, Lin Chuxia said stubbornly. Don't you understand your own body? Wang Ting signaled Lin Chuxia to pass him the phone when he noticed that they were about to start quarreling. Then, he said to Lin Chuhan, since she's not willing to go back, let her stay with me. I'm fine anyway. How can I trouble you? That stupid brat kept asking me why you didn't come to visit her for a long time. I didn't expect her to run out to find you. I'm so angry. How about this? I'll rush over immediately and bring her back, Lin Chuhan said angrily. I'm preparing to bring her home for a meal. If you want to come, I don't mind. We can gather and have some fun together. Wang Ting winked at Lin Chuxia as he said in a casual tone. Lin Chuhan was speechless. She replied after a long time, You are ganging up to anger me. I'm not going to care about you anymore. She hung up directly. Settled. Wang Ting smiled. He said to Lin Chuxia, Let's go and grab something to eat at my house. I will bring you somewhere fun tonight. Do I have to eat at your house? Lin Chuxia felt a little frightened now. Wang Ting parked his car. You're not even afraid of running away from home. Why are you scared of this? We've already arrived. Let's get down. He got out of the car first. Lin Chuxia hesitated for some time before she finally got out of the car. She followed behind him timidly as they walked into the villa. Mom, I have a guest. Wang Ting shouted at the kitchen. Li Xiaomei ran out immediately. Her gaze landed on Lin Chuxia. This is my table buddy's younger sister. I met her on the way, so she's coming to get some free food, Wang Ting said lightheartedly. Your table buddy's younger sister? Li Xiaomi's brain spun one round before she understood. Have a seat, have a seat. Why are you wearing so thick in such hot weather? Li Xiaomei looked at Wang Ting and replied hesitantly, My face is very ugly. Why are young people like you always thinking that you're ugly? I feel that being yourself is the best, Li Xiaomei said nonchalantly. Auntie, I'm really ugly. Lin Chuxia tried her best to make herself sound more sincere. It's alright. This is our house. There's no one else around. Hurry up and take off your mask. It's really hot, Li Xiaomei said. Lin Chuxia turned around and looked at Wang Ting again. He gave her a look of encouragement. Lin Chuxia gritted her teeth and finally lowered her mask that was covering half of her face. Li Xiaomei stopped breathing for a moment. She was shocked. She wanted to rub Lin Chuxia's head to console her. Don't. Lin Chuxia dodged hurriedly. Mom, Chuxia's physique is a little special. Normal people can't touch her. Her face is like this because of her unique physique. However, I have found a cure for it, Wang Ting explained. Special physique? I don't understand this kind of thing, but it's good that you have found a solution. Li Xiaomei was enlightened. Have a seat first and eat some fruit. I'll finish the dishes, and we can start eating immediately. That night, Lin Chuxia had dinner at Wang Ting's house. When Wang Xingguo returned from his company, he was shocked to find an additional person at home. His reaction was the same as Li Xiaomei when he saw Lin Chuxia, but he didn't display any signs of disgust. Instead, he took pity on the young lady. The two adults were so enthusiastic towards Lin Chuxia that she almost couldn't handle them. After dinner, Wang Ting brought Lin Chuxia out and walked around aimlessly. They had fun playing. He wanted to let Lin Chuxia get some fresh air. Lin Chuhan called him a few times, but Wang Ting didn't pick up. When it was almost midnight, Wang Ting brought Lin Chuxia to the Western Suburb Mental Hospital. Lin Chuxia felt a little excited. She found it fun to sneak around like this. Chapter 102. Do you want my treasure? Time, 12 a.m. Location: a secluded corner of the Western Suburb Mental Hospital. Characters: Wang Ting, Lin Chuxia. It was pitch black around them. The two black shadows squatted in a hidden corner and whispered between themselves. Brother-in-law. I told you to stop calling me brother-in-law. You can just say my name. Brother Ting. Why does it sound so weird? What are you doing? I'm adding some ingredients to the wine to increase the effect. I have a friend inside who loves to drink strong alcohol, Wang Ting said in a serious tone. Are you sure? Lin Chuxia was doubtful. Why will I lie to you? Alright, let's go. Wang Ting stood up and brought Lin Chuxia to the entrance of the building. He tilted his body and hid in the darkness. Meow like a cat, he said to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia was stunned. Wang Ting urged her again before she meowed twice unwillingly. Wang Ting's hair stood up when he heard her voice. This young lattice voice is so chilly. He thought to himself silently. At the same time, footsteps were heard inside the building, getting closer and closer. Wang Ting repeated what he did in the past and karate chopped the staff, who was attracted by the noise. Lin Chuxia widened her eyes in shock. The staff this time was different from the one before. The staff in front of her was a tall and fat middle-aged woman. The nurse attire seemed extremely tight on her, and she looked strong and buff. I don't think we can wear her clothes. Wang Ting touched his chin and murmured to himself. Forget it. I'll take a look at their changing room later. Then, Wang Ting dragged the tall female nurse to a corner outside and hid her. He brought Lin Chuhan to the changing room while evading the cameras. They found two staff uniforms and changed into them. Then, they wore their masks and walked up the stairs. Lin Chuxia found everything interesting and new. She sized up her surroundings with her bright and big eyes. The happiness inside her gaze was apparent. She hadn't come out to play ever since she was young, much less experiencing such exciting things. Even though they seemed to be doing something bad, Wang Ting led her all the way up to the third floor. He found the room that the curly-hair man was in and peeked through the window. The light was on. The man with curly hair was staring into space at the side of his bed. Crack! Wang Ting took out his keys and opened the door. The other party raised his head and asked, Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Wang Ting took off his mask and revealed his face. Why do I have to know you? The man with curly hair looked at him curiously, as though he didn't recognize Wang Ting. Lin Chuxia looked at the two of them curiously. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Why was he arguing with a mental patient? He shook his head hurriedly and raised the thing in his hand. He said, It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not. I brought good alcohol and cigarettes. Do you want them? The man's eyes lit up. He sprung up from his bed and replied, Yes, 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 give it to me quickly. Catch! Wang Ting's gaze shifted slightly, and he threw the wine to the other party. The man with curly hair caught the bottle. His actions were extremely smooth. He caught the alcohol bottle, twisted the cap, and opened it in one motion. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He raised his head and gulped the alcohol down his throat. Haha, refreshing. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time. The man with curly hair exclaimed. Then, he asked, Where's the cigarette? Didn't you say that you brought a cigarette? Oh, take it. Wang Ting took a box of squashed cigarettes from his pocket and a 1 renminbi lighter. He threw them at the man. The man with curly hair caught the items and lit up a cigarette excitedly. He started smoking. Wang Ting took the chance to pick up the scattered attribute bubbles on the ground. Spirit *0. 5 Spirit *0. 2 Spirit *0. 2 Gun Kung Fu *1 Ha? Gun Kung Fu. 1 point of Gun Kung Fu. Wang Ting was stunned. The attributes in front were all spirit attribute. This was within his expectation, so he didn't find it shocking. But he didn't expect a Gun Kung Fu attribute to pop out without any warning. How did it drop? He was puzzled, but he was thrilled at the same time. This man was indeed the god of guns. Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 4 out of 10. His Gun Kung Fu jumped from 3 to 4 points. Wang Ting felt that his Gun Kung Fu had become more skilled. I wonder what's the power of this Gun Kung Fu if I execute it now. Wang Ting thought to himself. Is this man some hidden master? Lin Chuxia moved to Wang Ting's side and whispered after she sized up the man with curly hair. How do you know? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and asked her back softly. I saw him catching the bottle just now. A normal person won't be able to do that, Lin Chuhan replied. It's said that he's the god of guns. Wang Ting said in a mysterious tone. He didn't hide the information from her. Really? Lin Chuxia's eyes were wide open. She felt a little excited in her heart. It was as though she had discovered some huge secret. Of course. Why would I lie? Wang Ting continued, however. He never displayed his skills before, so I don't know if it's true. Although he had gotten Gun Kung Fu attributes from this man and could almost confirm that he was the god of guns, he couldn't use this as an explanation. Why are the two of you whispering secretly? The man's voice suddenly came from the side. Oh, we were talking about your hairstyle. We think that it's very handsome. Wang Ting spouted nonsense. At the same time, he winked at Lin Chuxia and asked, right? Of course, it's really handsome. Lin Chuxia nodded her head furiously in cooperation. The man with curly hair also nodded in satisfaction. You have good taste. He thought for a moment before walking to the side of the table. He took out a USB and walked over. Then, he passed it to Lin Chuxia. This is for you. What you want is inside. The USB looked familiar. His words were familiar too. Are you a distributor? Wang Ting stared at the scene in front of him absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he felt ridiculous. Was it all right for him to practice Gun Kung Fu? As for you, the man returned to the table and took out a pen and a piece of paper. He started drawing illegibly on it. An abstract and simple line drawing appeared on the paper. Do you want my treasure? If you want, search for it using this map. I hid everything here. The man with curly hair waved the piece of paper in his hand. His tone was passionate and enthusiastic, as though he was holding a talk in front of thousands of people. Wang Ting, do you think I will believe you? You don't want it? The man with curly hair asked awkwardly when he noticed that Wang Ting wasn't giving any reaction. Ha ha! Wang Ting smiled forcefully. Never mind. Looking at your expression, you must be shy. I'll give it to you reluctantly. It's getting late. Hurry up and leave. The man with curly hair stuffed the piece of white paper in Wang Ting's pocket. Before he could refuse, he chased the two people out of the room and closed the door with a bang. Wang Ting was speechless. Pfft! Lin Chuxia burst out laughing when she saw his frustrated but helpless expression. Chapter 103 Spiritual Power? Wang Ting glared at Lin Chuxia, who was laughing. Then, he took out the piece of paper that was crumpled into a ball from his pocket. After he spread the paper out, he noticed that the drawing on it really looked illegible. Just as he was about to throw it away, Lin Chuxia made a soft sound. What is it? Did you see something? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. It really looks like a map. Lin Chuxia frowned as she looked at the drawing on the paper. Wang Ting hurriedly looked at the drawing again. After some time, he asked Lin Chuhan awkwardly, why can't I see anything? Lin Chuxia rolled her eyes. She turned the paper around and said, "You are holding it wrongly. Wang Ting." He laughed awkwardly and looked at the paper again. His expression turned serious. "It really looks like a map now. But where is this place? I have no idea. Let's put it aside. We can research online," Lin Chuxia suggested. Wang Ting nodded. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in his pocket carefully. His attitude was completely different from before. Lin Chuxia found it a little hilarious as she looked at him. "Are we going back now? We're not in a hurry," Wang Ting sniggered. He signaled Lin Chuxia to lean close to the door and listen to the situation inside the room carefully. "What did you put in his alcohol?" Lin Chuxia suddenly thought of something and asked. "A little laxative," Wang Ting smiled and replied. "That fellow fooled me in the past, so I'm paying him back." Narrow-minded. Lin Chuxia was speechless. "Also, how is that just a little laxative?" Wang Ting chuckled. The duo had to wait for a while before the man with curly hair finished the entire bottle of alcohol. Suddenly, his stomach started churning. His expression changed immediately. "What is happening?" "My stomach." The reaction was extreme. He rushed to the bathroom hurriedly. Fortunately, this room was quite high class, so there was a private bathroom. After some time, the man with curly hair walked out of the bathroom. He seemed a little weak. However, very soon, he clutched his stomach and dashed into the bathroom again. When he came out the second time, his legs were trembling. After that, he visited the bathroom a few more times. When he finally came out, he held the wall with a pale face. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Wang Ting controlled his laughter and waved his hand to ask Lin Chuxia to leave. Lin Chuxia couldn't hold back her smile. She had a new understanding of Wang Ting's sense of humor. "I didn't know that you're someone like this. That fellow harmed me so badly last time. He gave you a USB too, right?" "You will know after you go back and take a look," Wang Ting replied. He was confident that this USB was the same as the one he gave him. At that time, Lin Chuxia would definitely get a shock. "What on earth is it?" Lin Chuxia asked curiously. "I can't tell you. You will only know after you go back and take a look." Wang Ting spoke in a mysterious tone. Lin Chuxia rolled her eyes. She stopped asking, but she was already on her guard. A few minutes later, the two of them came out from the mental hospital. Wang Ting brought Lin Chuxia around the mental hospital one more time and finally managed to push his spirit to 100. Spirit. Spiritual realm, 0/100. His spirit attribute underwent some changes. Spiritual realm. It was the same as his enlightenment attribute. They were both in the spiritual realm. It was an entirely new realm. Wang Ting drove his car and sent Lin Chuxia home. Lin Chuhan had called him many times, but he didn't answer. However, he did send a message to her. He told her when he would be sending Lin Chuxia home. Although Lin Chuhan was worried, she couldn't do anything. She wasn't worried that Wang Ting would do something to Lin Chuxia. After all, he was a rich second generation who had seen all kinds of beauties before. Why would he lay his eyes on Lin Chuxia? If she wasn't part of her family, she would be frightened by Lin Chuxia's face too. She was worried that Lin Chuxia would learn bad things after Wang Ting brought her out to play in the middle of the night. It was already very late. Lin Chuhan waited at home. Suddenly, the honking of a car was heard outside. She ran out hurriedly. As expected, she saw Wang Ting and Lin Chuxia standing beside the car. Lin Chuhan walked over angrily and pinched Lin Chuxia's ears. "You're getting bold. How dare you run away from home?" "I didn't run away. I just went out for a walk." Lin Chuxia tilted her head uncontrollably because her ear was pinched. But the expression on her face was calm. "I'll take care of you later." Lin Chuhan snorted and then glared at Wang Ting. Don't you know her condition? Why are you bringing her around in the middle of the night? What if something happened? She should go out and walk more. She shouldn't stay locked up at home all the time. Also, with me around, what can happen? Wang Ting said nonchalantly. I'm worried because you're around, said Lin Chuhan. Oh Wang Ting. Lin Chuxia laughed secretly at his plight. I got scolded by your sister because I brought you out to play. Yet, you're still laughing at me. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. I can offend the two of you. Am leaving. He climbed into his car as he spoke and turned the steering wheel. Then, he waved at the two sisters and drove his car away. Sister, why are you so fierce? You will scare him away, joked Lin Chuxia. So what if I scare him away? What does that have to do with me? Lin Chuhan said stubbornly. Humph. Don't try to play dumb. I must teach you a lesson properly tonight. Let's see if you dare to run out again in the future. Tell me, where did you go? Lin Chuhan turned angry from embarrassment. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Lin Chuxia's ears. I'm not telling you. Lin Chuxia dodged quickly and ran up the stairs. Wang Ting didn't know about the battle between the two sisters. When he reached home, he locked himself in his room and took a deep breath. He scanned his bedroom. Let's try using something light. Wang Ting's gaze landed on a cup on the study table. He focused on the cup. An invisible power instantly flowed out of his mind. It penetrated his forehead and connected with the cup. The water in the cup seemed to be controlled by something. It started floating slightly. Then, the water rose from the cup without anything holding it. The invisible force controlling the water couldn't be seen by the naked eye. However, Wang Ting could sense it clearly. He was able to control it with his mind. It was like his third hand. Also, this hand couldn't be seen and couldn't be touched. Wang Ting moved his thoughts, and the water started changing shape under the control of the invisible force. This is amazing! Is this a derivative after my spirit reached the spiritual realm? Psychokinesis? Spiritual power? What is it? Wang Ting was confused. He even found it a little beyond comprehension. However, a bright smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His heart started pounding faster, and he felt excited and exhilarated. He had been anticipating the changes that would take place after his spirit attribute reached 100. He didn't expect it to be such a huge surprise. Chapter 104. Riding on the Sword. If I use this invisible force as a form of offensive attack, Wang Ting started pondering as he controlled the ball of water in the air. Suddenly, he had an idea. He stared at the water intently. The invisible force kept shrinking as the water started congregating. It was getting smaller and smaller in size. Finally, when the water was reduced to 1/3 of its original size, it couldn't shrink anymore. Wang Ting changed his thoughts and compressed the water into the size of a thorn. Its tip was extremely sharp. Go! The invisible force became a push force. The thorn made of water shot out at high speed. It pierced forcefully into the wall. Wang Ting walked over to take a look. A hole had appeared on the wall. Almost half of the water thorn was submerged in the wall. The water wasn't controlled by the invisible force anymore, so it scattered and flowed down. Besides water stains, no traces were left on the wall. Wang Ting stared dumbfounded at the hole in the wall. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but fortunately, he managed to control himself in time. If not, he would have definitely woken his parents up. Even so, the excitement in his eyes could be seen clearly. His eyes were glittering. Powerful. Extremely powerful. This was just a normal stream of water, but under the control of the invisible force, it was able to display such strength. What if I change it to force? I can compress force and then shoot it out at high speed. How powerful would that be? I can even use special weapons. The power would be unimaginable. Wang Ting took a few deep breaths. He wanted to test the potential strength of his invisible force, but his house wasn't a suitable place. That hit just now was enough to leave a hole in the wall. If he used force, he would probably tear his house down. This was something only an idiot would do. He wasn't an idiot, but I can test its maximum limit. He prepared his mind and glanced around his room. All the chairs, tables, cupboards, and even the bed started floating in the air. In that instant, all the heavy objects that he could get hold of in the room were flying in mid-air under the control of his invisible force. They floated as though there was no gravity. This is simple. I can't see the maximum limit. Wang Ting shook his head. He controlled all the items and placed them back at their original spot. A few seconds later, the room looked the same again. It was as if nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and jumped down the window with his weapon carrier casket on his back. He left his house and came to a small and empty forest in his district. He looked around him. There was no one. The security guards rarely came here. Wang Ting activated the runes on the weapon carrier casket and took out his battle sword. He threw it into the air, and his invisible force surged out. Under the control of his invisible force, the battle sword started flying around Wang Ting's figure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The battle sword started flying faster and faster. The sound of it breaking the air could be heard. Very soon, only the lingering shadows of the sword could be seen. He controlled his battle sword and flung it towards a huge tree. The tree trunk, which was huge enough for a person to hug it, got pierced by the battle sword directly. Impressive. It's cleaner and sharper than an attack from a martial warrior. The penetrating power is astonishing. Wang Ting analyzed the situation in his heart. Then, he stretched out his hand and the battle sword flew back slowly. Just as he was about to keep it, he had a new idea. The battle sword turned and landed beside his feet. Wang Ting stood on it. Under the control of the invisible force, the battle sword rose up while shaking. It flew in the air slowly. Is this considered riding on the sword? Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. After flying for 2 rounds and slowly getting used to it, he wanted to pick up the speed. Suddenly, a stinging pain was felt in his head. The battle sword started falling uncontrollably. Wang Ting fell from the sky. Fortunately, he reacted in time and twisted his body while bearing the pain in his head. He landed on the ground. That was dangerous. He heaved a sigh of relief. He rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Is that the limit? But I didn't expect myself to last this long. This is surprising." Wang Ting kept his fallen battle sword into his weapon carrier casket as he thought about this. Then, he carried it and went home. I want to try controlling force with the invisible force, but I went a little overboard. I can only wait for the next time. He gave a forced smile. Riding on a sword. This was a scene that would only appear in fantasy novels and dramas. Yet, he was able to experience it. It felt quite good. A silent night. The following day, Wang Ting went down for breakfast with 2 eye bags under his eyes. Today was university application day. Wang Shenghua ate his breakfast and reminded Wang Ting, "I think you know what school you want to get into. Your mom and I won't interfere in your decision. Whether you choose to apply to the first university or stay in Donghai, we will support you." "I understand, Dad." Wang Ting nodded. "Then," he continued, "I also want to see what good news the different universities will bring to me today. You will have to consider that personally. You can handle the 3 principals from the top 3 martial arts academies, so those admission teachers shouldn't give you any problem." Wang Shenghua smiled and replied, "I have the initiative. There won't be any huge problems." Wang Ting finished his breakfast and went out. He drove his car to Donghai No. 1 High School. A banner was hung above the gates of Donghai No. 1 High School. Congratulations to Wang Ting from Class 8 for gloriously becoming the top scholar of the Donghai Martial Arts exam. The standard of this banner was much higher than the banners outside the Martial Arts Academy and his district. Look, gloriously becoming. Become your head. Why are there big red banners everywhere? Wang Ting didn't know what to make of it anymore. He came to the Class 8 classroom. The classroom was extremely noisy. When Wang Ting walked in, it turned silent in an instant. "The boss is here. Let me bow to you. Boss, you're amazing." They were talking about Wang Ting a moment ago, and now, the man was here. All the students were excited. They gathered around Wang Ting, whether or not they were familiar with him in the past, and greeted him enthusiastically. The top scholar. A top scholar actually appeared from their class. Also, he was the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Just thinking about it made them feel honored. In the martial arts era, the title of the top student of the martial arts exam weighed more than the top student of the normal university entrance exam. In the future, they might have an influential figure who came from their class. Wang Ting couldn't handle this enthusiasm. Wang Ting. At this moment, their head teacher, Fan Weiming's, voice was heard outside the door. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and ran out of the room hurriedly. "The admission officers from a few top universities want to talk to you." "Follow me," Fan Weiming said. "Okay, let's leave now." Wang Ting nodded hurriedly. "Ha ha, you must have been frightened by your classmates." Fan Weiming laughed. "They're so scary." Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. "Who asked you to score so well? You are the top scholar for the martial arts exam." "I didn't expect a top scholar for the martial arts exam to appear in my class. This is something I won't even dare to dream of in the past," Fan Weiming lamented. "Are you surprised? Are you shocked?" asked Wang Ting. Fan Weiming. Naughty. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the principal's office. The admission officers that were making small talk with the principal stood up one by one and looked at Wang Ting with bright smiles. Chapter 105. 5 top universities. The principal's office wasn't big. It even seemed a little simple and plain. There was a sofa and a coffee table opposite the office desk. Principal Yu was personally making tea. The admission officers from the different schools sat down along with Wang Ting. "It's my honor that you've all come personally." "I'm overwhelmed," said Wang Ting. "Talented people always have some special privileges. You are one of them," a fat middle-aged man complimented Wang Ting without holding back. He smiled and continued, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the admission teacher from Huanghai Military Academy. You can call me Mr. Qin." Another teacher at the side noticed that Mr. Qin took the initiative, so he said hurriedly, "Wang Ting, I'm the admission teacher from Donghai University. You can call me Mr. Li." "The first university. You can call me Mr. Huang." The teacher from the first university was a man around 30 years old. He was a little distant, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. "I come from the Capital Military Academy. My surname is Zhou. I'm from Jinlin University. You can call me Ms. Xia." Ms. Xia was the only female among all the teachers. She wasn't stunning. She looked ordinary, but she had an elegant and mature aura. Her voice was soft and gentle, as though a warm breeze just blew past your face. Only the teachers from these 5 universities came today. But these 5 universities were the best in the entire country. The other universities felt that they were unable to beat them, so they chose not to come. As long as Wang Ting wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give up the top universities and choose their second-rated universities. At this moment, Mr. Huang from the first university opened his mouth calmly. "Wang Ting, you should have heard of the first university before, right? We have the most abundant teaching resources in the entire country. Our teachers are all at least 4-star soldier-level martial warriors. Most of our school leaders are 6-star soldier-level martial warriors too. We can give you ample guidance whether you have questions with your daily cultivation or difficulties when breaking through your level. Next, let's talk about resources. You won't be able to imagine the resources you can enjoy at our school. Scriptures, battle techniques, Dan pills, energy stones, etc. We can provide the best of everything. I'm not looking down on other schools, but they are weaker than us in this area. Also, we have many outstanding alumni. Some are businessmen, while others have entered the political world. Some went to the military too. As long as you come to the first university, these seniors will be your invisible network. Everyone needs to rely on themselves, but with them standing behind you, it will save you a lot of trouble. Our principal is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He's a respectable and powerful person in the education world. He's renowned worldwide. Before I came, he told me that I must bring you to him. He really wants to meet you. Come to the first university. If you don't, you will definitely regret it. When they heard the entire speech, the teachers from the other 4 schools had a change of expression. Even the elder sitting at the top of the education world in the north had taken notice of Wang Ting. Wang Ting, the teachers and resources that Jinlin University has is on par with the first university. We have many outstanding alumni too. In fact, we are not worse than them. Our principal is similarly an 11-star general stage martial warrior, and he has a huge say in the south. Donghai is also in the south. Jinlin University is more suitable for you, the admission teacher from Jinlin University said quickly. However, her words were less powerful as compared to the first university. Even the principal of the first university was aware of Wang Ting. It meant that he had high hopes for him. Once Wang Ting entered the first university, he would be their key student. Wang Ting, let's not talk about anything else. Our Donghai is an important business city. Donghai University's resources are on par with any other university. Our teachers are competent too. We have 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. We have as many of them as you want. Mr. Li from Donghai University sounded like a wealthy man. Then, he chuckled and continued, as for our principal, he is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He has talked about you many times in front of me. If he didn't have something to attend to, he would probably have come here personally and snatched you over. He will never allow you to run away. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. Oh my God! 3 11-star general stage martial warriors appeared in an instant. The pressure on him was enormous. At this moment, only the teachers from the 2 military academies hadn't spoken. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Tit for tat. Mr. Qin from Huanghai Military Academy continued to smile as he said calmly, "Actually, the quality and quantity of resources and teachers of our schools are all similar. There's not much difference. Even if there is, its effects won't be significant. Wang Ting, I've seen videos of your actual combat assessment. You are very strong. Come to the military academy. This is where you can develop your ability. We are forming a troop in the Xingwu continent. As long as you perform well in the academy, you will be given a military rank and will be able to go to the Xingwu continent to fight and command your own troop. The greatest worth of martial warriors can only be displayed on the battlefield. The Xingwu continent is undoubtedly a vast battlefield. From a certain perspective, martial warriors are soldiers. Our martial warriors are always fighting. A soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. And only a military academy can satisfy this requirement. Also, the higher authorities have discussed and agreed that once you enter our Huanghai Military Academy, you will immediately be given the rank of a sergeant. The 3 admission teachers from Jinlin, Donghai, and even the first university had a change in their expressions. You're shameless. You are actually using the military rank to attract Wang Ting. Humph, you can do it too, Mr. Qin smiled and replied innocently. That's right, you can do it too if you can. Mr. Zhou from the Capital Military Academy nodded. Then, he said to Wang Ting, our Capital Military Academy offers the same conditions. However, as compared to Huanghai Military Academy, we have another advantage. He paused and glanced at Mr. Qin proudly before saying, one of our outstanding alumni, General Lei Yao, is in charge of the Crimson Tiger Troop in Xingwu continent. The Crimson Tiger Troop has been around for 10 years and is a mature army. If you're good, we can ensure that you will join them and have a steady progression in the future. You will make a name for yourself." Mr. Zhou spoke firmly and enthusiastically. His words were highly persuasive. The other teachers turned silent. They had high hopes for Wang Ting, so they came personally to try their best and get him into their schools. However, the importance the schools placed in Wang Ting got higher each time one of them spoke, and the conditions they gave were getting more and more enticing. "Wang Ting, a few alumni from our Huanghai Military Academy are forming the Black Falcon Troop too. They have just been formed, so there are many difficulties along the way, but it also means that there will be more opportunities for you. On the other hand, Crimson Tiger is already matured. The generals inside are at their prime age. Even if you are able to achieve a high rank in the future, there's a limit to it," said Mr. Qin. "Humph, can you give Wang Ting a general position in your Black Falcon Troop? I think that you're just painting an illusion for Wang Ting," Mr. Zhou said with disdain. Chapter 106. Many years later. Before Wang Ting made his decision, the teachers from the 5 universities started quarreling among themselves. Principal Yu smiled as he watched from the side. He felt extremely delighted. He had been a principal for many years. Talents did appear in his school before, but this was the first time the top universities in the country had come to snatch a student. Fan Weiming squatted at a corner. He was astounded. These admission teachers came from all the top universities in the country. Yet, they were quarreling over a student. Was Wang Ting's potential so huge? Cough, cough, Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He said, "Teachers, stop quarreling. I have some questions to ask." "Go ahead." The 5 teachers replied almost simultaneously. Wang Ting felt a little scared as 5 pairs of eyes stared at him. He asked cautiously, "Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhou, I heard that military academies have strong restrictions regarding a student's freedom?" The 2 teachers exchanged glances with each other and nodded. "We are grooming talents for the military, so we are stricter. You need to follow our schedules and our rules. Once you break them, you will be punished." However, they didn't hide this point. They couldn't hide it forever anyway. But there was a turning point. However, freedom is relative. It's just like the financial freedom we always talk about. With money, you can have financial freedom. Similarly, with power, you can have freedom too. In the martial arts era, you will get a certain amount of freedom no matter where you go as long as you have the ability. Rules are always used to restrain the weak. If you are strong enough, you will be able to break the rules of the military academies. The past talented students were all like this. It all depends if you have the ability or not. "Teacher, you are just spurring me on." Wang Ting smiled bitterly. A sly smile appeared on Mr. Qin's face. However, he didn't reply to Wang Ting. Wang Ting looked at the other 3 teachers from non-military academies. He said sincerely, "Thank you for having high hopes for me. However, I think that I've already made my decision." The 3 teachers smiled forcefully. "You're not going to reconsider?" Wang Ting shook his head. The 3 teachers stopped speaking. Everyone had their own path. They had to make their own decisions and choose how they wanted to walk. Wang Ting stood up and said to the teachers from Capital Military Academy and Huanghai Military Academy, "Teachers, I will go and fill in my application now." Then, he walked out of the principal's office. At first, Mr. Qin and Mr. Zhou were elated. But, when they saw Wang Ting keeping them in suspense, they were caught between laughter and tears. They felt extremely agitated. It was as though a cat was tickling their hearts. They didn't know which school Wang Ting would choose. Principal Yu looked at Fan Weiming. Fan Weiming quickly followed Wang Ting out of the office. Wang Ting was the treasurer of Donghai No. 1 High School now. Although he could choose the school he wanted personally, it was still better to have someone supervising his application process in case some mistakes or accidents happened. Wang Ting filled in his application form under the supervision of Fan Weiming. Then, he went back to class. Wang Ting, which university did you apply for? Lin Chuhan couldn't help but whisper to Wang Ting when she saw him sitting down beside her. Oh, are you not angry at me anymore? Wang Ting teased her. Are you going to tell me? Lin Chuhan glared at him. Alright, I'll tell you. I applied for Huanghai Military Academy, Wang Ting said helplessly. You shouldn't provoke a woman. Huanghai Military Academy. Lin Chuhan was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Ting to apply for a military academy. Yang Jian, who was in front of them, turned around. Wang Ting, you applied for a military academy? I thought that you would go to the first university. Whether it's the first university or Huanghai Military Academy, their quality of resources and teachers are around the same. Entering the military academy is the path most suitable for me, Wang Ting replied. Sigh, why do I think that you're boasting when I hear this? Yang Jian sighed. Get out. Wang Ting laughed and scolded him. Then, he asked, which university did you apply for? Donghai Normal University, Yang Jian replied. I don't want to go overseas. With my results, this is the only university I can choose. Wang Ting nodded. He noticed that Lin Chuhan's application form was still empty, so he asked, Lin Chuhan, what about you? Which university do you plan to apply for? Lin Chuhan frowned and hesitated before she said, I want to apply for Donghai University. Donghai University? Wang Ting looked at her and asked, I remember that the cutoff point for Donghai University's actual combat assessment is 85. Didn't you get 80? Also, you need to be an advanced stage martial disciple. Did you read the criteria properly? There's the lowest intake requirement at the end. Lin Chuhan said, as long as all your general papers are above 135 and your actual combat assessment is above 80, they might admit you on a case-by-case basis, even if you're an intermediate stage martial disciple. However, it's still a little dangerous. That's why I plan to put Donghai Technology University as my second choice. Even if I can't get into Donghai University, I will be able to get into the Technology University without any issues. Won't you regret it? Actually, with your results, if you took the normal university entrance exam, you could have entered Donghai University easily, Wang Ting said. What's there to regret? You know my family's condition. What's the use of saying all these? Lin Chuhan replied. Alright, it's good that you're applying for Donghai's universities. At least we're all in Donghai, Wang Ting said. Yes. Lin Chuhan nodded. However, there was a hint of sorrow in her heart. Departures were always sad. Young Master Wang, after you graduate from the military academy and become a boss, you mustn't forget your old classmates. Yang Jian smiled and said, Alright, Boss Wang Ting will take care of you. Wang Ting smiled. Outside the classroom, the head teachers of all the Year 3 classes were gathered there. They were casually talking about this year's university entrance exam result. Without a doubt, Class 8 was the biggest winner in this university entrance exam. The top scholar of the martial arts exam came from their class, and 5 other students had managed to get into the martial arts course of other universities. Mind you, based on their prediction, they felt that only the 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai No. 1 High School had chances of getting into the martial arts course. Now, the number of students from Class 8 who got into the martial arts course had already exceeded their prediction. No gifted martial disciples had appeared in the other classes, but on average, there were 2 to 3 students from each class who managed to get into the course. The classes where the advanced stage martial disciples were in were higher on the list. However, one of the head teachers was frustrated. Li Rongqing didn't pass this year. He will be repeating his year, he said. Li Rongqing? Isn't he an advanced stage martial disciple? How did he fail? The other teachers were shocked. Who knows? I heard that an accident happened during the actual combat assessment, but no one told me the details. Li Rongcheng's head teacher shook his head. What a pity, the other teachers expressed their sympathy. Fan Weiming managed to gain some admiration from the other teachers. He returned to his class extremely proudly. He stood on the podium and looked at the students below him. Suddenly, he felt a little emotional. He was sending another batch off again. 3 years was like a cycle. These children were finally flying to their different worlds. He could only accompany them up to here. He would not be participating in their future endeavors. He might only hear news about them many years later. Chapter 107. Enrollment and meeting in the morning. Everyone finished filling in the application form. They just needed to wait for the notification now. Fortunately, in this era, the results would come out really quickly. They would be able to know if they got accepted 3 days later. It wasn't like his past life, where they had to wait for more than 10 days before getting their result. It was so agitating. They would be parting soon after their graduation. Hence, the students discussed for a moment and decided to go out and have some fun. A gathering? How could there be no gatherings during graduation? Many male students were waiting for this chance to confess to the female student they liked for a long time. Everyone decided on a time. They planned to go to the karaoke place after dinner tonight. Of course, the head teacher and the other teachers were called too. At night, at a hotel near the school, everyone chipped in. There were more than 50 people from the class. Including the teachers, they took up 6 entire tables. There were beers and even baijiu on the table. The university entrance exam was over, and the turning point of their lives was right in front of them. Tonight, everyone could finally indulge for once. Drink. They must drink. Everyone, male or female, poured themselves some alcohol. Those that couldn't drink didn't want to make a fool of themselves in front of their classmates either. It was as if you matured only if you drank alcohol. Wang Ting was sandwiched between his classmates and teachers. Suddenly, he felt a little absent-minded, as though he wasn't part of this celebration. He was like the black and white figure in a colorful painting or a stain on a white canvas. What's the matter? A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. He turned and saw Lin Chuhan's beautiful face. Smiling slightly, Wang Ting replied, "Nothing. Come, let's have a drink." He raised the wine glass in his hand and looked at her. Clang! Lin Chuhan lifted her glass and touched his lightly. She took a sip of the alcohol and whispered, "Hope you will have a bright future ahead." "You too." Wang Ting finished his drink in one gulp. "My past life, my current life, which is real and which is fake. Maybe that's not important anymore. I should just treasure what I have now." As the top scorer in his class and a black horse as well, Wang Ting naturally became the person everyone wanted to offer a toast to. That was what they said. Actually, though, they planned to make him drunk. Their results were nothing compared to his, so they could only gain some face back in this manner. Drink. If he didn't drink, he wasn't giving them face. Wang Ting decided to let go this time. Since everyone was happy, he ought to have fun drinking too. Unfortunately, all of them ended up getting dizzy and drunk, even though they were the ones who wanted to make Wang Ting drunk. They even went to the bathroom multiple times. Little brats, do you think you have the ability to make a martial warrior drunk? Wang Ting sniggered secretly. Once his classmates beat a retreat as though they had seen a ghost, Wang Ting offered a toast to all his teachers. After this meal, the teachers wouldn't join them anymore. The students were all in high spirits, so they went to the KTV together and opened a private room. They sang their lungs out. 10 years, a Chinese song. King of KTV, a Chinese song. Wang Ting was filled with emotions as he listened to the familiar old songs. In the past, he was always busy practicing martial arts, picking up attributes, so he didn't have the time to enjoy the different entertainments. "Lu Qian, I like you." A loud voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turned quiet. Wang Ting was shocked too. Damn it, I was just getting emotional. Why did you suddenly do this? I know that you like her, but why do you have to shout so loudly? Are you afraid that other people won't know about your feelings? But I'm quite envious. The lady that got confessed to blushed in embarrassment. However, she was looking at the young man happily. Oh, everyone kicked up a fuss when they saw the two people's expressions. Lu Qian, I like you too, someone followed and shouted. Get out. The young man who had confessed earlier laughed and scolded in a joking manner. Lu Qian, I've liked you for a long time. This love song, a Chinese song, is my gift for you. The music sounded thereafter. The young man started singing. His voice was filled with deep love and emotions. Everyone turned silent as they listened to his song. Some were envious while others were emotional. Some admired his courage and were envious that he had someone he could confess to. They lamented at how fast time passed and how some relationships were gone forever. The student left very late at night. They went crazy, they were noisy, and they cried. This was a night destined to be remembered. Many years later, when they recalled this night, some people might not be able to forget it while others would just smile and move on. Who knew what the future held? Wang Ting sent Lin Chuhan home. He parked his car at the side. The road leading to Lin Chuhan's house was a little narrow, so his car couldn't go in. They had to walk for some distance. Why don't you accompany me for a walk? Asked Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan and Wang Ting walked into the small alley. Their surroundings were quiet, and only their footsteps accompanied them. The road lamps gave off an orange light, casting a long shadow behind them. The shadows started to merge gradually. The route wasn't very long. After some time, they finished walking. Wang Ting sent Lin Chuhan to the entrance of her house. I'm going back now, he said. Okay. Lin Chuhan nodded her head gently. Wang Ting remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lin Chuhan's voice was heard again. Hey, if I get into Donghai University, will you come and see me? Wang Ting turned around and glanced at Lin Chuhan. Her face was covered by the shadows of the house behind her. He couldn't see her expression. I'll visit you if I'm free. He waved his hand and left in huge strides. 3 days later, Wang Ting received the enrollment letter from Huanghai Military Academy. Indeed, they replied really quickly. Although it was certain that Wang Ting would be accepted, Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei only felt relieved once they had the admission letter in their hands. The two adults looked at the letter for a long time. They couldn't hide the smile on their faces. TSK, a military academy. My son is so outstanding. Wang Xinghua clicked his tongue and said happily. He's my son too. Li Xiumei said proudly. Yes, he's our son. Quick, let's give a call to our fathers to inform them, Li Xiumei said hurriedly. Wang Xinghua slapped his forehead and picked up his phone, which was on the table. He gave his father a call and told him the good news. The two grandfathers laughed happily. They kept praising Wang Ting. Their grandson was amazing. Surprisingly, the two grandfathers had the same thought. They said that they wanted to organize a graduation banquet for Wang Ting when he was free. However, Wang Ting felt that these two old kids just wanted to flaunt in front of their friends. Still, considering that he had to head to Xingwu continent soon and needed to make preparations for the trip, he decided to hold the banquet just before his university started. The two grandfathers agreed with him naturally. They spoke a few more words and hung up. Then, Wang Ting received Lin Chuhan's message. She got in. Donghai University. She finally got into Donghai University, and it was even the martial arts course. Wang Ting felt happy for her. Donghai Technology University was at least 2 levels lower than Donghai University. Entering Donghai University would affect Lin Chuhan's future greatly. At night, Fu Tiandao called and asked Wang Ting to come to the Martial Arts Academy. Jisun Martial House. This time, Wang Ting went directly to the martial warrior building. He saw Fu Tiandao, who had been waiting here since a long time ago, as well as 5 other new faces. From afar he could feel a powerful and fierce aura surging towards him. Chapter 108. Tiger Warrior Team. There were no other martial warriors in the training lobby of the martial warrior building. Only Fu Tiandao and the 5 people were present. The 5 figures stood lazily beside Fu Tiandao. Even so, their presence could not be ignored. Wang Ting was slightly astonished when he felt the aura these people were releasing. Principal. He walked over and greeted him. Hi. Fu Tiandao nodded and smiled. You came pretty quickly. Come, let me introduce them to you. They are the Tiger Warrior Martial Warrior Team. This is an outstanding team I picked out from more than 10 teams. They are experienced in field operations and actual combat. Also, all the team members are 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. Their team leader is a 3-star peak-level martial warrior. He's only a step away from breaking into the 4-star level. If you follow them to Xingwu continent, your safety can be guaranteed. After he finished speaking, he said to the muscular young man among the 5 people, Lin Zhan, this is the top scholar of the martial arts exam this year, the person I've been telling you about, Wang Ting. He will be following you in the future. The muscular young man nodded and stepped forward. He raised his hand and said, Hello, I'm the leader of the Tiger Warrior Team, Lin Zhan. Wang Ting looked at the 2 meters tall and bulky figure. He could discern that the person was releasing his aura purposely. He smiled gently in response. Hello, Wang Ting. Please take care of me in the future. He stretched his hand out and held Lin Zhan's hand. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. The 2 people were confronting each other secretly. Although they had smiles on their faces, they were actually cursing in their hearts. This brat is very strong. Lin Zhan was surprised. He didn't use his full force, but he was close to becoming a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Yet, Wang Ting was able to withstand his pressure for so long. Looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be having any troubles. And he isn't pretending either. Looks like he's really a capable person, Lin Zhan thought to himself. Ha ha ha, as expected of the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Lin Zhan laughed heartily and released his hand. He knew when to stop. He didn't exert any more force. He still wanted his dignity as a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. You're speaking too highly of me. Wang Ting smiled. He wasn't annoyed or furious by the other party's tricks. He came out of nowhere, and the principal had stuffed him into their team. It was impossible for them not to have any unhappiness. Thus, he didn't blame the other party for testing him. If he was too weak, the Tiger Warrior Team might regret their decision on the spot. Lin Zhan, I didn't lie to you, right? Asked Fu Tiandao. Principal, what are you saying? I've always trusted you. Lin Zhan sniggered. At this moment, the other 4 members of the Tiger Warrior Team looked at each other. They could see a hint of astonishment in one another's eyes. All of you can introduce yourselves too, Lin Zhan said to them. Yang Fei, an earth element martial warrior, a humble-looking young man opened his mouth first and said, Yan Jinming, fire element martial warrior. Hello, I'm Yan Jinyue, a wood element martial warrior. The 2 people who spoke next were a pair of siblings. The man was fair and quite handsome. Wang Ting touched his chin. He's just a little less handsome than me. As for the lady, since they were siblings, she wouldn't be any worse. She looked dainty and pretty. She was even a little shy and seemed a little confused. Wang Ting was surprised. She didn't look like an experienced martial warrior. However, Wang Ting knew that he shouldn't see things from the surface. When the other party wasn't shy, he briefly felt the aura she displayed. It was real. As for the last person, it was a young lady with a mature temperament. Lu Yen. I'm a fire element martial warrior too. The lady smiled and revealed her sparkly white teeth. She seemed bright and cheerful, someone who would put a smile on others' faces with her energetic personality. She patted Wang Ting's shoulder and told him, "Little brother Wang, follow me in the future. I will protect you. Don't worry, there will be benefits too." She even winked at him after she spoke. "Enough, Lu Yen. Don't tease the young man anymore." Lin Zhan shook his head helplessly. "You know my name already. I'm a metal element martial warrior." Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Zhan's attribute. Not bad, not bad. This was exactly the element he lacked out of the 5 main elements. This leader Lin might help him get some metal attribute. Lin Zhan suddenly felt as though he got eyed by a star beast. He frowned, but when he observed carefully, he didn't see anything strange. What happened just now? He glanced at Wang Ting. He hadn't noticed the glimmer in Wang Ting's eyes just now, so he didn't know whether he was the one who gave him that feeling or not. It seems like it's just my illusion. Maybe I haven't recovered because I just came back from Xingwu continent. Lin Zhan shook his head. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Lin Zhan, the more he felt that this was a fat and huge sheep. He was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, almost. He must get close to him quickly. He could lay his hands on him easier if he got more familiar with him. Oh, he mustn't let go of the other 4 martial warriors either. They would share happiness and difficulties together. We will definitely be good teammates in the future. While these thoughts raced in his mind, he didn't forget to introduce himself. I'm an Ice Element Martial Warrior, 1-star soldier level. Ice Element Martial Warrior. The 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team were amazed. Before this, they only knew that Wang Ting was the top scholar of the martial arts exam and had become a martial warrior at a young age. At that time, they were already surprised enough. They didn't expect him to be a mutated element martial warrior. This was a talent. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. "Okay. Today, I just wanted to introduce everyone. Since you've met each other, I'll let you deal with the matters after this," said Fu Tiandao. He reminded them again after he said that sentence. "Lin Zhan, I'll hand Wang Ting over to you. Lead him properly." "Don't worry, Principal." Lin Zhan nodded. "Wang Ting, I put you in the Tiger Warrior team because I hope that you can follow them and learn how to fight with star beasts and gain relevant experience. This is a chance for you to go to Xingwu continent to practice before anyone else. However, you have to work hard. You must treat this opportunity seriously. You can't always rely on the other members of the team to help you. When you come back 1 month later, if Lin Zhan and the other team members give bad feedback and say that you didn't meet their criteria, I can only remove you from the team," Fu Tiandao said to Wang Ting. "I understand." Wang Ting nodded. "That's great." Fu Tiandao didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. After Fu Tiandao left, Lin Zhan said, "We just came back from Xingwu continent and need to rest for 2 days. We will leave for Xingwu continent again 2 days later." "Okay." Wang Ting had no objections. "Have you bought your weapons and equipment?" Lin Zhan nodded. "I have my weapons but no equipment." "What equipment do I need?" asked Wang Ting. Lin Zhan shook his head secretly. As expected, he was still a newbie. He explained to him patiently, "You will need a set of battle uniforms. A good battle uniform will fit your body perfectly. It must be comfortable to wear and shouldn't affect your movements when fighting. Its defensibility needs to be good too. You have to choose your uniform carefully. Then, you will also need a bag. A communication watch is a must. Can I use this watch as a communication watch?" Wang Ting showed him the watch that Fu Tiandao gave him the other day. Chapter 109. Bye. Black. This is the special internal wristwatch of the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zhan had a look of astonishment when he saw Wang Ting's watch. He even seemed a little envious. What? A special internal wristwatch. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. The other 4 members of the team were also shocked. They surrounded Wang Ting and kept staring at the watch on his wrist continuously. Oh my God, it's actually the special internal wristwatch! Lu Yen gasped in admiration. Little brother Wang, I'm really envious of the way the academy treats you. Is this very rare? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Of course. It's expensive, and you might not be able to get it even if you have the money. One needs to be a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior before he can use this item. It's like a status symbol, said Lin Zhan. No wonder he was jealous. After all, only a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior was able to use this, and he had barely touched the entrance of the 4-star soldier level. Why did the principal give this to me? Did you see it wrong? What if they just look alike? Lin Zhan felt that this might be a possibility too. Take it down and let me look at it carefully. Wang Ting took off his wristwatch and gave it to him. Lin Zhan carefully examined the watch. Then, he passed it back to Wang Ting and sighed. It's real. Look at the back, there's a symbol there. That can't be fake. Oh right, I remember that the academy might give this special internal wristwatch to some potential martial warriors in the academy whom they had high hopes for. Leader, why are you so clear about this? The fair Yan Jinming suddenly asked. I heard other people mention it before. Lin Zhan glared at Yan Jinming. Was he supposed to tell them that he secretly went to research about it because he was jealous? Oh, Yan Jinming dragged out his words. Oh, the other members followed his example. F***K, are you looking for a beating? Looks like I need to find time to train all of you properly. Lin Zhan was flustered and exasperated. Our leader is angry. Our leader is angry. Lin Zhan. Why did he have a bunch of stupid team members? He suddenly felt tired. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. Lin Zhan coughed awkwardly and continued, since you already have a wristwatch, you don't have to buy another one. The main thing will be the weapons. What weapons do you have now? What grade are they? Sword and boxing gloves. The sword is 1-star elite class while the boxing gloves are 1-star high class, Wang Ting replied. Lin Zhan frowned. 2 weapons? 1-star elite class and 1-star high class. You can use them, but they might not be good enough. If you meet a 2-star star beast, they will break very easily. I suggest that you buy 2-star weapons or above. That way, when you meet 2-star star beasts or more powerful ones, you will be able to help and cooperate with the team members to kill the beasts even if you're not the main force. This is good for you too. After all, you can only grow faster if you meet stronger star beasts. I will go and take a look at 2-star and above weapons later. Wang Ting nodded. He couldn't help but think of the owners of the boxing gloves and the battle sword. They were probably very poor. Look at Leader Lin. He seems so relaxed when talking about 2-star weapons. They were nothing to him. This was the difference. Also, you need a shield. In a battle, any accidents can be deadly. You must have all your defense weapons ready at all times, said Lin Zhan. He patiently explained all the items Wang Ting needed to prepare. Wang Ting listened to him in all seriousness. Then, everyone left. They agreed to meet again 2 days later. Wang Ting went back home and immediately started his preparations. He connected his wristwatch to his computer and logged into the internal web of Jisun Martial House. When he received his notification letter 2 days ago, he had already tested the internal web of Jisun Martial House. Now, he was pretty familiar with it. There were a few tabs on the internal web. They included Scripture Chamber, Battle Techniques Hall, Weapons Stall, Spiritual Dan Workshop, and many more. You could buy all sorts of resources from the internal web, secret scriptures, force battle techniques, all kinds of weapons, rare spiritual Dan, and whatnot. There were even guns, modern transportation devices, and the battle uniforms that Lin Zhan had mentioned. All of them were sold on the web. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything. And Wang Ting had plenty of money. When Jason Marshall House gave him the SSS grade contract, they had promised to allocate him 1 billion RMB of cultivation funds. Although this 1 billion would be in batches, he still had 100 million now. It was enough for him to spend. This large sum could only be used in the internal web of Jason Marshall House. Thus, Wang Ting had no pressure when he spent the money. After all, this cultivation fund wasn't real cash. Its worth could only be realized if he spent it. He started a shopping spree. Battle uniforms had different grades too. Wang Ting bought a set of 5-star battle uniforms that included a pair of battle boots. It cost 5 million. Then, he looked at the weapons. Wang Ting pondered for a moment. Since his ability was always rising, he might not be able to use a 2-star weapon for long. Thus, he decided on a 3-star weapon. However, 3-star weapons were honestly not cheap. One 3-star Fiery Flame series battle sword actually cost 15 million. So expensive. He complained, but he still bought it. These boxing gloves. Forget it. I won't buy them for now. Oh right, I can buy a bow. A bow should be more useful when fighting with a star beast. Wang Ting contemplated and decided to buy a 3-star heavy bow. The strength requirement for this bow was high, but it also meant that it was more powerful. Also, weapons that use spiritual power. He couldn't help but frown. During the past few days, he had especially researched this invisible force. He found related content in the Martial Warriors forum on the internal web. The invisible force was indeed spiritual power. However, most people were born with spiritual power. It was a talent. You couldn't acquire it through hard work and effort. Some people had a powerful spirit, but they might not be able to change it to spiritual power. Spirit and spiritual power were two different concepts. People with powerful spirits could learn weapon making, rune carving, and even Dan concocting. If you talked about offensive attacks, they could at most form a wave of pressure with their spirit. They would use it to exert pressure on their opponent. Normally, the stronger you were, the more powerful your spirit was. This was why powerful warriors had such oppressive auras. It was hard to withstand their force of presence. Spiritual power was different. It could be used as a controlling method. One could use it to control weapons for attacking and could even turn their spiritual power into an attack. They were able to launch spiritual attacks on their opponent. The latter used some secret skills to form special attacking method. It all sounded mysterious and powerful. A spiritual attack was enough to turn a person into a vegetable. If it was more serious, it could destroy a soul immediately. It was strange and sinister, and it was hard to guard against such attacks. However, these secret scriptures were extremely rare and precious. Wang Ting had searched the internal web for it before. He found them, but there were only a few. All of them cost a few billion. He couldn't afford them at all. Thus, he could only use one type of attacking method, manipulating weapons from afar. The weapons suitable for this should be small, light, and extremely sharp. For instance, flying daggers, flying needles, etc. Chapter 110. Shooting Star Spiral, Flying Needle, which one should I choose? Wang Ting was in a dilemma as he looked through the weapons shop one by one. Suddenly, his eyes paused on a name. He saw a familiar name. Master Lu. Partner of Jason Marshall House. Master Lu. What the hell? Master Lu was a partner of Jason Marshall House? Were his connections so amazing? I wonder if it's the same shop. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He clicked on the shop name on the web and went to look for the customer service window. He then sent a message. Wang Ting, are you there? Master Lu, I'm here, dear. 3. Redheart, is there anything I can help you with? This familiar tone and these familiar emoticons and expressions. It was confirmed. This was the Master Lu he knew. Wang Ting, I'm an old customer. I bought a weapon carrier casket and rune bullets from your shop before. Do you remember me? Master Lu. Oh, it's you, dear. What a coincidence. Wang Ting, you are a partner of Jisun Martial House? Master Lu, yes, dear. Our shop is the partner of the top 3 martial arts academies. I haven't congratulated you for entering Jisun Martial House, dear. Wang Ting didn't directly praise his amazing connections. Wang Ting, you have a wide range of avenues for your business. Master Lu, haha, thank you for your compliment. We are an old brand. You don't have to worry about our credibility and quality. Wang Ting felt that this Master Lu really looked like an old hand. Even a big organization like Jisun Martial House acknowledged his shop. That meant that it was indeed a credible brand. Wang Ting, do you have flying daggers or flying needles? Or any weapons similar to them? Since he had met someone familiar, naturally, Wang Ting was too lazy to look at other shops. He had bought twice from Master Lu. This shop's quality could be trusted. Master Lu immediately sent a few links to him. Master Lu, dear, you can take a look at these first. These should be the things you are looking for. If you are satisfied with them, you can place an order. Wang Ting opened the links one by one. The first link was a type of flying dagger with 6 daggers in one set. They were all of different sizes. The price tag was 1.5 million, but it was just a 1-star high-class weapon. The second link was a set of flying needles. The thickness of the needles was suitable, and there were 18 needles in total. Every single one was the length of an adult's forefinger. They were hard and ductile. The price was 2 million. It was a 1-star high-class weapon too, but it cost 500,000 renminbi more than the flying dagger. Wang Ting was actually quite satisfied with these 2 weapons. There were more links at the back, so he continued looking. The following few weapons were either flying darts or flying thorns. Their designs were terrible, and they weren't up to Wang Ting's aesthetic standards at all. He slowly lost his interest. However, there was still one last link. Since Master Lu had sent it to him, he should take a look at it. When the link opened, he saw a strange-looking weapon. It was shaped like a spiral cone. At one glance, it looked very ordinary, with nothing special about it. Shooting Star Spiral. Wang Ting mouthed the name of this last weapon. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Then, he scrolled to the description at the back. What is this? A page breakdown drawing appeared in front of him. This weapon could actually be broken down. It could turn into a long and thin flying dagger, a rhombus leaf design, and flying needles. There were 9 assemblies altogether. This is interesting. There were instructions at the side. Wang Ting looked at it carefully. The instructions mentioned that you could assemble the parts together and use them all as one weapon. While attacking your enemy, you could control the weapon with your spiritual power and let it disintegrate in a split second. It would form 9 different attacks. You would be able to catch your enemy off guard. It was obvious that this weapon was tailored for spiritual power masters. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He felt that this weapon was very suitable for him. This was a must-have for sinister people. He looked at the price. 5 million. This weapon had reached the standard of 1-star elite class, but its price was 1.5 million more than the battle sword he got on Mount Baoan. That battle sword was 1-star elite class too. Wang Ting found it a pity that this weapons class was a little low. He found it very weird that the links sent by the other party were all 1-star weapons. Did he think that he couldn't afford anything more expensive? Wang Ting sent him a message. Wang Ting, why are there only 1-star weapons? Master Lu, oh, you see. These weapons are only used by spiritual power masters normally, and they like to customize their weapons. Hence, our shop only has 1-star weapons to let them use while they're waiting for their order. Custom made. So this is how it works? Wang Ting had a sudden thought. He took out the dark ice stone and the star bone. He snapped a photo of them and sent it to Master Lu. Wang Ting, do you recognize these 2 items? He wasn't worried that the other party would have evil intentions at the sight of money. If that were the case, his shop wouldn't be able to exist for so long. Also, Master Lu was the official partner of Jason Marshall House. With Jason Marshall House as the guarantor, there wouldn't be any problems. When the other party saw the two items, he sent a list of surprised emoticons within a few seconds. Then, Master Lu, dear, are you willing to sell these items? Upright arrow, Wang Ting. Wang Ting replied angrily, No. Master Lu, ah dear, why don't you consider it again? I'm sure that you'll be satisfied with the price. Carrot for all carrot, Wang Ting, go away. The other party sent a depressed emoticon and then asked, Are you planning to use the dark ice stone and the star bone to make weapons? Wang Ting, yes, Master Lu. Looking at their sizes, it's impossible to forge large weapons with them. Even if we use other materials as the main ingredient, the weapon forged will be affected by the main material's limitations. Its class won't be too high. It will be a waste unless you are able to find a material with a similar grade as the dark ice stone. Master Lu, but that is hard. From your words, I think that you want to forge small weapons like flying daggers, right? Master Lu, in that case, these items are very suitable. You might even have some leftovers, which you can use to forge another set of flying needles. Master Lu, you will be able to use these two treasures to their maximum potential. You won't have to waste them. Wang Ting nodded. This Master Lu was indeed a professional. His analysis was clear and logical. Master Lu, all right, what talent does your star bone have? Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before he explained its talent briefly to the other party. Master Lu, it's actually spiritual shadow. This is a rare talent. That means that it's even more suitable to be forged into a concealed weapon. Wang Ting, I want something like a shooting star spiral. Master Lu, Wang Ting frowned, why? Is it not possible? Master Lu, your taste is as tricky as always. That shooting star spiral was created by my grandfather before he passed away. I don't know how to make it. Wang Ting was speechless. Wang Ting, your grandfather again. Why is your grandfather so impressive when you're so useless? Others always say that the younger generation is better than the older generation. But, for you, the older generation is the impressive one. One Master Lu, oh Master Lu, I don't want this to happen either. How about this? Give me some time, and I'll study the blueprint left behind by my grandfather. I'll see if I can make it. I'll inform you again. Wang Ting, all right, I guess this is the only way. Please don't disappoint me. Master Lu, degree nabla degree, Wang Ting, I'll place an order first. You can send the existing shooting star spiral to me. Master Lu, no way, dear. I still need it for research. Wang Ting, are you planning to dismantle it? Master Lu, ha ha ha, you can trust me more. I can piece it back. The other party seemed a little guilty as it sent a laughing emoticon over. Chapter 111. Moving Mountain Blade Skill. Wang Ting felt helpless. He could only buy a set of 1-star high-class flying daggers from Master Lu first. He spent 1.5 million so easily. Then, he bought a backpack and all kinds of necessities, such as treatment medications and antidotes for poison. He spent around 3 million on these items. Following Leader Lin's introduction, he didn't forget to buy a 2-star shield that cost 6 million. He also bought the battle sword he saw at first and the heavy style bow. Within a short time, he was only left with 58 million out of his 100 million cultivation fund. If Wang Xinghua knew that Wang Ting was spending money so lavishly, he would probably have a headache for a long time. What a wastrel! Wang Ting looked at his balance and felt frustrated for a moment. What should I do if I can't finish spending the money? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Oh right, there are still scriptures and battle techniques. Wang Ting suddenly remembered. He only had the scriptures and battle techniques for the fire element, ice element, and earth element. He didn't have anything for his wood, water, and poison elements. especially the poison attribute. This was a rare element. He looked through the scripture chamber of Jason Marshall House and didn't manage to find any scriptures related to the poison element. Wang Ting shook his head. He had to give up. Just as he was going to look at the wood and water element scriptures, he had a sudden thought. He tried to utilize his wood and water elements, but he realized that these two elements just stayed in his body. They didn't listen to his command. As expected, I can't use these elements if I don't get the corresponding physique talent. Even if I buy secret scriptures for wood and water elements now, I can't cultivate them. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile and stopped what he planned to do. I still lack an earth element attacking battle technique. He had his earth lust skill, but it consisted of a defensive shield. All he lacked was an earth element attacking battle technique. Wang Ting entered the battle techniques hall. All kinds of battle techniques were laid out in front of the buyer, split into different grades. Scriptures and battle techniques were divided into 4 different ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Each rank was then split into the low, middle, high, and elite classes. The red flame scripture and the deep ice scripture were both yellow rank high-class scriptures. As for the earth lust skill, it was a yellow rank elite class technique. The fire Kirin sword and the phantom ice fist were yellow rank high-class force battle technique. These scriptures and battle techniques were available on the website too. They weren't cheap. Earth lust skill and deep ice scripture cost 80 million. Red flame scripture cost 70 million. Fire Kirin sword was 30 million. Phantom ice fist was tagged at 20 million. Wang Ting was shocked and surprised when he saw the prices. Oh my God, I am already a billionaire. He didn't expect these 4 skill scriptures and battle techniques to be so expensive. No wonder martial warriors were all wealthy people. No wonder it was so difficult to become a martial warrior. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford these prices even if they sold all their asset. The barrier of entry was too high. Those powerful wealthy families could fork out the money without any pressure. A normal person, on the other hand, would feel hopeless just thinking about the large sum. The martial arts exam was a path to success. What they said was right. Wang Ting pondered to himself. If a student managed to get into the martial arts course, the school would provide them with skill scriptures. Even if it wasn't free, it wouldn't be too expensive. If not, how were the students able to become martial warriors? Wang Ting shook his head. If he didn't have his bug, the system, he might be worrying over his scriptures and battle techniques too. This was really difficult. He gathered his thoughts and started scrolling through the Earth Force battle technique. Mountain Shattering Strength, yellow rank low class, 5 million. Rock Breaking Punch, yellow rank middle class, 10 million. Mountain Rock Smash, yellow rank elite class, 200 million. Moving Mountain Blade Skill, dark level low class, 500 million. When they reached the dark level, the prices of the force battle techniques surged exponentially. After glancing at his remaining money, Wang Ting decided to buy the dark level low class Moving Mountain Blade Skill. He was going to the Xingwu continent soon. He didn't know what dangers were over there, so it was better to grasp a powerful battle technique. This dark-level low-class Moving Mountain Blade skill was definitely more powerful than the yellow-rank Fire Kirin sword skill and Phantom Ice Fist. Since he was practicing a blade skill, he would need a blade. He had 80 million left. Wang Ting decided to buy a 2-star high-class battle blade. Wang Ting had officially spent all the cultivation funds he was given for this period. As for cultivation resources like energy stones and Dan pills, he didn't buy them because they weren't as good as attribute bubbles. He needed to spend money on things that he didn't have. To other people, increasing their ability was the most important thing. Hence, they would probably buy all kinds of cultivation resources first. But, to Wang Ting, weapons and battle techniques were what he lacked. Also, whether it was Dan pills or energy stones, they contained a certain amount of impurities. If he absorbed the force in them, the impurities would be assimilated into his body too. As time went by, the impurities would accumulate in his body. It would affect his martial warrior's realm. Thus, he mustn't use too many of them. He knew the details of the items. As a cheater with a system, Wang Ting scorned the thought of using these cheap goods. He didn't touch the Ice Element Energy Stone and the Ice Element Dan Principle you gave him. He planned to use them in other areas or sell them away to earn some small cash. The next day, the items that Wang Ting bought arrived. The delivery person was a man wearing a black suit and black sunglasses. It made him look a little mysterious. Under his command, the staff carried the boxes down the car one by one. "Are you Mr. Wang Ting? Please use your account number to open the boxes and check the items inside," the man in black said. Wang Ting nodded. He used his wristwatch to scan an area at the side of the boxes. The boxes opened automatically. He counted the items. They were all delivered. "Mr. Wang Ting, if there's no problem, please sign here." The man in black passed the invoice over. When he saw the items in the boxes from the corner of his eyes, he was secretly dumbstruck. How wealthy! After Wang Ting signed and acknowledged the delivery, the man left with his staff. Wang Ting carried the boxes up the stairs and tidied them up. He placed them at the side and then plugged a USB into his computer. Moving mountain blade. A row of words entered his vision. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was time to gather and meet the other members of the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Ting had an enriching 2 days. He prepared everything he should prepare, and he had already started practicing the moving mountain blade skill. He looked at his attributes panel. Moving mountain blade skill, foundation 5 out of 100, it was just at the foundation stage, and his proficiency was very low. Wang Ting did have 35 blank attributes left, but he wasn't in a hurry to use them. In the morning, Wang Ting ate breakfast with his family. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei wanted to speak but had no idea what to say. Understandably, they were both concerned. However, they didn't dare to show it. "Dad, I have a right to purchase form for the deer garden. If you have time, you can take a look and buy a bigger house there. Try to move there as soon as possible," Wang Ting said. "Okay, leave it to me. Don't worry about it." Wang Xinghua nodded. "I'll be leaving." Wang Ting finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and got up. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei sent him to the door. They hesitated for a moment. In the end, all their worries and emotions congregated into a single sentence. "Take care and come back safely." Chapter 112. Entering Xingwu Continent and Space Talent Jisun Martial House. Wang Ting met the other 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Ting was wearing his battle uniform and battle boot. He had a backpack on his back and the weapon carrier casket on his shoulder. All his weapons were placed inside his weapon carrier casket. Even his heavy bow was able to fit inside. He had to admit that the design of the weapon carrier casket was amazing. Although it wasn't big, it utilized all the space inside to its maximum potential. All he needed to carry in his hand was the shield. As for the flying daggers, he placed them in his clothes. That way, he would be able to launch a deadly attack with just a move of his thoughts. As compared to Lin Zhan and the other members, his equipment was considered relatively simple. The other 5 members had many bags on them, some even sporting luggage bags. When Wang Ting asked them about it, he learned that they were filled with ammunition. He moved his eyes around and saw the heavy rune machine gun Lu Yan was carrying on her back. Who said that only men were allowed to use guns? Guns and beauties. They were a match made in heaven. Lu Yan wore a tight-fitting battle uniform, showcasing her figure. Along with the rough-looking heavy machine gun, she exuded a wild and fierce kind of charm. Wang Ting shifted his gaze and looked at the 2 large-sized battle axes in Lin Zhan's hands. He could only exclaim in his heart, "That's a real man." Yang Fei was using a mace, while Yan Jinming and Yan Jinyue used a blade and a sword, respectively. When they stood together, They gave off a capable and mature aura. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off." With a wave of Lin Zhan's hand, everyone grabbed their luggage. They boarded the car and headed in a direction. Half an hour later, the car drove into a military camp. This military camp was erected after the dimensional rift leading to Xingwu continent appeared. It's heavily guarded, and there are many martial warriors hidden in the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening, Lin Zhan explained. Their car was stopped at a checkpoint. The 5 members took out their martial warrior credentials and passed them to the guard. Wang Ting saw their actions and followed their example, taking out his martial warrior credential too. The guard was holding a scanning device. He scanned the martial warrior credentials one by one before scanning everyone's faces. After confirming that there were no errors, he let them in. Lin Zhan explained as he drove into the military camp. "You won't be able to enter this place if you don't have your martial warrior credential on you." Along the way, they could see a huge number of patrols in the camp. They parked the car in the parking lot and locked it. Then, they came to a plaza. There weren't many people here. The most conspicuous thing was the gigantic door frame made of steel right in the middle of the plaza. It was at least 30 meters tall, around 20 meters wide, and was shaped like a circular arc. In the middle of the door frame was a pitch-black, deep and long whirlpool. Once you glanced at the whirlpool, your gaze would be attracted by it unconsciously. Honestly, anyone who saw the dimensional rift for the first time would get a shock. Wang Ting was no exception. At this moment, he was standing in front of the enormous door frame, unable to speak for a long time. "What do you think? Are you blown away?" Lin Zhan smiled and asked. The other 4 members looked at Wang Ting with smiles on their faces. In the past, they had a similar expression when they saw the dimensional rifts for the first time. Wang Ting nodded. "Let's go. When you reach Xingwu continent, you will be even more flabbergasted." Lin Zhan smiled and continued. He was the first to walk towards the door. There were many large machines placed at the side of the gigantic door. Wang Ting didn't know whether they were used to stabilize the dimensional rift or to monitor something. There were also staff operating the machines, keeping a vigilant eye on things. These staff members ignored Wang Ting and the team members. Wang Ting glanced at them and then followed his team members. He walked forward. Lin Zhan and the rest passed through the dimensional rift without stopping. Wang Ting took a deep breath and then followed them closely. He stepped through the door. It felt like an instant, yet at the same time, it felt like a long time had passed. His world was spinning and his vision had turned pitch black. Suddenly, he felt solid ground under his feet. Wang Ting opened his eyes. Lin Zhan and the rest of them were standing not far away. They had already recovered from the teleportation. When they saw Wang Ting recovering so quickly, they were surprised. When they passed through the dimensional rift the first time, they had retched for a long time, and their heads hurt terribly. They had to rest for half a day before they could move normally. "This fellow is not ordinary." They exchanged glances with one another. This thought appeared in their minds in unplanned unison. Wang Ting had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, his gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles beside those people. There was a bubble below his feet too. Where did these bubbles come from? Wang Ting was puzzled. Space *0. 1 space *0. 1 space attribute. They were space attributes. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He never imagined that these bubbles would actually be space attributes. Could they be from the dimensional rift? While pondering, he didn't forget to pick up the bubbles. Ever since getting spiritual power, he had tried many experiments. Now, he was able to use his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles towards him. He didn't have to walk around and pick them up anymore. If not, other people would always look at him as if he were an idiot when he ran around everywhere. In the past, he could barely stand the glances thrown at him. However, for the sake of picking up attributes, he became an idiot again and again. Finally, He was freed from that torture. He didn't have to be an idiot anymore. He pulled all the bubbles beside his team members toward him and collected them. Space *0. 8. His space attribute increased by 0.8 points. Wang Ting's gaze landed on his attributes panel. He finally saw a change in his talent row. Space 0.8/1000. It's a talent attribute. Wang Ting's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was a gift from heaven. The moment he entered Xingwu continent, he was given such a huge surprise. It looked like Xingwu continent was very friendly towards him. Although he didn't know the exact use of this space talent, he had some idea of what it entailed. In those game novels, they always boasted about how fantastic space talent was. Hence, this space talent wouldn't be too shabby. Just as Wang Ting was thinking about this, Lin Zhan opened his mouth with a smile. Welcome to the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting regained his senses. Xingwu continent. Oh right, he had come to the Xingwu continent. He scanned his surroundings. This seemed to be a giant hall. There was a huge circular arc door frame behind him that looked similar to the one on the other end of the dimensional rift. The whirlpool in the depth of the door was spinning slowly. Let's go out and take a look, Lin Zhan said and walked out. The other followed him closely. When they walked through the door and reached outside, Wang Ting realized that they were in a tall tower just now. At the moment, they were standing at the bottom of the tower. This is the Force Tower. It's situated in the middle of the city. The entire city's energy is supplied by this tower, said Lin Zhan. Wang Ting raised his head and noticed that the tower was a few hundred meters tall. Its entire structure was made of steel, and it pierced into the clouds like a steep and dangerous peak. There were countless occult runes carved on the building. At the bottom of the tower was a plaza. Unknown black rocks paved its floor, and they were carved with runes too, exuding a mysterious aura. Wang Ting felt a vast and powerful pressure pushing him down from the sky. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is the product of the Xingwu continent's civilization. Do you find it a little unbelievable? Asked Lin Zhan. This Xingwu continent is indeed a little different from my imagination. Wang Ting breathed out loud as he replied. Chapter 113. I saw a back view. Xingwu continent was the name of the main continent in this otherworld. A vast city was magnificently situated in the south of the Xingwu continent. At this moment, in the center of the city, in an enormous palace, a young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. There was an ancient-style tortoiseshell laid in front of him. It was the size of his palm. He knocked the tortoiseshell slowly and gently. It gave off a clear and loud knocking sound. Stars were shimmering in his eyes as if there was a universe hidden in them. Suddenly, the stars spun, and the vacant space around him started retreating. The next second, the young man abruptly closed his eyes as 2 lines of blood left a long trail on his cheek. His black hair turned snow-white in a split second. It was as if all his vitality had been sucked away. "What's wrong with you?" A stern and slightly agitated voice rang out in the dark. The young man waved his hand. After some time, he mocked, "I'm someone at the brink of death. What can happen to me?" "You," the man in the dark took a deep breath. His voice turned back to being stern and indifferent. He then asked, "What did you see? Tell me truthfully." "I see a back view." "A back view? That's all?" "A back view, a sword that can kill immortals and devils, a blade that can cut the Milky Way, a fist that can destroy the sun." "Bullshit. Humph, you just don't want to believe it. Our world, that person might be our last hope. How can he do it alone? Let me give you a piece of sincere advice. Can you let me go?" The person in the dark turned silent. "Humph, I'm about to die. I can't do anything anymore." The young man scoffed. "You're still my younger brother. If you go outside, you won't be able to survive with your weak body. I can't let you go out to die. I'm already no different from a dead person. It doesn't matter if you let me leave or not. Why can't you allow me to have one last look at the world before I die? It's about to, enough, the man in the dark shouted in a low voice. Then, he sighed and said, forget it. You can leave. You can come back any time you want to. This place will always be your home. That person, don't have any interactions with him. The young man dropped this sentence and kept the tortoiseshell on the ground. He had nothing else he needed to pack. He staggered his way out of the hall. He wouldn't be coming back. Let's go, Lin Zhan said as they stood at the bottom of the tall tower. There were long staircases in all 4 directions of the tall tower. They climbed down the stairs and walked for a distance. They soon passed through a door. The next instant, a whole new world entered Wang Ting's vision. The prosperous street with an exotic aura welcomed him to a new adventure. This was a giant city made of steel. The entire city seemed to be in the Middle Ages, but there weren't any steam product. The buildings in the city had a foreign style, but hints of earth architecture could also be found. The integration of 2 different styles had resulted in a unique design. The people on the streets were all dressed distinctively, and their dressing was completely different from humans on Earth. However, you were able to see some people in battle uniforms occasionally. Why does that lady? Wang Ting was stunned when he saw the ears of a lady that walked past. This is a young lady from the rabbit tribe of the orc race. Old brother Wang, it looks like we are the same kind. You noticed her at one glance. Yan Jinming placed his arm on Wang Ting's shoulder and sniggered. Brother, don't lead Wang Ting astray. Yan Jinyue was displeased. That won't happen. I'm discussing life philosophy with him, replied Yan Jinming. Wang Ting was speechless for a few moments. He then asked, there are other races in the Xingwu continent? That's right. This place is very different from Earth. When you visit the Jisun Martial House branch in this city, you will be able to learn some basic knowledge of the Xingwu continent. Lin Zhan drove a car out of the parking lot after he finished speaking. Then, he brought everyone to the Jisun Martial House branch in this city. In the car, the other 5 team members could tell that Wang Ting had many questions in his mind. They started explaining to him without stopping. For instance, the races in the Xingwu continent, the language here. There were many races in the Xingwu continent, not only the orc. There were the dwarf race, the giant race, the merman race, and many others. With so many races, there were naturally many languages. It was quite complicated. Of course, there was a commonly used language in the continent too. It was the human language. Wang Ting stuck his tongue out in astonishment. Orc? Dwarf? Giant? These only exist in novels, right? There were so many races in the Xingwu continent. You must be shocked. When I first came here, I suspected that we had transmigrated into a novel, said Lu Yan. What if we can't speak to the people here properly? Wang Ting asked. Don't worry about that. There's a way to solve it. Lu Yan kept him in suspense. I have another question. Since we have peaceful ties with the Xingwu continent, why can we enter the Xingwu continent, but the people here can't come to Earth? This question had been bothering him for a long time. That's because the people here can't pass through the dimensional rift. A powerful person from the Xingwu continent once tried to force his way through, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he received a strong backlash and almost lost his life. Lin Zhan jumped in on the conversation. What is that so? Wang Ting got even more puzzled. This answer is not something we have the right to know. Lin Zhan gave a bitter smile. So, this is the reason why these 2 worlds can be at peace? Wang Ting asked again. He was like a curious child with endless questions about the world. It's not that simple. There are other reasons too, Lin Zhan replied. He then thought of something, and his expression turned a little ugly. He didn't explain further. The waters of the Xingwu continent run deep. Wang Ting sighed secretly and stopped probing. He just gazed at the scenery outside the car. The entire Xingwu continent's civilization seemed to be still in the Iron Age. Whether it was the environment, the buildings, or the atmosphere, it wasn't as advanced as Earth. However, because of the presence of force and runes, man-made structures that seemed ahead of the times could be seen occasionally. For instance, the steel cars speeding along the roads, the force airship flying towards the horizon in the air, and the steel figurines moving freely along the streets with a cracking sound. The exotic feel and the modern feel were both very strong. Oh my God, that must be a beauty from the Foxmen race. Her figure is so good. She looks so sexy. Before the car stopped, Wang Ting recognized the branch of Jisun Martial House. That unexpected building. Everyone got out of the car and walked into the martial arts academy. Lin Zhan directly led Wang Ting to the main building. The main building of the martial arts academy was different from the one on Earth. Here, it looked more like a distribution center. There were many martial warriors from Jisun Martial House gathered here. They were resting, playing, accepting missions, and some were even selling their spoils of war. The arrival of Lin Zhan and his team attracted the attention of the people in the hall. They were all martial warriors from Jisun Martial House, so they always saw each other and were naturally familiar. Someone opened his mouth. "Hey Lin Zhan, did you bring a newbie? This newbie looks a little young. Did he become a martial warrior at such a young age? Could he be a young master from some wealthy family?" Voices came from all directions, with a hint of disdain and mocking in their tones. They didn't care about Wang Ting's feelings at all. Don't listen to them. They are all like this. They don't have any evil intentions. Lin Zhan spoke to Wang Ting. Then, he shouted at those people, "Come on, what do you know? This is the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year. Our principal personally told me to bring him along." Chapter 114. Dark Mist Forest. Wow, the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam? Are you serious? The top scholar of the martial arts exam this year is so impressive. He's already a martial warrior. Looks like he's a genius. Even if he's a genius, he's still a newbie. Do you know what kind of place Xingwu continent is? Death can happen anytime. It's not easy to guide a newbie here. Lin Zhan's words caused everyone to immerse in a discussion. Many people were shocked. "All right, I'm not chatting with you anymore." Lin Zhan ignored them and led Wang Ting to the middle of the hall. The hall was very spacious. After passing through many activity areas, they finally reached the center. There was a circular platform in the middle with a stone placed on it. Complex runes were carved on the surface of the stone. An elder was sitting at the side and dozing off. "Uncle He." Lin Zhan called him respectfully. The elder called Uncle He opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Zhan. "Oh, it's you. Why are you here?" "I brought a new person." Lin Zhan moved his body to allow Wang Ting to come forward. "Another new person." Uncle He looked at Wang Ting. He couldn't help but exclaim curiously, "This fellow is a little hard to read." Lin Zhan and the other members were stunned. Uncle He guarded this legacy stone all year round. He had seen his fair share of newbies, but he had never given them any comment. This time, he actually made an exception for Wang Ting. And he commented that Wang Ting was hard to read. Wang Ting didn't know what the other team members were thinking. When he heard Uncle He's words, his heart skipped a beat. Why are this old man's eyes so sharp? "Uncle He." He followed Lin Zhan's example and called the elder respectfully. Uncle He nodded. He didn't probe further and said calmly, "Place your hands on this legacy stone." "Legacy stone?" Wang Ting looked at the other team members. When he saw them nodding, he walked forward and placed his hands on the stone. He didn't see Uncle He doing anything, but the runes on the legacy stone suddenly shone brightly. Just now, that was spiritual power, Wang Ting thought to himself. The next second, he felt a series of information entering his mind. What is this? Although he could guess what the legacy stone was for from its name, he was still flabbergasted when he truly experienced its power. Within a few seconds, Wang Ting felt that he had learned a new language. Hashtag yen and %. Language can be passed down? He opened his mouth and realized that he was speaking in an entirely foreign language. His pronunciation was a little strange too. He had a Chinese accent. Then, he heard Lin Zhan speaking in the same foreign language. Not bad. When the pioneers came to this world, they realized the existence of this kind of legacy stone. They were able to let people learn the basics of a language within a short time. We know how difficult it is to learn a new language, especially in the Xingwu continent, which has a completely different culture from ours. This makes learning even more difficult. Many people went through hardships, but they were unable to fully grasp the languages of the Xingwu continent. Later on, the powerful factions had no choice but to buy this stone from the Xingwu continent at a high price to pass down the common language of Xingwu continent to newcomers. Wang Ting didn't expect this to happen. He asked, "Does this mean that other knowledge can be passed down through this method too?" It's not that simple. It's really difficult to operate the legacy stone. If you want to pass down slightly complicated knowledge, you will need a considerable amount of manpower, wealth, and time. You will also need a profound runemaster before you can attempt to carry out the operation. The basic knowledge is easy to learn, so putting it in the legacy stone is useless. It's not worth the effort. There are many races in the Xingwu continent, and their languages are extremely complicated. That was why this common language legacy stone was born. The procedure matured gradually over hundreds and thousands of years. Until now, the most common and widely used legacy stones in the Xingwu continent is this kind of common language legacy stones. Lin Zhan explained everything at length. Wang Ting nodded to show his understanding. If an item that could affect your memory could be created so easily, no one would need to use their brains to study anymore. Everything could be passed down through the legacy stone. No one had to tire their brains out, and it would be easy to cultivate laziness. There was a high chance that civilization would come to a standstill. There would be no progress. It was frightening just thinking about the consequences. After completing the language passing down, Uncle He closed his eyes and took a short break. Lin Zhan and the others knew that they should take their leave. "Give me a cup of spiritual grape wheat beer." There were many entertainment facilities in the hall. Lin Zhan didn't seem to be in a hurry to go out. He brought his team to a bar and shouted at the bartender standing behind the counter. The spiritual grape wheat beer was a specialty of the Xingwu continent. It didn't have a high alcohol content and the taste was excellent. Many martial warriors loved it. Lin Zhan took a small booklet from below the bar counter and threw it to Wang Ting. "The things that you want to know are all inside. You can take a look." Lu Yen and the other team members gathered around the side of the bar counter and ordered some drinks or fruit cocktails that were low in alcohol content. They waited at the side and chatted casually with their friends. Wang Ting nodded. He opened the small booklet and started reading. The booklet was a compilation of all the common knowledge one should know about the Xingwu continent. It wasn't very detailed, but it was extensive. Time passed quickly. Lin Zhan only called the other team members and got ready to leave after Wang Ting finished reading the booklet. The time in the Xingwu continent was around the same as the Earth. It was around 3 p.m. now. Lin Zhan drove a heavy armor vehicle out of the parking lot of the Martial Arts Academy and called everyone to get in. The wheels of this vehicle were as tall as a human. The car was covered in heavy armor all around, and it looked like a giant steel beast. The heavy armor vehicle drove out of Yong City. Yong City was this important city that was connected to Donghai's dimensional rift. When the dimensional rift appeared, the people from Earth had started building this city. It managed to reach this scale after many years of development. In the Xingwu continent, many technological products from Earth were rendered useless. Only force products could be used. For instance, the force tower in the middle of the city and the force heavy armor vehicle they were in. This seemed to be the limitation of this world. Wang Ting had learned all these pieces of information from the small booklet. He was slowly starting to accept the things in the Xingwu continent. The front and back seats of the heavy armor vehicle were connected. Although Wang Ting sat at the back, he was able to see the dashboard in the front. This kind of force vehicle relied on the runes to absorb the force in the air and changed it to its energy supply. This was quite environmentally friendly. They went out of the city and drove for more than 10 miles. Then, they left the main road and entered the wilderness. Their surroundings were desolate, with low bushes and tussocks visible. Occasionally, they would alert 1 or 2 wild beasts. The wilderness was endless, and natural ravines existed everywhere. There was no path, but this wasn't a problem for the huge tires of this heavy armor vehicle. Our destination this time is the dark mist forest, Lin Zhan shouted against the howl of the wind. Wang Ting immediately knew what he was talking about. There was an introduction in the booklet. The dark mist forest was an area that humans were currently exploring, and it was enormous. There were many restricted zones inside with large and powerful star beasts entrenched there. Many strong martial warriors had lost their lives in this place. Even until today, humans had not explored the forest entirely. 2 hours later, when the sun was about to set, a vast forest entered everyone's vision. Lin Zhan drove the vehicle to the edge of the forest. Then, he stepped on the brakes, drifting the huge car sideways. The tires plowed the ground and formed a mark in the shape of an arc. Chapter 115. Sneak Attack. A camp was built by humans outside the dark mist forest. It was like a transfer station. Lin Zhan parked the car at the camping ground. Then, everyone carried their luggage bags and headed towards the dark mist forest. The dark mist forest is very dangerous at night. Nonetheless, you will have to experience it sooner or later. Since we're already here, we might as well go into the dark mist forest now. Lin Zhan was leading the pack. He had to turn his head to speak to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was walking in the middle. This was their deliberate arrangement. Yang Fei and Yan Jiming were at the back, while Yan Jinwei and Lu Yan were flanking Wang Ting. Wang Ting smiled bitterly in his heart. "I'm being taken care of like a chick." This was the first time he was entering the forest, and it was at night too. Lin Zhan and the other members were well experienced, no doubt, but they didn't dare to let down their guards. As the sun set, the light gradually disappeared. The forest turned completely dark. Wear your infrared night vision glasses. Everyone be careful. Lin Zhan shouted. Wang Ting took out a pair of black-rimmed infrared night vision glasses from his bag. This was one of the necessary items that Lin Zhan had mentioned before. This kind of battle-style infrared goggles was light and convenient to carry around. It even had runes to enhance its functions. Its firmness, flexibility, and fitting were all perfect. It wouldn't affect one's fighting ability. Wang Ting had spiritual sight, but there was no need for him to stand out. Also, spiritual sight consumed a lot of his spiritual power. It was better to use these battle-style infrared glasses first. He would save his spiritual sight for emergency needs. Wait! Just as everyone was about to head deeper into the forest, Lin Zhan raised his hand and stopped them in a low voice. The team members walking behind him immediately raised their vigilance. Looking at their stance, they seemed to be prepared to attack or defend at a moment's notice. Wang Ting followed the others and squatted down. He held his battle sword tightly in his hand and scanned his surroundings. "It's a gale wolf!" Lin Zhan squatted below a tree and called the rest of his team members over. After everyone gathered together, they focused on an object on the ground. It was a pile of shit. A few handsome men and pretty ladies squatted together in the middle of the night to look at a pile of shit. This scene was so interesting. Wang Ting wanted to complain, but when he saw Lin Zhan and the other team members' solemn expressions, he decided against it. They didn't seem to be fooling around. This shape, this color, and this smell. Yan Jinming pinched his nose and nodded as he continued, this is indeed a gale wolf. Wang Ting, observe and learn, Lu Yen reminded him. Wang Ting nodded. He memorized the characteristics they mentioned just now in his heart. Everyone, be careful. These feces seem very fresh, so it must have left just a moment ago. Gale wolves move in a pack. If we meet them, it will be a little troublesome, said Lin Zhan. The group continued walking. As they headed deeper, they noticed more and more traces of gale wolves. Based on Lin Zhan's guess, there were at least 7 to 8 gale wolves hunting together in this area. The claws and teeth of gale wolves are good materials for forging weapons. If we meet them, let's try to take them down. Lu Yen carried her machine gun and said nonchalantly. Don't act rashly. We have Wang Ting in our team now. We need time to learn to work with one another. Lin Zhan was more cautious. Leader, what level are the gale wolves? Asked Wang Ting. They are at most 1-star high level. If it is a wolf king, it might be 2-star, Lin Zhan said. If we really meet them, you don't have to take special care of me. I think I can handle a 1-star star beast, said Wang Ting. He didn't want to be a burden to them. Are you sure? Lin Zhan was surprised. Wang Ting, the star beasts in the Xingwu continent live among other star beasts from birth. They are very experienced in fights, and they are fiercer and harder to handle than the star beasts on Earth. You don't have to push yourself too hard, Lu Yen frowned and said. Lu Yen is right. The star beasts in the Xingwu continent are hard to handle, especially wind element mutated star beasts like the gale wolves. They are really fast, and it's troublesome to fight with one, much less a whole pack. These animals know how to cooperate. Even we need to spend some time and effort to get rid of them, another team member, Yang Fei, chimed in. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. It seemed that everyone thought that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. He just nodded and replied, All right, I won't push myself. The team continued moving forward while keeping aware of the traces of the gale wolves. Suddenly, Yan Jinming slashed his blade in the air. A 3-meter-long black snake was cut in half. The 2 pieces dropped down from the tree. Are you all right? Lin Zhan turned around and asked. I'm fine. It's just a poisonous snake, not a star beast, Yan Jinming said indifferently. Lin Zhan nodded. Just as he was about to continue walking, he saw something from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed abruptly as he yelled, 6 o'clock, waist, claw attack. At the same time, he stomped on the ground and dodged to his right. The bat leaks in his hand formed a semicircle in the air as he swung it up and smashed it behind him. Yan Jinming's expression changed slightly when he heard the warning. He quickly twisted his body. Slash. A green flash of light grazed his waist, almost chopping it into 2. The flash of light went past and cut through the enormous trees in front. The 2 large trees growing next to each other were chopped into half, and they fell to the ground with a loud collision. Howl! The next moment, the howls of wolves broke the tranquility of the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures were shuttling back and forth through the bushes. The sound of their bodies rubbing against the leaves made the team members remain on full alert. Next, green lights started appearing in the forest. 7 to 8 shadows dashed out in a split second and pounced on the members of the Tiger Warrior team. Kill them! The humble-looking Yang Fei roared in anger. His eyes widened, and he charged out first. The battle mace in his hand was dancing around him like a piece of stick. Boom! The battle mace smashed a gale wolf and sent it flying a long distance. It died instantaneously. Yan Jinyue held a battle sword in her hand. Her speed of attacking was really fast. After blocking a wolf's claw, she thrust her green blade out, stabbing it into the eyes of the wolf. The tip of the sword gave off a cold and sharp glint. Blood splattered everywhere. The gale wolf had died. Yan Jinming chopped the head of the gale wolf that had sneaked an attack on him just now with a single strike. Then, He welcomed the second Gale Wolf without losing his composure. Lu Yen leaped onto a huge tree. The heavy machine gun was still behind her back, and she was now holding a rune pistol in her hands. Single shots. A Gale Wolf below the tree evaded the incoming bullets at an astonishing speed. The bullets had red flames at the end, marking a path in the air. Lu Yen had to use 3 bullets to get rid of the Gale Wolf. Then, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Ting. Their formation was destroyed, so everyone solved their trouble at the fastest speed before turning their heads and looking for Wang Ting. It was natural that they were more concerned about a newbie. Only the people who had encountered the Xingwu continent's star beasts would know how dangerous they were. But, when everyone finally found Wang Ting, they saw him flying at a speed no slower than the Gale Wolf. He brushed past the Gale Wolf, swinging his sword at the same time and forming an icy blue light in the air. The stomach of the Gale Wolf was cut open easily. Fast, accurate, ruthless. There was no hesitation at all. Boom. On the other side, Lin Zhan smashed the 2-star Gale Wolf King into a pile of minced meat with his axe. Then, he twirled the other axe in his hand and chopped the bodies of the 2 1-star Gale Wolves charging towards him. He also ended his battle quickly. Then, he kept his battle axes into the casings behind his back and walked forward without looking back at the Gale Wolves he killed. Instead, he looked at the Gale Wolf lying under Wang Ting's feet with its stomach cut open. He was slightly shocked. In the end, he smiled and said, "It looks like we managed to get a treasure in our team." Chapter 116. Steps of Gale. Wang Ting panted slightly as he looked at the Gale Wolf beside his feet. That attack just now looked easy, but he had unleashed all his power in that burst of movement. Fortunately, his speed wasn't slower than the Gale Wolf. His basic footwork was at the presence enlightenment stage, and his overall battle power was close to the peak of a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. The combination of these two allowed him to kill the Gale Wolf renowned for its speed. Also, the Gale Wolf that Wang Ting killed hadn't reached 1-star high level. Judging from its ability, it was only at 1-star middle level. In front of Lin Zhan's compliment, Wang Ting appeared indifferent. He didn't belittle himself, nor did he feel too proud. "Not bad, little brother Wang. Your ability and battle skills are not weak at all." Lu Yen jumped down from the tree and patted Wang Ting's shoulder in surprise. "It looks like we have misjudged you. As the top scholar of the martial arts exam and a martial warrior at such a young age, you are definitely not weak," Yan Jinming smiled and said. Everyone couldn't help but remember their first time meeting a star beast. They weren't as relaxed as Wang Ting. In fact, they were a little disheveled. They couldn't be compared to Wang Ting at all. They thought about what Wang Ting said a few moments ago. He had told them that they didn't need to babysit him. At first, they thought he didn't want to accept their help because of his ego, but now, they were obviously thinking too much. Damn it, were newbies all so powerful nowadays? Alright, let's tidy up and leave quickly. The smell of blood will lure other star beasts over, Lin Zhan commanded. The team members didn't refute him. They immediately took care of the corpses of the Gale Wolves, mainly their claws and their teeth. Then, they checked if there were any star cores. As for the other parts of their bodies, like the skin and the meat, they were indeed worth some money, but it wasn't much. There were too many of them, which would take up too much space. No one would waste the effort to keep them. Wang Ting followed their actions and cut off the sharp claws of the Gale Wolves and their teeth. At the same time, he secretly activated his spiritual power and sucked all the attribute bubbles around him. Wind force *1 wind force *1 blank attribute *4 wind force. There were 11 points of wind force in total. Wang Ting was elated. He had another force element now, and it was even the mutated wind force. He had personally experienced the speed of the Gale Wolves. They were able to travel so quickly thanks to this wind force. Now that he had it, too, his speed would definitely increase in the future. Looking at all the martial arts in the world, Only speed could never be defeated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Does it sound frightening to you? The only regret was that he had the force but not the compatible talent. Hence, he couldn't use the force for now. That felt a little awkward. Wang Ting shook his head and continued collecting the bubbles. Earth Force *1 Fire Force *1 Fire Force *1 blank attribute *2 Water Force *1 besides Water Force. The other attributes were all dropped by his teammate. He collected 2 points of Earth Force, 2 points of Fire Force, and 3 points of Water Force. Unfortunately, there wasn't any Metal Force. It seemed like Lin Zhan had solely relied on his physical strength to kill that 2-star Gale Wolf King and the 2 1-star Gale Wolves during the battle just now. He didn't employ any force at all. This was a powerful person. Wang Ting shook his head. He placed the claws and teeth of the Gale Wolf in the interlayer of his backpack to isolate the stench of blood. As for the Star Core, there was no sign of it. He wondered if other people had found any. Very soon, he picked up the last bubble. Steps of Gale *1 Wang Ting was stunned. What is this? His gaze immediately landed on the attributes panel. He scanned down and finally paused at the Battle Techniques row. Steps of Gale, Foundation 1/100, it's a battle technique. Wang Ting was excited and surprised at the same time. He didn't expect the Gale Wolf to drop a battle technique. Steps of Gale. Was it a form of footwork? If it was really footwork, this would be a pleasant surprise. He had seen the prices of footwork techniques on the internal Jisun Martial House web. They were more costly than the offensive battle techniques, and the price would increase exponentially as its class got higher. Wang Ting wanted to buy some footwork skills. With his current wealth, if he wanted a good footwork battle technique, he would need to spend a significant portion of his cultivation fund. That meant that he wouldn't be able to buy other things. This is good stuff. This Steps of Gale might not appear often, but since he had collected it, he could use his blank attributes to raise its level in the future. Wang Ting started counting the number of blank attributes he got just now. There were 16. Including the ones he saved during his actual combat assessment, he had a total of 51 blank attribute. At this moment, the rest of the team members had finished clearing up the scene too. There were 9 Gale Wolves but not a single Star Core. Even the Gale Wolf kind didn't have one. Wang Ting was stunned. It looked like he had been extremely lucky when he managed to get a Star Core from the volcano salamander. Lin Zhan gathered everyone before they continued their exploration. The night was gloomy. In the dark mist forest, the roars of beasts never went quiet. Roar, howl, screech. You could even hear the shrill cries of birds. Wang Ting noticed that as time went by, a mist started to form around them gradually. The forest became even more dangerous. This was how the dark mist forest got its name. It's getting misty. Leader? Lu Yen frowned. Find a place to rest. We will call it a day, Lin Zhan stopped and said. No one had any objections. Wang Ting was the same. A newbie didn't have the right to express his opinion. He was a newbie among the newbies. The next morning, everyone woke up on a tree. All the members had chosen a branch and rested on it. They took turns to keep watch at night to prevent star beasts from attacking them. You're awake. Yawn, it's such a torture to watch all of you sleeping. Yan Jiming jumped down from the highest tree branch and yawned. His tone was quite envious. He was the last person that kept watch at night. I will be the last one next time. Yang Fei smiled. Eat something. We will head to the Wind Valley to hunt Single Horned Denglong one. Lin Zhan said. Single Horned Denglong. Leader, don't you think that it's a little too early for us to hunt a Single Horned Denglong? Yan Jiming hesitated and asked. At first, I planned to hunt the Single Horned Denglong after Wang Ting had gotten used to the environment here. I thought that he would need a few days, but after seeing his performance last night, I feel that I can push my plan forward, Lin Zhan said. Leader, although Wang Ting's performance yesterday is not bad, that is still a 3-star star beast, and it's a gifted creature at that. It's one of the hardest 3-star star beasts to hunt. Even if we work together, we might not be able to take it out. What's more, we have Wang Ting with us. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. Lu Yan frowned and said. That's right, leader. I feel that Lu Yan's words make sense. The single-horn Denglong is too dangerous. Yang Fei also supported her opinion. Yan Jinhua looked back and forth between her team members and chose to keep quiet. She decided to continue being invisible. In the team, this was always her position. Wang Ting, what do you think? Lin Zhan smiled and asked him. I don't have any thoughts. Wang Ting was speechless. Yuan Fang didn't give his opinion either. How can I give mine? When he saw Lin Zhan's awkward expression, he continued. I don't mind taking a look at the single-horn Denglong you mentioned. However, since it's a 3-star star beast, I won't be of much use. I will at most provide cover for you at the side. He knew his limitations. This was a 3-star star beast that was close to 4 stars. Even if he was a bug, he didn't have such a powerful ability. I can't do it. Chapter 117. Heart of Martial Arts. The vast dark mist forest was divided into 5 huge sections by the explorers. Starting from the outside, it was partitioned into the outer circle, middle circle, and inner circle. There were also the Forbidden Death Zone and the Forbidden Mysterious Zone. The outer circle typically consisted of 1-star to 3-star star beasts. Star beasts had a hierarchy too. The higher-level star beasts wouldn't want to lower their status, so they rarely came to the outer circle. The middle circle consisted of 4-star to 6-star star beasts. As for the inner circle, that was where 7-star to 9-star star beasts lived. Similarly, the star beasts from the inner circle wouldn't run out to the middle circle. The environment in the Forbidden Death Zone was extraordinarily harsh and perilous. There were many Lord-level frightening star beasts hidden in that area. Lord-level star beasts were equivalent to general stage martial warriors. They could be considered the overlords among the star beasts. Not talking about martial warriors below the general stage, even if general stage martial warriors entered the Forbidden Death Zone alone, they would have a slim chance of surviving. As for the Forbidden Mysterious Zone, even general stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to escape after they entered. Well, at least until today, no one had heard of a general stage martial warrior who was able to return safely after venturing into that zone. Wang Ting and his teammates were at the outer circle. With the Tiger Warrior team's ability, they were considered one of the most powerful teams in the outer circle. Normal 1-star or 2-star star beasts wouldn't pose any threat to them. That was why they were able to kill the 9 Gale Wolves so easily last night. After all, the difference in level was evident. Had it been a normal martial warrior team, there was a high possibility that they might have died in that encounter. Lin Zhan and his teammates said that they would need some time and effort to deal with the Gale Wolves. However, after Wang Ting saw their combat prowess yesterday, he felt like sniggering. Pretentious. The group finally decided to head to Wind Valley. The team had discovered a 3-star single-horn Denglong in the Wind Valley during their previous trip to the Dark Mist Forest. However, they had used up all their resources back then and had made no adequate preparations. They weren't confident of killing it. That was why they had dragged it until now. If it wasn't for the Star Beast, they would have rested for half a month before they returned to the Xingwu continent. They rarely rushed back after only 3 days. Based on Lin Zhan's introduction, the single-horn Denglong was extremely intelligent. There was a high chance that it had given birth to a star bone. If they could kill it, they would make a huge profit. Since they had acknowledged Wang Ting's ability, they didn't have to worry about taking care of him. That meant that they could focus on dealing with the single-horn Denglong. Things might change if they dragged too long, though. They had already lost 4 days. If they continued wasting any more time, the single-horn Denglong might be found by other teams. Wang Ting, can you take care of the one-star Earth Armor Pig? Lin Zhan stopped in his tracks and pointed with his chin at a huge star beast eating in front of them. Then, he leaned casually against the trunk of a tree and took out his water bottle from his bag. He started taking sips of water without a care in the world. The other team members stopped when they saw his actions. Some sat on the ground while others leaped up a tree. They took out their dried goods and water and started eating. Their gazes at Wang Ting seemed as though they were waiting for a good show. The large Earth Armor Pig had noticed them too. It raised its head and glared at them with its big and round red eyes. Its body was covered with thick and sturdy scales, just like an armored vehicle. It gave people an oppressive feeling. Star Beast had a common trait: they were big. You could even say that they were gigantic. The Gale Wolves they met yesterday were not small either. They were almost 1.5 meters up to their shoulders. One bite and they could snap a person into two. But, as compared to this Earth Armor Pig, the wolves were like nothing. Wang Ting instantly felt speechless when he saw his teammates sitting around without any worry. He lifted his battle sword and walked forward. Huff puff. The Earth Armor Pig was panting heavily and looked extremely irritated. It stepped on the ground with its hind legs, digging up the soil with its movement. It seemed ready to attack at any moment. At first, the Earth Armor Pig was 200 meters away from them. As Wang Ting got nearer, the Earth Armor Pig suddenly kicked up a cloud of dust when their distance was less than 100 meters. Squeal! Squeal! The pig grunted as it dashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's pupils were fixed on the pig. This Earth Armor Pig was not only huge and fierce, but it was also agile and fast. When it stepped on the ground, it gave off loud stomping sounds. Do you think Wang Ting can kill the Earth Armor Pig? Yan Jingyue asked. He displayed his skills yesterday night, so it shouldn't be a problem. Rather than worrying whether he could kill the Earth Armor Pig or not, why don't we guess how long he will take to take care of this star beast? Are you interested in having a bet? Lin Zhan smiled and asked. What are we betting? Lu Yen licked her sexy red lips and asked. Her interest was piqued without a doubt. How about 10 energy stones? Lin Zhan suggested. All right. Lu Yen agreed right away. She thought for a moment and said, My guess is 5 minutes. Wang Ting is very fast, but am not sure about his strength and guard ability. My guess is 10 minutes, Yan Jiming said. In that case, I'll guess 20 minutes, Yang Fei said. I think it will be 9 minutes. Even the little transparent lady Yan Jingyue joined the bet excitedly. I guess within 1 minute, Lin Zhan said with a smile. Seriously? Leader, even if you have high hopes for him, 1 minute is a little exaggerated. Yan Jiming was shocked. Let's wait and see. All of you will be giving me your energy stones later. Lin Zhan smiled slyly. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't know what his unscrupulous teammates were doing. If he knew, he might vomit blood in anger. At this moment, he had already started fighting with the Earth Armor Pig. Boom! The Earth Armor Pig charged over at high speed and wanted to smash into Wang Ting. The frightening impact formed a powerful shockwave and surged towards Wang Ting's body with a loud crash. Wang Ting executed his footwork and evaded the attacks like an agile monkey. At the same time, he aimed his battle sword at the Earth Armor Pig's neck and slashed it down. In the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, it was mentioned that whether you were fighting with a mutated beast or a star beast, you needed to find and target their weakness. Usually, the weaknesses of star beasts were the abdomen, the eyes, and the neck. While dodging, Wang Ting swung his battle sword at the animal's neck when he went past it. The Earth Armor Pig's body was huge, so it couldn't turn quickly. It wasn't able to prevent the sword from hitting its body. However, the result wasn't satisfying. Clang! Wang Ting heard the sound and his expression changed slightly. He looked at the spot he chopped just now. There was only a white line. The scales of the earth armor pig covered its entire body. It was exceptionally tough, making it very hard to break this layer of defense. Since Wang Ting had failed his attack, it gave the earth armor pig time to react. It swung its head and charged at Wang Ting with its two thick and dagger-like tusks. If the tusks struck him, they would definitely pierce his body. Wang Ting raised the shield in his left hand to block the attack. He used the force of the backlash to move away from the star beast and then made use of his speed to circle it. He then started searching for the earth armor pig's weakness. After the earth armor pig got played by Wang Ting, it got more and more irritated. It kept panting and growled in a hoarse voice. Actually, the attacks of an earth armor pig were very simple. Its only distinguishing trait was its defensive ability. If the other star beasts weren't able to break their defense, the earth armor pig was invincible. However, Wang Ting was able to suppress the earth armor pig with his speed. The earth armor pig went right and left, but it couldn't hurt Wang Ting. After some time, Wang Ting finally found its weakness: Heart of Martial Arts. This was the legendary 1,000 Years of Pain. Tu Howl. The long sword shot out and pierced the butt. Chapter 118. Single-Horn Denglong. The heart of martial arts, even a god wouldn't be able to handle it, much less an earth armor pig. When the long sword stabbed into its body, force gushed out and directly froze its internal organs. The pig was killed in a single move. Lin Zhan looked at the time and burst out laughing. Less than a minute. Come, take out your energy stones. Yang Fei and Yan Jiming's expressions turned strange. They sighed secretly and accepted their defeat. While shaking their heads, they took out 10 energy stones and gave them to Lin Zhan. Lu Yen and Yan Jingyue clicked their tongues unhappily. They were beaten by Wang Ting's shamelessness. How was he able to use this move? Where did his dignity go? This move might be a little shameless, but it's actually the most effective and energy-saving. Lin Zhan smiled and stretched his hand out. Give me the energy stones. Leader, you're jackals of the same lair. The two ladies rolled their eyes. They took out their energy stones helplessly and gave them to him. What a huge loss. Wang Ting walked over and saw this scene. He was speechless. Here I am fighting with my life, but all of you are just using me as your gambling material. Cough, cough, the forest is so boring. This is to liven up the mood, Lin Zhan replied shamelessly. Wang Ting, why didn't you use force to attack just now? Why did you use that move? Yan Jingyue couldn't help but ask. Most importantly, she wanted to listen to Wang Ting's thoughts. How sadistic was he to be able to think of that move? Save when you can. I'm just a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. I have a limited amount of force. If I can finish this battle using the simplest method, why should I waste my force? Wang Ting replied matter-of-factly. Look, Wang Ting understands it more than you. How can you call yourself seniors? Said Lin Zhan. There are many ways to save force. He doesn't have to use this method. Lu Yen was unwilling to accept defeat. I feel that this method is excellent and I find it easy to execute. I can try it again in the future. I've decided to call this move the Heart of Martial Arts, 1,000 Years of Pain. Wang Ting shamelessly used the name of a legendary move of a certain manga in his past life. Go away. Don't use this method in front of us. It hurts our eyes. The two ladies, Lu Yen and Yan Jingyue, immediately got annoyed. The three men laughed uncontrollably. This Wang Ting was a weirdo. He even gave his move a name after using it. Was he afraid that other people wouldn't know about his move if the name wasn't loud enough? All right, take the tusks and scales of the earth armor pig, and we will leave, Lin Zhan said. Yang Fei immediately walked over to take care of the earth armor pig's corpse. Wang Ting aided him at the side. The pig's scales were extremely tough and strong. If you wanted to skin it without proficient skills, it would be challenging. When Yang Fei was taking off the scales, Lin Zhan and the others kept watch of their surroundings. Yang Fei's actions were skilled. Very soon, he took off the armor of the Earth Armor Pig and put it in his bag. His backpack immediately became full. He didn't take the whole scale armor of the Earth Armor Pig, though. If he did, he wouldn't be able to stuff it in his bag. Huh! Yang Fei suddenly made a sound. He had an elated expression as he said, "I think there's a star core." He used his knife to cut the abdomen of the Earth Armor Pig. Then, he took out a yellowish-brown, uneven round object. "Ha ha ha, leader, come and take a look. There's a star core." Yang Fei laughed loudly. Lin Zhan and the other team members were shocked when they heard this. They immediately gathered around. F***K, Wang Ting, I have nothing to say about your luck. Lu Yen exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ting was stunned too. He had only killed 3 star beasts, and 2 of them gifted him with star cores. Was he really the son of Lady Luck? He felt a little proud of himself. Keep it. Don't reveal your wealth, Lin Zhan reminded him. Then, he said, see if there's a star bone. Yang Fei threw the star core to Wang Ting and shook his head. Nope. I've already inspected it. The star core and star bone were both hidden in the star beast's body. They were like light lamps at night. You would be able to detect them immediately once you used your force to scan the inside. This was how they searched for star bones and star cores yesterday night with the corpses of the Gale Wolves. Unfortunately, the Gale Wolves didn't have any star cores, much less star bones. When humans killed more and more star beasts, they started to gain more experience. Normally, only star beasts with star cores would have star bones. If the beast didn't have a star core, it shouldn't be able to give birth to a star bone. That was why Lin Zhan asked Yang Fei if there was a star bone. Wang Ting kept the star core. The gains by the team would be sold after they returned to Earth. The money would be split according to a certain percentage. That was how all teams worked. Of course, the main things that Wang Ting received after killing the star beast were attribute bubbles. Earth Force *4 blank attribute *6. The gains were not bad. The team continued their journey to Wind Valley. Around noon, Wang Ting and his teammates arrived outside a valley. This valley was shaped like a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was the only entrance, as its sides were lined by unscalable cliffs. A burst of strong wind gushed out of the valley. It sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Lin Zhan stood outside the entrance and observed for some time. His expression changed slightly. Someone has been here. Indeed, traces of people can be seen. Yan Jinming squatted down to take a look. He said with a worried expression, "Did we waste our trip? Are we still going in?" Lu Yen asked. "If the other party is inside and we meet them coincidentally, we might need to engage in a fierce fight. I wonder how strong they are?" Yang Fei said. "Since we are here, we have to take a look. When has the Tiger Warrior team been scared of anyone?" Lin Zhan scoffed with a cold expression. "Wang Ting, be careful." He reminded Wang Ting before stepping into the valley first. Wang Ting and the other teammates followed closely behind him. The paths in the valley were difficult to walk. The biting cold wind blew hard against them, making it even more challenging to balance their bodies. Their faces hurt from the piercing cold. Fortunately, they were all martial warriors, so they could barely handle it. They walked cautiously for some distance, but they didn't see any humans. Could they have left already? Yan Jinming frowned and asked. "Let's go further. Be prepared to fight anytime. Last time, we saw the single-horn Denglong not far ahead. I wonder if it's still there?" Lin Zhan replied. The team members held their weapons in one hand and the shield in the other. They remained vigilant of their surroundings. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white figure stooped down from the cliff at the side. Its speed was astonishing. The air around it was torn apart, letting out a shrill and sharp screech. "Be careful!" Lin Zhan shouted. Lu Yan's expression changed. She felt that the white figure was targeting her. However, Lu Yen was caught off guard, so she wasn't able to react in time. Wang Ting was standing beside her. His expression abruptly changed, and he pushed her away. At the same time, he swung his battle sword out. Boom! A huge force crashed onto him. The green-colored force collided with him and knocked him off his feet. Wang Ting didn't have time to think. The force in his body exploded as he neutralized the powerful and violent force of impact. The wind energy formed by the green force shot out in all directions like sharp blade. Wang Ting was right in the center. He felt as if there were hundreds of wind daggers slashing his body. The plants around him were reduced to shreds. The wood splinters floated and danced in the air. Bang! Under the bombardment of the enormous force, Wang Ting was slammed heavily into the stone wall. His chest felt stuffy. If he hadn't defended himself in time just now using his force, or if he hadn't worn this battle uniform, he might have been seriously injured. Chapter 119. Explosion. Evil Beast. Lin Zhan and the other team members instantly released their force. Then, they simultaneously attacked the white figure. However, the white shadow's speed was astonishing. It ran across the cliff as if it were on flat ground. Finally, it stopped on a huge rock high on the cliff and revealed its identity. "Single-horn Denglong," said Lin Zhan through gritted teeth. "Are you all right?" Lu Yen came beside Wang Ting and asked in concern. "I'm fine." Wang Ting shook his head. He stood up and looked at the snow-white star beast standing tall on the rock high up on the cliff. "Thank you for helping me just now," said Lu Yen. "This is not the time for this. Is that the single-horn Denglong you were talking about?" Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. The white star beast on the rock looked a little like a huge-sized rabbit. It was furry with long ears. Its eyes were red and its body was white. Only the tip of its ears was black. That was right, it looked like a giant rabbit. However, there was a horn on its head, and its claws were sharp like knives. When it opened its mouth, you could see the row of razor-sharp teeth. Its teeth looked healthy and strong. "Yes, that's the single-horn Denglong. I didn't expect the beast to sneak an attack on us." Lu Yan's expression was a little ugly. "It's injured. Look at the left side of its back. There seem to be traces of blood," Yan Jinhua said. Everyone followed her finger and looked in the direction she was pointing. Indeed, they saw a trace of red spreading out from the single-horn Denglong's back. It was hard to notice it from the front. It might have been left by the first batch of people. It's malicious and cruel even when it's hurt. "Let's take this opportunity to kill it and wrap up things," Lin Zhan said viciously. The moment he finished speaking, he stamped on the ground, and his body shot out like a bullet. He climbed up the cliff and slashed out gold-colored force out of his huge axes. Roar! The single-horn Denglong roared at Lin Zhan. It sent out a big and powerful gale from its mouth. The gold glow on the axes split the strong gale apart, forming a long and narrow crack in the middle. Lin Zhan appeared in front of the single-horn Denglong in the blink of an eye. He swept his battle axes horizontally in front of him. Swoosh! The single-horn Denglong's figure disappeared from the rock. Only its lingering shadow was chopped into half by Lin Zhan's axes. Moments later, the lingering shadow also dissipated. The next second, the body of the single-horn Denglong appeared beside Lin Zhan. A whirlwind formed on its sharp claw as it attacked Lin Zhan. Bang bang bang! A few gunshots also joined the battle. Below, Lu Yen carried her heavy machine gun and fired continuously while aiming at the single-horn Denglong. The alloy bullet dragged a fiery red flame along with it as it shot towards the single-horn Denglong, aiming for its vital point. The single-horn Denglong had no choice but to dodge. Lin Zhan took the chance to pursue and keep the pressure on. The two gigantic battle axes danced around in his hand. The gold glow pierced through the air and engulfed the single-horn Denglong. At that moment, Yang Fei and the other team members arrived. Yan Jinming, Yan Jinyue, and Yang Fei executed their respective force battle techniques and blocked the single-horn Denglong's path of retreat. There was nowhere it could hide. Boom! The single-horn Denglong was forced to take on Lin Zhan's gold axe glow. The sharp claws slammed into the axes along with the whirlwind on them. The collision resulted in a frightening explosion. Lin Zhan couldn't control himself and took many steps back. The single-horn Denglong saw an opportunity and wanted to escape the encirclement. On the other side, Wang Ting stood at the high ground and took out the heavy bow from his weapon carrier casket. He knocked a rune arrow on the bow. At this moment, Wang Ting could only turn from a warrior into a marksman hiding in the wild. He took cover behind the bushes and started shooting arrows at his target. This was commonly known as the bitch in the bushes. The force in Wang Ting's body erupted as he stretched the bow to its maximum. He let loose an arrow. Slash! The arrow cut through the air. The ice force at the tip formed an ice-blue shadow of the arrow as it charged towards the single-horn Denglong. Boom! The single-horn Denglong let out a loud roar. It turned its body forcefully and actually managed to evade this arrow. However, Yan Jinming and the other two people's attacks had arrived. 3 attacks landed on the single-horn Denglong's back at the same time. The single-horn Denglong roared in grief and pain. The sword and blade pierced through the wound that was already present on its body. They tore its back, and fresh blood spurted everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots were heard once again. The bullets penetrated the single-horn Denglong's body one by one, causing it to look up at the sky and roar. It suddenly went crazy. It opened its huge mouth, and green lights started gathering around it from the sky and the earth. The green rays quickly congregated into a ball. The ball of green light was expanding continuously. "Hurry up and stop it!" Lin Zhan's expression changed as he dashed towards the single-horn Denglong. The other team members' expressions were solemn too. They executed force battle techniques to their fullest potential. Fire force, water force, earth force, these 3 colors of light covered half the sky. The rays of swords poured down like the rain. The glints of sharp blades flew everywhere. It looked like they could slash a mountain if it stood in their way. Boom, boom, boom. The single-horn Denglong didn't dodge, allowing the attacks to land on its body. The green ball of light in its mouth grew bigger and stronger. The pressure was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine gun in Lu Yan's hand kept vibrating. Alloy bullets shot out as though they were free. "This beast wants to perish together with us." Lin Zhan shouted, "Move! Let me handle it!" He held the huge axes in his hand and swung them out powerfully. An enormous gold axe shadow flew down from the sky. Metal force battle technique, heavy mountain. Boom! The gold axe shadow in the air seemed to have turned into a tall and lofty mountain. It bore down from the sky. The single-horn Denglong finally stopped building its green ball of light. The viciousness and determination in its pair of red eyes seemed similar to the emotions of a human. It spurted the ball of green light out. "Move!" Lin Zhan's expression warped. He started flying back at high speed without any hesitation. At the same time, he shouted at his team members. The other team members felt a powerful sense of danger and death. They raised their speed to the fastest, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. Run! Wang Ting and Lu Yan were further away. The moment they noticed something wrong, they fled and found a place to hide. Boom! The green ball of light exploded without any warning, kicking off a violent tornado at the center. It started sweeping everything away. Soil flew in the air and covered the entire sky. The protruding rocks and the vines and plants on the ground were all reduced to pieces by the overwhelming force. Blades of wind mingled in the tornado as it engulfed the entire area they were in. The wind blades attacked anything in its path. It struck against the cliff and left lines and lines of deep cuts. Lin Zhan and some of the team members couldn't evade in time. They were all thrown off their feet by the tornado. The shockwave caused by the explosion swept the surroundings. The residual impact took a long time to subside. The dust in the air gradually landed on the ground. The valley resumed its silence. Leader. Yan Jinming. Little Yu. Yang Fei. Lu Yen and Wang Ting were a distance away, so they didn't get hurt. After coming out from their hiding spots, they immediately started looking for their teammate. Lu Yan's face was pale, and there was fear in her expression. She had been working with her teammates for many years. Although they weren't blood-related, they were like her family. If anything happened to them, she couldn't imagine what she would do. Cough, cough. Suddenly, they heard someone coughing not far away. "It's our leader," Lu Yen exclaimed in surprise. She ran over hurriedly. Lin Zhan climbed out from below a pile of rock. He wiped the trace of blood off the corner of his lips and cursed, "Damn it, this beast is really ruthless. It actually wanted to perish together." "Leader, are you all right?" Lu Yen and Wang Ting hurriedly held him up. "I'm fine. I'm just a little hurt." Lin Zhan waved his hand nonchalantly. "How are the others?" "We haven't found them," said Lu Yen. "Then, hurry up and look for them. We're here." At this moment, Yan Jinming's voice came out from below another pile of rocks. "How are you?" Wang Ting asked. "All right. I'm not dying anytime soon." Chapter 120. Do you want to experience my hammer fist of love? F***K, I almost died. Yan Jinming and the other team members cursed furiously. They weren't in a good mood. I didn't expect the single-horn Denglong to fight back in the face of death and attempt to drag us down to hell with it. We almost fell into its trap, Yang Fei said with a bitter smile. When we meet another 3-star or above star beast, we need to be more careful. A star beast at this level has its own intellect. Yet, they still maintain their brutish nature, so they are unruly and ruthless. We can't predict their actions using logic, Lin Zhan said. Sigh, this is the first time we met such a vicious fellow after so many years of forming the team, Lu Yen commented. Little Yu, are you all right? Yan Jinming held on to his younger sister in concern. The few of them had received the brunt of the explosion. Their organs were heavily impacted by the force and were injured. As a lady, Yan Jinyu's defensive ability was weaker, so her injury was more severe than the men. Her face was pale, and blood was seeping out of the corners of her lips. She seemed listless. Her body was about to collapse at any moment. Give her the medicine quickly, Lu Yen said in a hurry. Yan Jinming regained his composure and took out the healing medication from his backpack. He let Yan Jinyu swallow it. Execute your force to hasten the absorption of the medicine. Yan Jinyu was already weak. She followed her brother's instructions and sat down cross-legged on the ground. She started absorbing the medicine to heal her injuries. Yang Fei and Lin Zhan also took out their medicine and swallowed them. Their injuries weren't as serious as Yan Jinyu's, but it still hurt. Their combat prowess had taken a hit. Is that single-horn Denglong dead? Wang Ting asked. The degree of the explosion is huge, and it was at the center of the explosion. It must be dead, Lin Zhan smiled and replied. Wang Ting nodded. He scanned his surroundings. There were many attribute bubbles dropped around him. He picked them up. Metal Force *15 Fire Force *13 Earth Force *9 Water Force *8 Wind Force *25 Blank Attribute *33 Huge gain. Not to mention the other attributes, he had gained a high number of Fire, Water, and Earth Force attribute. It was enough to raise his ability by another level, and the bonus of 25 Wind Force, as well as the Metal Force that appeared for the first time. There were as many as 15 points. Wang Ting received another Force element. This time, there were many blank attributes too. He got 33 points of blank attributes, bringing his total to 90. Wang Ting was secretly elated. He continued sucking over the other attribute bubbles from afar and collecting them. Intermediate stage wind talent *1 Wang Ting was stunned. An intermediate stage wind talent. Ecstasy surged up his heart. As expected of a 3-star star beast with a high intellect. Even the talent it dropped was at the intermediate stage. Mind you, all the talents he had for his earth element, fire element, and ice element were only at the beginner stage. It was obvious that intermediate stage talents were more powerful than beginner stage talent. Now, he would be able to make use of his wind force. He could also unleash the full potential of his steps of gale and not just shelve it in his attribute row and let it rot there. The gains of killing a 3-star star beast were so huge. It was worth it. In comparison, the minor injuries were nothing. Very soon, Lin Zhan and the other teammates digested their healing medication and regained some of their health. Lin Zhan stood up and said, "Let's go over and take a look at the Singlehorn Denglong. We've wasted some time. We should clean up the scene and leave. The explosion just now will definitely attract the attention of the other star beasts in this region. It might even lure other martial warriors. We need to act quickly." "That's right. Quickly take a look at the star beast. We spent so much effort trying to kill it. If there aren't any gains, it will be a huge loss for us," Yang Fei said. They started searching their surroundings. They didn't know where the body of the Singlehorn Denglong was sent flying after the explosion. Yan Jinyue was still undergoing the healing process, and Lu Yen took care of her at the side. The young men searched for the body. Wang Ting remembered the location of the talent attribute bubble and walked over to the spot. When he dug up the soil, his expression changed. He shouted at Lin Zhan and his other teammates, "It's here! Oh, you found it!" The others rushed over immediately. "I can't feel its aura. It's probably dead." "Old Yang, this is your show. Open the body and see if there's a star bone," Lin Zhan said with an intense gaze. "No problem. Leave it to me." Yang Fei sniggered and bent down. He pushed away the rocks at the side and pulled the Singlehorn Denglong out of the debris. Then, he took out a dagger and started dealing with the corpse. The Singlehorn Denglong was dead. Its body was riddled with wounds, and it had lost a lot of blood. "Brother Yang is like the butcher of the team," Wang Ting smiled and teased him. "Ha ha ha, well, he indeed has the talent. He's suitable for this job." Lin Zhan laughed. Yang Fei smiled. He seemed pretty proud. A few moments later, he cut off the horn and claws of the Singlehorn Denglong. Then, he skinned the entire corpse. "What a pity. This skin is heavily damaged, so the price will be heavily discounted," Yang Fei said with regret. "As compared to the star bone, this is just a small change. Stop wasting time. Look for the star bone first," Lin Zhan urged him. Yang Fei nodded. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Singlehorn Denglong's corpse. He felt the corpse for a few seconds before beaming a happy smile. "There's a star core." While speaking, he had already stabbed the dagger into the Singlehorn Denglong's body. He lifted his dagger, and a green round ball rolled out. This was the wind element star core of the Singlehorn Denglong. The price of a 3-star star beast star core was much higher than a 1-star star core. Even more, this was a wind element star core. Lin Zhan and the other team members were elated. Even without the star bone, this star core was enough to earn them a considerable amount of money. But, the next instant, Yang Fei shouted in surprise, "Star bone! There's really a star bone! Ha ha ha, leader, we're going to be rich!" "Great! Quick, dig it out!" Lin Zhan gave a bright smile as he opened his eyes wide. Yan Jinming and even Lu Yen and Yan Jinyue, who were a distance away, were ecstatic when they heard this piece of news. A star bone! They had guessed that there might be a star bone in this star beast, but the probability of finding it was really low. All they had was an ounce of hope. However, there was really a star bone. They would definitely put this up for auction. It would fetch an amazing price. On the other hand, Wang Ting was relatively calm. After all, he had a star bone already, and it belonged to him only. When he saw his teammates' exhilarated expressions, he couldn't help but ask them, "Leader, you are a 3-star elite martial warrior team. This is just a star bone. Do you have to be so excited?" "It's just a—" Everyone turned around and glared at Wang Ting with hidden bitterness. "You brat, that's easy for you to say. This is the first star bone we have found after so many years, but you seem to be looking down on it. Don't you know the price of a star bone?" "I do. I performed quite well during the martial arts exam, so the leader of the Ministry of Education of Donghai gave me one as my reward. I heard that it's very precious, that's all." "Your reactions are too exaggerated," Wang Ting said calmly as he continued his acting. The other people were speechless. F***K. Comparisons are odious. Look at him. He doesn't need to risk his life to hunt and kill star beasts. He was able to get a star bone as his reward. Look at us. Sigh, forget it. There's nothing worth comparing. The other team members felt depressed. The gloomy aura hung over them as they turned their backs to Wang Ting and decided to ignore him in unplanned unison. "Wang Ting, what did I do wrong?" Suddenly, Yang Fei exclaimed happily, "I found it. It's the leg bone." He moved the dagger in his hand and slit the flesh of the beast. He then extracted a bone from the corpse of the single-horn Denglong. This piece of bone was white all over except for the center. There was a green-color crystal-clear section in the bone. There were thin lines on the green-color section of the bone. It looked mysterious and profound. It felt cool and icy to the touch. "Quick, let me touch it. Oh my God, I have been a martial warrior for so long and have only seen it once from afar. I have never touched a star bone before." Lin Zhan snatched the thigh bone from Yang Fei's hand. He caressed the green-color section of the bone gently with an enchanted expression. He really looked like— Imagine a fierce-looking young man rubbing a white piece of bone as if he was caressing the leg of a beautiful lady. Think of that scene. Tsk, it was quite frightening. Yang Fei and Yan Jinming wanted to touch the bone too, but when they saw their leader's expression, they suddenly shuddered and regained their senses. "Cough, leader, you're salivating." Wang Ting couldn't help but remind him kindly. "What?" Lin Zhan was given a fright. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe the corners of his lip. Then, he regained his composure and his eyebrows started twitching. He glanced at Wang Ting ominously from the corners of his eyes. "You little brat, you're getting really bold. Do you want to experience the hammer fist of my love?" "Ha ha ha, leader, you looked outstanding today. Your face is pinkish, so you must be extremely lucky and supremely fortunate." That sounded a little weird. "Anyway, leader, you are really lucky today. No wonder the star bone appeared. It must be because the main protagonist's script you have has started to take effect." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly and immediately released his ultimate move, sucking up. As for what the hammer fist of love was, he would leave that to the rest of his teammates. He didn't need this disgusting thing. Lu Yen and Yan Jinyue had just returned after treating their wounds. Yan Jinming, Yang Fei, and the two ladies were shocked when they heard this. They had never seen such a shameless person before. "How interesting!" Humph. Lin Zhan gave a forced smile. Then, he turned serious and said, "Since we have taken care of everything, let's leave. We will return to the Martial Arts Academy." Before the team members could feel happy at the mention of returning to the Martial Arts Academy, they heard him saying, "Oh, right. Old Yang, take a look at the other leg and see if there's another star bone." Everyone. Why didn't they see their leader's money-grubbing side in the past? Even though they complained in their hearts, Yang Fei still executed his leader's order. He slit open the other leg of the single-horn Denglong and took a look. Nothing. It was normal that there was nothing. You must be dreaming to think that there would be 2 star bones in a single star beast. Finally, they could retreat in peace. They didn't waste any more time and walked out of the valley. Leader, how much can you sell this star bone for? Wang Ting asked curiously along the way. Most probably 700 to 800 million. Lin Zhan wasn't certain either. I saw an auction of a star bone in the past. The buyer bought a 3-star star bone for this price. This star bone should be around the same. What's more, it's a wind element star bone. It is more precious and rarer than a normal element star bone. It's so expensive. Wang Ting was really shocked this time. The star bone director he gave him came from a 1-star star beast. If a 3-star star bone costs 700 to 800 million, that 1-star star bone should cost around 100 million, right? From the looks of it, director, he spent more than he expected. 700 to 800 million is the minimum price. It depends on the buyer. If we meet someone that really wants this piece of star bone, he might buy it for a few billion without batting his eyelids. Lin Zhan smiled and continued. He seemed to be in a good mood. It was understandable. How could a person not be happy when he had a few billion in his pocket? Chapter 121. Power of the Shooting Star Spiral at the entrance of the valley. Screech. The moment Lin Zhan and his team came out, the screech of a bird was heard abruptly from the sky. A huge shadow enveloped them. Everyone's expression changed. They quickly raised their heads. A giant bird was circling the air over their heads. When it flapped its wings, gales were formed. The trees around them swayed right and left from the force. You're really bold. How dare you snatch something I laid my eyes on? A young man's voice came from the back of the bird. He was speaking in the common language of the Xingwu continent. Only his voice was heard, though. They couldn't see the person. In an instant, the expressions of the members of the Tiger Warrior team turned ugly. Earlier, Lin Zhan's mood was at a high, and he had been smiling like a blooming flower. However, now, he was tensed up and looked at the bird above him in frustration. Do you have to be so irritating? Why did you appear now? Why did you come when we finished killing the beast? Are you playing with me? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat too. This was most likely the person who had injured the single-horn Denglong. They thought he had left, but unluckily, they met him right in the face when they came out of the valley. The Tiger Warrior team had just gone through a rough battle. Even Lin Zhan was hurt. They were only left with half of their combat ability. It would be a little tough to win against this person, who was able to hurt the single-horn Denglong alone. Based on his accent, the other party might be a local from the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting knew from the small booklet of common knowledge that the Xingwu continent and Earth might appear to be at peace on the surface, but in many areas, the competition between these two worlds was huge. Especially in the other party's territory, Earth humans were outsiders. The resources the Xingwu continent provided to martial warriors were already limited. When more people from Earth came, things became even tenser. If they didn't fight, the resources would all be snatched by the other party. This was the situation now. Once the two parties from different worlds met, there was no room for discussions. Only one word, fight. The resources would go to the winner. Lin Zhan exchanged glances with his team members. They understood each other's intentions and decided to fight with the young man. As expected, Lin Zhan mocked. You are too domineering. This single-horn Denglong wasn't killed by you. Why can't other people kill it? Since I laid my eyes on it, it's mine. Who are you? The young man on the bird replied arrogantly. Stop bullshitting. If you want it, come down and take it. Lin Zhan scoffed. Impudent. Little Black, kill them. The young man on the bird ordered in a cold voice. Screech. The bird gave a shrill screech. It glared at the people on the ground with its sharp eyes. Then, it closed its wings and flapped them forcefully. Breathe, gales were formed. Wind blades intertwined with each other as they swept towards the people on the ground. F***K, another wind element star beast. Lin Zhan cursed. He hurriedly raised his shield to block the attack. The other people followed. They retreated and blocked their bodies with their shield. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades knocked on the shields and gave off the sound of metals clashing into one another. Lu Yen, shoot him down. Yang Fei, Yen Jinming, cover up Lu Yen. Wang Ting, you know how to shoot, right? Hurry, shoot the damn out of him. Lin Zhan hurled commands at his teammate. Yang Fei and Yen Jinming immediately moved to Lu Yan's side. They raised their shield and covered her up. Lu Yen placed her shield behind her back and took down her heavy machine gun. She fired into the air through the gap of the two shields. Bang, bang, bang. A huge number of alloy bullets engulfed the bird in the sky like a bullet rain. Rise. The figure gave another order. The bird flapped its wings, forming a strong wind. It rose straight up into the air and instantly flew more than 10 meters higher. Leader, he's too far away, Lu Yen said with an ugly expression. On the other side, Wang Ting took out his heavy bow and jumped onto a tree. He notched an arrow on the bow and used all the strength he had. Ice force congregated at the tip as he released the arrow. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to score a hit. Damn it. That brat calculated the distance and knew that we couldn't reach him. That's why he's so fearless. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "Ha ha ha, if you are sensible, pass me the item. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death." Arrogant peals of laughter echoed from the sky. Then, they were inundated by wind blades. "Are you planning to defeat us with these wind blades? Brat, come down and fight with us one-on-one if you dare. Why are you hiding on top? Don't you know that you look like a coward?" Lin Zhan shouted back, refusing to admit defeat. "You're looking for death." The young man on the bird was obviously infuriated by Lin Zhan's words. He took out a cannon and aimed it at the people below. "Have a taste of my cannon." Boom! A massive explosion sounded. Roaring flames spurted out of the mouth of the cannon, bringing with it a frightening force as the cannonball shot towards Wang Ting and his teammates. "What the F***K, that's the fire god cannon. Dodge quickly." Lin Zhan's face turned green. He increased his speed explosively and ran away. The other people's expressions changed too. There seemed to be wheels on their legs as they dashed away. It was as though they had seen some terrifying monster. Wang Ting was cursing in his heart. This bastard was really vicious. He even used a heavy weapon like the fire cannon. He had heard of the fire god cannon before. This thing was expensive to make, and its power was frightening. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. The person in the air actually brought one along with him. This was out of everyone's expectation. It was too late to say anything now. They needed to escape. Boom! The force cannonball congregated by the fire god cannon smashed into the ground. Flames gushed into the air, and visible impact waves swept through the forest, bringing everything along with it. Lin Zhan, Wang Ting, and the other team members weren't able to run far at all. The powerful blast moved as fast as lightning. It threw them into the air. Wang Ting could hardly look after himself. At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about other people. Earth element shield. He quickly blocked his front. At the same time, force exploded out of his body and congregated into a yellowish-brown shield. At this life or death moment, his heartbeat increased and his mind was all tensed up. His spiritual power moved automatically and merged into his earth element shield. In that instant, the world suddenly became silent. He had lost his hearing temporarily because of the enormous explosion. His battle shield shattered into pieces. The earth element shield persevered for 3 breaths before it crumbled gradually. It shattered. Hot waves gushed towards him. The impact waves landed on Wang Ting's body, and he felt a collision on his head. His vision turned black. In an instant, he couldn't see anything. A long time seemed to have passed. Yet, it felt like an instant too. Wang Ting shook his head and crawled up from the ground. At the start, his mind was still in a daze. He didn't know what had happened. But, the next second, his pupils constricted. He had regained his memory. I'm still alive. He rejoiced for surviving the disaster. Then, he hurriedly jumped up. However, the action made him gasp in pain. His entire body was aching. This is so painful. Damn it, I wonder how my other teammates are. Wang Ting raised his eyes and looked around him. The ground was all burned black, and there was a deep hole in the middle. The trees around it had collapsed. Flames were raging on the branches of the trees. Huh? There's still someone alive. The bird flew down slowly. A young man stood on the back of the bird and looked down on Wang Ting. The attire he was wearing was the style of the Xingwu continent. The two worlds had interacted for 30 years, but they still maintained their unique culture and customs. For instance, people on Earth would not especially wear the clothes of the Xingwu continent. Similarly, the people on the Xingwu continent would not wear clothes from Earth either. He gave a look of contempt and said calmly, "You're a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. It looks like you're really lucky and managed to keep your life. Your teammates' abilities didn't seem bad. However, they're probably dead now. Tell me, what did you get from the single-horn Denglong? Who has that thing? If you tell me, maybe I can consider sparing your life." "You killed them?" Wang Ting remained expressionless, but there was a cold glare in his eyes. Although he had known Lin Zhan and the other team members for a short period only, they had taken great care of him. He had to repay them. Also, this person almost killed him. Anyone that wanted to kill him must die. Why? Do you want to take revenge for them? The young man scoffed. He didn't hide his disdain. "I don't mind telling you that I'm a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If you reply to me honestly, you can live. If not, I will let you die a terrible death. Uncle, may I know how old you are?" Wang Ting interrupted him. The young man was stunned by this strange question. Also, "Uncle? Who are you calling uncle?" The young man's veins popped out of his head. He asked with a furious expression, "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. I heard that old people are normally naggy." "I want to see if you're an old uncle under that young man's face," Wang Ting said. Old man? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man's expression turned cold. He held his hand into a claw and exuded force on his hand. He then viciously attacked Wang Ting's neck. Wang Ting looked at him as he flew down. His face was calm. 70 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. At that moment Wang Ting moved his thoughts. The remaining small amount of spiritual power gushed out of his mind. Flying dagger. A cold glint flew out of his battle uniform. It turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards the young man. Spiritual power. The young man's expression changed tremendously. The cold glint's speed was so fast that he couldn't capture it with his eyes. It seemed to be shuttling between spaces. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. It was too late to dodge. The young man made a hasty decision and changed the direction of his hand. The force in his body surged out as he clawed towards the cold glint. "Disperse." Wang Ting lifted the edge of his lips as he said this single word. The cold glint exploded below the man's claw. It turned into 6 cold rays and attacked the young man from all directions. Wang Ting remembered the shooting star spirals theory, so when he attacked the first time, he used the 6 flying daggers together as one. Now, he split them up to catch his opponent off his guard. No! Fear finally appeared on the young man's face. His pupils constricted into a needle, the 6 rays of cold lights reflecting in them. He yelled in despair. Slash! The 6 cold lights instantly pierced into the young man's head. Some pierced into his eyes, some went through his forehead, some stabbed into his temples. Blood spurted everywhere. The young man died in a gruesome manner. Blood oozed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. Panic, despair, unwillingness, and even regret, all kinds of emotions solidified on the face that was slowly losing its vitality. Wang Ting looked at the body as it fell backward. It crashed forcefully onto the ground. He said calmly, "I'm sorry. I don't want to die." Chapter 122. What a good person. Once the young man died, the bird that he was sitting on rose into the air and flew away. It flew away. It just flew away and abandoned its owner. This was a heartless spiritual pet. Wang Ting had a moment of silence for the young man. This man was a failure. Even its spiritual pet abandoned it. How sorrowful! Everything had ended. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. That bird had truly made them suffer. If he could, he wanted to keep it here, but he didn't have the ability to do anything for now. After heaving a sigh of relief, his tensed mind gradually relaxed. The next instant, waves of pain assaulted his mind. It was as though a bat was stirring his brain viciously. A while ago, to resist the attack of the fire god cannon, he had released his spiritual power to form a defensive wall. The consumption was enormous. After that, he had called forth all his energy to defeat the 3-star soldier-level young man. He fought with all his might. That was why his spiritual power was totally drained now. The aftereffect almost caused Wang Ting to faint from the pain. It took a long time for the pain to subside. It wasn't that painful anymore, but he still felt like dying. Wang Ting kept up his spirits and started looking for his teammate. He searched for a long time before he finally found everyone. They were all grievously injured and unconscious. No matter how Wang Ting called them, they wouldn't wake up. Their spiritual power wasn't as strong as Wang Ting's, so they were unable to handle the shock from the explosion. Yang Fei was in the worst state. One of his legs broke from the explosion. Blood was everywhere, and the pain caused his body to twitch uncontrollably. Wang Ting could only help him stop his blood. He used whatever medication he could use on him. He treated the others the same way. There were many wounds on their bodies. Many areas were burnt black, so he used internal and external medications on them. He hoped that they would pull through. He didn't have the time to look at the attribute bubbles around him carefully. He just picked them up. He dragged his tired body and placed his teammates in a safe place. After searching the corpse of the young man, he burned him into ashes to remove the traces. At this moment, in a cave, Wang Ting ate some healing medicine and rested for a few hours. His body and spirit got better gradually. Although he wasn't able to return to his prime, he felt much better than before. Lin Zhan and the other team members had not woken up yet. He sized up the fire god cannon in his hand and found it unbelievable. This fire god cannon was as thick as an adult's thigh and was adorned by simple and unsophisticated patterns on its surface. It looked like the type of cannon that appeared during the Steam Age on Earth hundreds of years ago. Of course, their powers weren't comparable. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking thing had such extraordinary power? The entire Tiger Warrior team almost died because of its attack. If every martial warrior had one of these, they would be invincible. However, he knew that this was unrealistic. The fire god cannon used the force compression device to compress a huge amount of force into a small ball. Then, it released the ball. The force compression device was said to be something left behind by the previous era in the Xingwu continent. It combined mechanisms, runes, and many other skills of that civilization. In short, it was extremely complicated to create. Also, the materials used in this cannon had to withstand the compressed force. If not, the cannon would explode before the force was released. You would be hitting yourself instead of your enemy. Naturally, this kind of material wasn't cheap. It was hard to find too. Hence, fire god cannon was extremely hard to create. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. What did this all mean? The young man had an impressive background. Forget it. He had already killed him. It was useless to think about all these now. Wang Ting shook his head. Besides the fire god cannon, Wang Ting also found a ring when he was getting rid of the corpse. A ring that couldn't be burnt by the flames of force. Is this a space ring? Wang Ting thought of this possibility and used his spiritual power to explore the ring. He instantly felt his vision changing. He saw a space. Oh my god, it's really a space ring. I'm rich now. Wang Ting was elated. A space ring wasn't an everyday item. Even Lin Zhan, who was a 3-star martial warrior, didn't have one. It was rare to hear of this item normally. Maybe it was only used on a small scale, as regular martial warriors probably couldn't afford to use them. You could tell how precious this was. Maybe his insight and imagination were limited by his lack of money. Maybe everyone was using such high-class items. Wang Ting shook his head and mocked himself. He happily played with the space ring as he counted the items inside. There were many things there. Energy stones, Dan pills, spiritual Dan ores and more. Wow, this fellow is extremely wealthy, Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. He moved his thoughts and took out a ball of ore from the space ring. Why did he choose this ore and not other things? He couldn't help it. This ore was glittering in gold and was exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it. It's quite heavy. When the ore landed on his hand, Wang Ting felt his palm sinking down. His strength was quite powerful. He might have been caught off guard, but you could tell that the ore wasn't light. It was the size of a basketball, and it was shimmering with gold light. Wang Ting thought that it was gold at first, but now, he denied this thought. Gold wasn't so heavy. This must be a special ore from the Xingwu continent. Unfortunately, the ores written in the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers were all commonly seen ones. This ore wasn't included in that list. Wang Ting kept the ore and turned his attention to his attributes panel. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm, 0 out of 100 Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 0. 3 out of 100 Talent, Intermediate Stage Wind Talent, 6 out of 500, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13/300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12 out of 300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1 4 out of 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 41/10,000, Beginner Stage Arrow Talent, 5 out of 100, Space, 0, 8/10,000 Force, 11 out of 500, Fire 2-star, 70 out of 100, Ice 1-star, 53 out of 100, Poison 1-star, 51 out of 100, Wind 1-star, 27 out of 100, Metal 1-star, 42 out of 100, Earth 1-star, 3 out of 100, Wood 1-star, 21 out of 100, Water 1-star. Scripture. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 35 of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 25 of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 29 of 100, Wind Soul Scripture, 1/100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Stick, Basic Arrow Skill, Foundation, Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 4 out of 10, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 59 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 31 out of 100, Moving Mountain Blade Skill, Foundation 5 out of 100, Steps of Gale, Foundation 1 out of 100, Green Gale Claw, 1 out of 500 Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, Full Marks, Overall Battle Power, 342 Blank Attribute, 90 When he killed that young man, he had targeted his head. This might be why there were 3 points of spirit attribute. However, when he added them to this spiritual realm, it only increased by 0. 3 points. Without a doubt, the ratio of normal spirit attributes and spiritual realm attributes was 10 to 1. Next was the force. After adding 23 points to his fire force attribute, he had broken through the doors of 1-star soldier level and reached 2-star soldier level. He was a 2-star soldier level martial warrior. At this moment, Wang Ting was already a 2-star soldier level martial warrior. The second force nucleus on his spine lit up. The fire force poured into the force nucleus and spiraled in it happily. There was only fire force in the second force nucleus. The other forces still remained in the first force nucleus. They had not reached the limit yet, so they were unable to enter the second force nucleus. Because of his advancement, the injury on his body healed fairly quickly. When he felt the power coursing through his veins, Wang Ting smiled. Was this considered getting some good out of a misfortune? But why did my fire force increase so much? Could it be that the fire god cannon dropped some fire force attributes? He was a little surprised, so he was making wild guesses. Also, his earth force had increased by 10, water force by 8, metal force by 12, and wind force by 15 points. The force attribute of these elements rose again. Wang Ting just scanned through these attributes. His gaze finally landed on his talent, scripture, and battle technique. Intermediate stage wind talent *5. He saw intermediate stage wind talent again. This young man was able to become a 3-star soldier level martial warrior before he turned 30. This meant that his talent was not bad. Wang Ting felt that this was all because of his intermediate stage wind talent. Now Wang Ting was able to feel more intimate towards the wind force in his surroundings. When he used his wind force, it was much smoother. He had a sudden thought. A wisp of wind force came out of his force nucleus and congregated into a green whirlwind ball in his palm. A gust of wind blew in the cave because of this small ball. Is this the wind force? Let's try its power. He moved his thoughts and controlled the green force, condensing it into a wind blade. One go. The wind blade flew out and left a deep scratch on the stone wall. Not bad. If I can condense it further, it will be more powerful. Wang Ting thought to himself silently. His gaze turned to his scriptures and battle technique. Wind Soul Scripture, Dark Level High Class Scripture. Green Gale Claw, Dark Level High Class Battle Technique. Wang Ting was delighted. The scripture and battle technique the young man dropped were all Dark Level High Class. Based on the price in the internal Jisun Marshall House web, these would cost at least a few $100 million. This young man, even though he didn't know what his name was, Wang Ting suddenly felt grateful towards him. This was a good man. He came to send the fire god cannon, the space ring, the talents, and even scriptures and battle techniques. Was there a better person than him? That was why killing someone and snatching their possessions was the correct path to becoming wealthy. Wang Ting touched his chin as he pondered to himself. Suddenly, there seemed to be a dark aura surrounding his body. Wang Ting, at this moment, Lin Zhan's weak voice sounded from behind him. In an instant, everything went back to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Leader, you're awake. Wang Ting hurriedly got up and walked over. He looked at him in concern and asked, Do you feel better? Lin Zhan shook his head. How's everyone? Same as you. However, Yang Fei Wang Ting stopped talking. One Lin Zhan immediately started looking for Yang Fei's figure in the cave. When he saw his broken leg, he visibly shook. Old Yang, after some time, Yan Jinming, Lu Yan, and the rest of the teammates woke up one after another. They gathered around Yang Fei. The atmosphere was silent, and the air was filled with sorrow. When Yang Fei opened his eyes, this was the scene he saw. The expressions on their faces caused his heart to drop. Then, he felt the excruciating pain in his leg. My leg. Yang Fei's eyes were wide open. He was almost howling. This stimulation was too great for him. Old Yang, calm down. Lin Zhan shouted. Chapter 123. I'm a professional. My leg is gone. Damn it, my leg is gone. How do you expect me to remain calm? Tell me, how the hell do you expect me to remain calm? Yang Fei was a little out of control as he yelled at Lin Zhan. It's all my fault. If I didn't choose to fight with him head-on, this might not have happened, Lin Zhan suddenly said in a depressed tone. Leader, don't blame yourself. No one will give up their spoils of war in that situation. Also, even if we had handed over the items to him, he might not have let us go. This is the world of martial warriors. It has always been like this, Lu Yen consoled him. You chose to walk on this path. Yang Fei, you should have thought of this day. Why are you blaming others? Yan Jinming's words were cruel, but it was the truth. Brother, Yan Jinyue couldn't bear to hear his words. Yang Fei was stunned. Then, he started wailing. Actually, he knew that Yan Jinming was telling the truth, but he couldn't accept it. Everyone kept quiet. Yang Fei cried for a long time before he stopped gradually. His voice was hoarse as he said, Yan Jinming is right. This is all my choice. I can't blame anyone. Leader, I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions just now. Lin Zhan moved the corners of his lips. In the end, he just sighed and patted Yang Fei's shoulder. When we go back to Earth, go and find an office job. You won't have to live on the edge every day anymore and worry about when you will die. All right. Yang Fei nodded rapidly. The atmosphere was still heavy. Yan Jinming changed the topic and asked, How did we survive? Ask Wang Ting. He's the one who saved us, Lin Zhan said. The young man thought that all of you had died from the explosion, so he sought his own death and came down from the sky. Noticing that I was just a one-star martial warrior, he let down his guard. I managed to sneak an attack on him. Wang Ting simplified everything. That's it. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's it. Wang Ting nodded. If not, what do you think happened? They were speechless. That was too simple. The powerful character that almost wiped out their entire team was killed by Wang Ting's sneak attack. No matter how many times they thought about it, it sounded unbelievable. Could it be that the guy was just a newbie who managed to force the elite team into a tight corner because he had the frightening weapon, the fire god cannon, and was in the sky? However, that fellow must have a good background. We need to be careful after we go back, Wang Ting said. That's right. He had the fire god cannon, so he might come from some elite family. Lin Zhan nodded. He asked, Did you clean up the scene? I got rid of the corpse and all the traces. I'm a professional. Wang Ting nodded. Everyone's expressions turned weird. Why did he sound as though this wasn't the first time he was doing this? They realized that they seemed to have underestimated this young man. Every time they felt that they understood him, he opened up their minds again. Was this fellow really a high school student who just graduated? After resting for a day and a night, everyone barely recovered. Since they wouldn't be able to heal completely within a short time, they decided to return to Yong City. Especially Yang Fei. It was better to bring him back to Earth to receive the best treatment. He wouldn't be able to get his leg back though. There was a kind of Dan that was able to regrow bones and flesh, but they were definitely unable to afford it. They could only rely on medical technologies. The few of them carefully left the dark mist forest. They drove the armored vehicle and went back to Yong City. At the Jisun Martial House branch, when their martial warrior friends saw them, they were flabbergasted. Lin Zhan, what happened to you? Why are you all in this state? They had already decided on their story. Lin Zhan sighed and said, Don't talk about it. We met a 4-star star beast in the outer circle. We almost couldn't come back. You're really unlucky. The martial warriors from the Martial Arts Academy surrounded them and looked at them with pity. Everyone move. Brother Yang is injured. Don't block the way. Someone saw Yang Fei's broken leg, so they hurriedly ordered the others to clear a path. Lin Zhan and his teammates nodded at their friends. They went to the martial arts lobby to make a report before heading to the dimensional rift. The discussions behind them never stopped, even after the other martial warriors saw them leaving. Lin Zhan and his teammates came to the dimensional rift and returned to Earth. They hurriedly sent Yang Fei to the hospital. Yang Fei's family had already received the news and were waiting at the hospital. When Yang Fei's parents and wife saw his miserable condition, they wept uncontrollably. They hugged him and cried their hearts out. At first, they thought that becoming a martial warrior was something to be proud of for their family. All these years, Yang Fei had earned a lot of money, and the life of his family got better and better. He even had a higher identity and status as compared to other normal people. Ever since Yang Fei became a martial warrior, many relatives that never contacted them for a long time came to ask them for help. Their family was incredibly proud no matter where they went. Others were envious when they learned that their family had a martial warrior. However, they never expected this to be the ending. It was difficult to accept it. Alright, stop crying. I just lost a leg. With my ability as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, I will be able to live like a normal person after I put on a prosthetic leg. Also, I can find an office job in the martial arts academy in the future. I will be able to go home more often. All of you should be happy. Yang Fei patted the shoulders of his parents and wife and smiled. Yang Fei's wife was a teacher. She looked prim and proper and was less than 30 years old. When she heard his words, she nodded. You can accompany your daughter and me more in the future. I won't have to be in a state of anxiety all the time either. It's good that you're alive. Yang Fei's parents wiped their tears and looked at him amiably. Yang Fei, don't worry. I will personally settle your work for you. You have more than sufficient ability to be a martial warrior instructor. I think that the Martial Arts Academy will give you a satisfactory answer. Lin Zhan patted Yang Fei's shoulder and said, Thank you, leader. Yang Fei nodded. Why are you so polite? If you have any troubles in the future, you can call us. We have been teammates for many years. We might not be blood-related, but we're closer than a family, Lin Zhan said. That's right. If you don't call us, we will beat you up. Lu Yen waved her fist at Yang Fei. Then, she said to his wife, Sister, you need to look after him. This fellow might seem humble, but he's actually really stubborn. Sister Lu, don't worry. Yang Fei's wife smiled and replied, Come and visit us often. Our daughter keeps talking about you. All right. Tell your daughter that I will come with a gift next time, Lu Yen smiled and said. After settling Yang Fei, the other team members bade farewell and left. Go back and get some rest. We will calculate our gains tomorrow and sell them to the Martial Arts Academy. If we sell them internally, we won't be cheated. As for the Starbone, I will see if there's an auction. We will put it up for auction, Lin Zhan said. The other team members had no objections. On the way home, Wang Ting felt complicated. He never expected his first trip to the Xingwu continent to be so short but so eventful. He had experienced so many things. He was deeply affected. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.